early. There's going to be lots to talk about. There's 2 early prelims. They will start in 45 minutes. So 2 early prelims. Then we've got the prelims that start at 1 a.m. UK time. That is going to be around about 8, I think, if my translations work. Conversions work from UK to Eastern time. I think it's about 8. So we've got that starting at 8. And then, of course, the main card, as usual, starting at 3 a.m. here in the UK, which I think translates to about 10 p.m. Eastern time. So we got a little bit of a way to go until we get to the main card and certainly the main event. It feels like it is probably the co-main that's got people a little bit more excited. Charles Oliveira taking on Beneil Dariush. That really is a massive, massive fight. The winner of that could be next in line for a title opportunity. So that has got big implications, and it's going to be a banger as well. Those two always turn up to fight, and Beneil Dariush has just been going about his business quietly in the background, and now is his opportunity to take on someone that's right at the top of this division. Obviously, Charles Oliveira was the champion, no longer the champion, having lost to Islam Makhachev. He is, I suppose, in a way, the gatekeeper. If you can get past Charles Oliveira, then your next stop has to be Islam Makhachev. So if Beneil Dariush wins, his next opponent has to be the champ. It's got to be Islam Makhachev. If Charles wins, I don't know what we do then, to be honest, because I don't know if we do the rematch with Makhachev or if we just put someone else in his way first, because I think people want to see Islam take on different people, and he's obviously already beaten Charles Oliveira. He's obviously then gone up against and beaten Volkanovski. So I think it'd just be good to, I really like Charles Oliveira, but I really do want Beneil Dariush to win here, because if he can win, I think that sets up a very, very interesting fight. I mean, Beneil Dariush against Islam Makhachev would be absolutely fascinating. Of course, our main event tonight is Amanda Nunes. I am excited to see her back in action. I think there's some question marks there in regards to what version of Amanda Nunes is going to show up. I don't know if we're going to get Amanda Nunes that faced Pena, that looked a little bit off a game, that actually had some really bad ring IQ. Obviously, she went into that match and decided she wanted to stand and strike. Again, if she does that against Aldana tonight, she could come up short again, because Aldana is a really good striker. She's got good boxing. And if Amanda Nunes is going to take that game plan, it's not going to end well. I really don't think it's going to end well. I do think there could be a little bit of a decline coming here for Amanda Nunes. You know, we're seeing Shevchenko wobble as well. Everyone's got a shelf life. And it really wouldn't be too much of a surprise if Amanda Nunes was kind of reaching the end of her shelf life. And so, yeah, I think that this is going to be an interesting fight. It's one that I expect Amanda Nunes to win. I mean, I don't think Aldana is going to be the toughest of challenges. Certainly, Amanda Nunes has been building the fight up. Amanda Nunes has been saying this is a tougher challenge than Pena. But I don't know. I kind of think like Amanda Nunes should win this all day, every day, twice on a Sunday. As long as she, goes about it the right way, adopts the right game plan, she should pick up the victory in this fight. But as we said, you've only got to look at significant strikes landed per minute. We've actually got the main event stats on screen. So Amanda Nunes, strikes landed per minute, 4.4. Aldana, 5.3. So Aldana landing more significant strikes per minute. She's got good volume. Her accuracy is not too bad, 43%. Amanda Nunes, though, a lot more efficient, a lot more accurate with her strikes. But you can see, look at that takedown average. Amanda Nunes landing 2.6 takedowns per fight. Irene Aldana landing 0.2. So very, very one-sided. Takedown accuracy, 56, nearly 57% for Amanda Nunes. Aldana operating at about 50%. It's not something that she goes to, though, so that's not really a stat that you can really put too much value into. But yeah, I think that it's not the strongest card tonight. As a pay-per-view goes, like, this is one of the weaker ones, but I think the Canadian fans are going to be up for this because this is the first time of us going back to Canada since, I think it's 2019. I don't think we've been there for about 4 years, certainly pre-lockdown. So the Canadian fans are up for this. So the Canadian fans are going to be in fine voice. It should be a great atmosphere. We are going to be watching arguably the greatest female fighter of all time in Amanda Nunes in the main event. There is a little bit of peril there for her because of what happened with Pena, so that does add to the proceedings. But as we said, I would expect her to win this all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday as well. So yeah, we've got that as our main event. The co-main event looks really, really tasty. And then just below that, we've got a really great prospect for Canada in Mike Malott. So Mike Malott taking on Adam Fugitt, and Malott 2-0 in the UFC, is very well-rounded. All of his wins have come by finish, and actually, of those 2 UFC fights, they have both ended in the first round. So this is an exciting prospect, someone that's got some good numbers behind him. He's Canadian as well. He's really flying the flag here for Canadian MMA. He's coming in as favorite. I've got him down as winning this match. I think he'll win it. So I kind of like the fact that we've got hometown hero, a really interesting prospect. Then we go into Oliveira against Dariush, which, as we said, has got a lot riding on it. Then we go into Amanda Nunes taking on Irene Aldana in our main event. So the top end of the card looks not too bad, in all truth. Ige against Landwehr as well. That's before the Mike Malott fight. That is a banger. That is going to be so much fun. Ige's so durable. He's got endless cardio. Nate Landwehr, Nate the Train, loves to brawl. He's so wild. Loves to fight. He's got insane aggression. So, I mean, honestly, that's going to be a banger. Then you got Mike Malott. Then you've got Charles Oliveira against Beneil Dariush. Then you've got Amanda Nunes at the top of the cards. Like, it's one of those that I think you can look at this card, and it's not the strongest cards, but it doesn't have like loads of name power on it, like star power. That's what it's lacking. But I still think it's going to be a really good night. If you're an MMA fan, I think tonight is still going to be a really, really good night. So sit back, relax, get comfortable. We've got lots to get our teeth into. As we said, we've started nice and early. I wanted to kind of just run through a few things before we jump into the chat. And as I said, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into this one. The top end of the card in particular, I think, looks quite good. And then, if you're an MMA fan, there's a few names bubbling underneath. There's a few names that will be familiar to us. The likes of Maverick is going to be in action. Dvorak's going to be in action. Blake Builder, actually, who I'm quite interested in watching. He is 8-0, 1-0 in the UFC. He's a very interesting prospect. He's going to be in action as well. So there's a few names for MMA fans. But as we said, for me, top of the cards, looking pretty good. Don't forget as well that we've got the Topology game. Leave a like if you haven't already. Obviously, on these big nights, we try to get to 1,000. I really think this might be a struggle. Just because it's not got that name power. This is not Adesanya. This is not Volkanovski. It's not Makachev. This isn't one of those massive names. It's not John Jones. It's not Conor McGregor. This is one of those pay-per-views you could look at and be like, don't know how many people are going to really turn out for this one. But, look, we'll do what we do and have some fun with it. And I'm really looking forward to watching it with you guys. So leave a like if you haven't already. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And don't forget, we've got the Topology game as well. So if we flip over here, here is the Topology game. You can play along with us. I think it's still open for this week. I'm not sure. I mean, we've still got a good half an hour till it starts. So you could have a look. I genuinely don't know. But if you go over to Topology, you can sign up. It's free. We're not sponsored by them or anything. It's just a fun thing we like to do. So over on Topology, you can sign up. It's free. And you can then make your picks, basically, as to who you think's going to win. And we'll keep checking in with this throughout the evening. We go to this every week. We've got a really good, vibrant community. We've got nearly 300 people playing the game, which is awesome. And we always have a good turnout every single week. So hopefully this week won't be any different. And you can see people have got their picks in. They're ready to go. So if you are interested in taking part in that, Topology, as we said, free, not sponsored by them. It's just a bit of fun. It's just something to do, and we'll keep checking in and seeing how people are going throughout the evening. Cocaine said Oliveira against Dariush wasn't supposed to be on the card. That's crazy how weak this card would have been. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I feel like if you are a fan of MMA, you can find things on this card, as we said, to be excited about. If you did take off, though, Dariush against Oliveira, you are losing some serious star power. The biggest star on this card is arguably either Amanda Nunes or Charles Oliveira. I think Charles Oliveira probably edges it. I still feel like there's not enough big names in women's MMA for that division to have the same level of excitement as some of the men's divisions. So, like, Charles Oliveira is a fantastic fighter in an incredible division. I mean, you turn around this way, you got Poirier. You turn around that way, you got Gaethje. You turn around this way, you got Beneil Dariush. You turn around that way, you got Islam Makhachev, you know. This is the division that Conor was in, you know, Chandler as well, of course. There's just so many great names. That's the division that Khabib was in. So it's a stacked division. You're guaranteed just banging fights all the time, and very close fights as well. And I think that just really builds and elevates everyone in that division. We've seen the same actually in boxing. The lightweight division in boxing, you know, at the moment you got Tank Davis, you got Shakur Stevenson, you've got Devin Haney, you've got Teofimo Lopez, you've got Lomachenko. You know, you've got all these kind of names that are bubbling around, and it just sort of elevates everyone because everyone is just constantly in the conversation. And that's just great for your brand. It's great for your star power. I feel like in the women's division, you've got Amanda Nunes, who's, you know, undeniably the queen, along with Shevchenko. But there's not really great fights out there for them. I mean, they faced each other twice, and it wasn't long ago we said we thought we'd have to go a third time of putting these two up against each other because there wasn't really anything else out there that was that intriguing or that interesting. And I think that just hurts Amanda Nunes' star power. If you're fighting, but your fights are never really getting spoken about because they're just so one-sided or believed to be so one-sided that people just aren't really interested in tuning in, that's really hurting your star power. So, like, and I think we've got an example of that tonight, actually. You know, if this was someone that we genuinely thought could beat Amanda Nunes, that was as good as Nunes going up against it, there would be so much more excitement for tonight's cards, and it would make it a bigger fight, and it would make both of them bigger brands, bigger stars. And I feel really sorry for Nunes because it's not her fault she's so dominant. Same with Shevchenko as well, you know. It's not their fault they've been so dominant, but, you know, I think as a result, I don't think it's unfair to say that I think Charles Oliveira has probably got the bigger star power, the bigger name coming into this. But, you know, look, Amanda Nunes is still a big star in her own right. But, yeah, you take Charles Oliveira off this card, you take Beneil, that fight against Beneil Dariush off, and this card definitely loses a lot. It definitely loses a lot. Andrew said, Days, how are you? I don't know how to feel about this card. What about you? I know how I feel about this card. This is a card that I don't think's going to grab the casuals. I mean, I'll admit I'm not expecting tonight to be a monster crazy night where the chat's kicking off and it's all going mental. I'm not expecting that at all. I'm thinking it's going to feel a bit bigger than a normal fight night would. And I'm hoping that, like, you know, it's going to be a fun show and that people are going to have fun and whatever. But expectations in regards to like how big this is going to be, I don't know. I'm really probably being quite cautious on that. In regards to how fun the show will be, I think it's got real potential. I mean, Ige against Nate Landwehr. I mean, brilliant. Ige against Landwehr. That's going to be a lot of fun. Marc-Andre Barriault has got 6 first-round finishes as well. So, you know, there's actually a lot of finishing potential on this card. Mike Malott, for example, as we said earlier, Mike Malott, he's had 2 fights in the UFC, has won them both in the first rounds. So Mike Malott, and he's Canadian as well, he wants to put on a show for the fans. He is extra motivated, extra fired up. All 9 of his wins have been finishes. No one in the history of UFC has got more submission wins than Charles Oliveira. Obviously, we know how dominant Amanda Nunes has been. So, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of potential here on this card. I would say lower down on the card, it's probably going to be a bit slow to start. But I think once we actually get to the midway point, I think we're up and running then. So I think if you're an MMA fan, there's plenty to look forward to, plenty to enjoy. If you are a bit of a casual fan that just wants the big names, the big moments, it's not really here tonight, is it? I mean, we're talking about prospects. We're talking about a dominant champion that should easily retain. We're talking about Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush, winner, should get the next title shot. But, you know, the casuals will just wait for that title match, won't they? They won't be too bothered about seeing who wins this to get the title shot. So, yeah, as I said, you know, it's probably lacking a little bit, but more than enough if you're a fan of MMA. More than enough. Do you think Nunes retires, wins or loses, said Chris? I don't think so. I know she's got a second kid coming, and obviously you don't know how that's going to affect things. You can definitely make the argument of like, what is there left to prove? What is there for her to achieve? But I genuinely think she was made for this, and that's what she said at the press conference. She was made for this. This is what she's meant to do. This is what she is, you know, born to do. Like, she doesn't know how to do anything else. I don't know that the prospect of retiring, I don't know that that's something that massively appeals to her right now. But of course, kids can change everything, and there's a second kid on the way. That's going to be even more work to do around the house and home, and you know, you could easily just dedicate your life to bringing up your kids. So I don't know. I feel like I think she'll go on a little longer after this. I don't think this will be the end. I think I could see her just going a little longer, but yeah, who knows, man? I mean, that's certainly when that second kid arrives, then, you know, again, perspectives could change, things could change. But just judging by how she was at the press conference and what she was saying at the press conference, she was saying like, this is what she was born to do. This is who she is. They said, what keeps you motivated? And she said, the competition. The competition is just always improving. It's, you know, it's always there. I've got to stay on the edge. And she really was putting over Aldana, actually. She said Aldana was going to be a tougher fight than Pena. Because obviously Pena was meant to be the fight tonight. This was going to be the trilogy fight. That fell through. Aldana, it's not the best replacement, in my opinion. Like, I don't think that Aldana's got much of a chance. If you look at the odds, it's quite interesting because Aldana, I've got them written here. Aldana's been given, I think, a bit too much respect by the bookmakers. So they've actually got Amanda Nunes minus 345. They've got Aldana at plus 260. I mean, it ain't that wide, to be honest. In MMA terms, oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. Anyone that's minus 300 and something is a firm favorite. But we've seen that like much wider, much wider. I think the bookies have been stung in the past, certainly with the Pena fight. Now, I don't think they want to get stung again. So they are just erring on the side of caution with the opening odds. Money as well. I think people have been coming in, putting their money on Aldana, thinking, could we get another upset, you know? I missed the boat on Pena. Should I get on the boat this time with Aldana? And so, you know, we're coming in with it being closer than I think it should be. I don't know. Maybe that means you could make a bit of money on Nunes tonight. Maybe you could make a bit of money on Nunes. I mean, it's a bit strange to say, could you make some money on someone that's minus 345? But I don't think it would be unfair to say that Nunes could, maybe even should be minus 500, 550, around that kind of ballpark. So that looks a little bit light to me, the Nunes odds. The other thing as well, Charles Oliveira coming in as an underdog. It's pretty wild, isn't it? Charles Oliveira at plus 130. This is the guy that was on a, 9-fight win streak? Was an absolute monster. And then he goes up against Islam Makhachev, who's just one of the best fighters we've ever seen. Fell short. Still still battled away, but fell short. And now he's washed? He's done, is he? He's not the fighter he was because of that one loss against Islam. I've got Oliveira winning that. I think it's a bit crazy that the former champ that was so dominant and put in some fantastic performances, the guy that's got more submission wins in the history of UFC than anyone else, he's only 33, is the younger fighter as well. Beneil Dariush is older. So you can't even put age against him. And Dariush has had plenty of fights. Maybe you could say Charles Oliveira's had more fights, took a bit more damage than what Dariush has. But wow, people are really on the Beneil Dariush hype train here. And he actually at the moment is minus 150 favorite. He's a great fighter. He's absolutely got a chance of winning. But so is Charles Oliveira. I don't think anyone would say Charles Oliveira's got no chance. He's done. He's buried. He ain't gonna win. I feel like that is a really close fight, and Charles Oliveira's got the experience to get it over the line. He comes in as an underdog. Just seems a bit crazy to me. So yeah, I'm really interested. For example, on Topology, 53% of people have gone with Dariush. 47% of people have gone with Charles Oliveira. That's how close it is on Topology with the people selecting. 53 to 47. So, do you know what I mean? 47% for Oliveira. I don't think the odds are as close as what Topology think it is. So that's maybe one to have a little look at as well. I feel good about Malott. I would probably take Oliveira as the underdog. I really like those odds. And, of course, got Amanda Nunes winning. I think it was a slip against Pena. I think she got caught in a firefight. I think she was just, it's been so long since she lost. I think that she wanted to show that she was capable of winning on the feet, winning on the ground, winning wherever, wanted to show how dominant she was. She got caught in a firefight and she came out second best on the feet to Pena. It's as simple as that. If she'd have backed away and not engaged in that firefight, she wouldn't have got smashed around and took as much damage as she did. And the fight might have ended up going very differently. I just think it was really, really bad fight IQ from Amanda Nunes, which, is a concern. But I think she's learned from it. I think she looks so much better in that rematch. And I think she is hopefully in a much better place now. So let's see. Charles was rocked by every opponent when he was champ. Dariush takes a lot of time off, is on another level right now, said GS Dub Brandon. Impact barely fails with these pay-per-views, says James. Rooting for Aldana, but I don't think she'll beat Nunes. She's going to get outworked. Christopher said, the supercomputer is tipping my team Birmingham for relegation, and the last few years had to prove them wrong. Hopefully going to challenge for the top half of the table. Where are we? We've got 19 minutes to go. And we are going to be covering the early prelims. First fight coming up. I don't know if I've got I should have the stats for the first fight. So, first fight coming up is going to be Belbita taking on... Oh, hello. Oh, hopefully that'll move. It won't let me scroll down anymore. That's as far down as it'll let me go, so that's not great. But I've got the information here. Belbita, 6.43 significant strikes per minute. And Maria Oliveira, 5.27. So these two like to throw, which could be fun. I do think that this first one could go the distance, though. I'll put it back up here for now. Yeah, I do think this first fight could go the distance. As we said, only 11 fights tonight, so not loads. It's actually a really comfortable sized card. Sometimes I find when you've got 14 fights, it's just bah, 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 and it's hard to know where to look and what to pay attention to because it's just go, 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 and there's no breathing room in between the fights. This has got 11 fights. I think that's a nice size. We shouldn't be burnt out by the time we actually get to the main event. So I think that's a win. Belbita is 1-3 in the UFC. She's got karate. She's got kickboxing. We haven't seen her for about 12 months. She's very physical. She doesn't sustain her offense very well, but as we've said, she's got good volume. Needs to avoid big strikes from Oliveira, and she needs to look to land leg kicks. Both of these women are the same age. Topology has got Oliveira 68% winning and 32% for Belbita. Oliveira, 1-2 in the UFC. She scraps on the feet. She lost on Contender Series to Marina Rodriguez. There's no shame in that. She's very vicious. She's technical. I reckon better on the feet as well. Volume, as we said. Grappling and cardio is a bit questionable, though. She's long and lanky. She can struggle with grapplers and struggle when pressured as well. She has not been, or neither of them actually have been that impressive in the UFC. Both are going to look to keep this on the feet. And the loser might find themselves getting released because Belbita is 1-3 in the UFC. If she loses here, she'll be 1-4. That is not a great place to be. And Maria Oliveira is 1-2. If she loses here, she'll be 1-3. Again, not a great place to be. Certainly would worry for Belbita if she was to lose this one. I think she does lose this one. People on Topology think she loses this one. And the odds have got her plus 115 underdog as well. So the odds makers, the people betting, they think she loses this one also. So really not looking good here for Belbita. I think it's going to be Oliveira. I think this first one, I think it's going to be quite close. I think it's going to be tense. I think both of these women need to get the victory. I can see it staying on the feet, and I think we've probably got likely decision written on this one. This is our first fight on the early prelims. If you want to watch it, it's going to be over on UFC Fight Pass. After that, we got David Dvorak taking on Steven Erceg. And that one could be interesting, actually, because Erceg's coming in as a short notice replacement. But UFC have wanted him for a while. UFC have been looking at him for a long time now. And they've tried to bring him in a few times and it's never panned out. But they've managed to get him now. The only thing I would say is he's taken on David Dvorak. David Dvorak is well-rounded. He's got 3 wins in the UFC, but he has lost twice as well. And I believe, I meant to double check this, I'm sure he's on a 2-fight losing streak. So actually, that might give Erceg a bit of a chance, a bit of a confidence boost. He's going in there against someone that's got wins in the UFC, but not recently. He's coming in as a short notice replacement. That means that Dvorak's not going to have had loads of time to prepare for Erceg. Erceg is also someone that the UFC have been looking at. And so this could be really interesting. So the first fight, I always like to try and find like something about the fights that just makes them that little more interesting when you're watching them. There's got to be a little something in there, you know? And I think for the first one, the fact the loser might get released, I think that's just interesting when you're watching the fight. It's just going to making his UFC debut. He's got good inside leg kicks. He's good on the ground as well. He is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He is hittable, though. Like, he's not perfect. He is hittable, but he does have good submissions. And, yeah, he's got a chance here. He's got a chance. I actually think this is closer than -275 to +235. I can tell you that Topology have got it 80% Dvorak, 20% Erceg. But I am very much interested to see if Erceg can rise to the challenge here. It's a very interesting, I believe. So, like, you know, it's going to be a challenge, but don't know, man. That's if I'm Erceg, I'm up for this. You know, this is his opportunity. So that's going to be our 2 early prelim fights. Audio muted. Audio is muted. Why was the audio muted? Shouldn't have been muted. Can't know why it was doing that. Little bit of a glitch. 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes to go. Maybe it's just a bit too loud. Perhaps I clipped or something. Maybe I'll just lower it a little bit so it doesn't clip as much. And then hopefully it should be okay. Right, lovely. There we go. So, yeah, we were just chatting away. We were just saying that, I don't know what people heard, but the first fight, someone could be on the verge of getting cut if they lose. Second fight, Erceg's got a great chance of picking up the victory. I don't know that he will. I've actually got Dvorak winning, but that is one that the UFC do like the look of him, and he could find himself picking up the dub. We are, as we said, getting closer all the time towards getting to these early prelims. They are on UFC Fight Pass. I think the actual prelims start on BT here in the UK an hour afterwards. So, and I don't know when it starts on ESPN or ESPN Plus. I'm guessing probably about the same. I think the early prelims tend to always be on UFC Fight Pass, and the prelims tend to be on ESPN Plus and BT Sports. So that'll be in just over an hour. And as we said, you know, hard to know what to expect tonight. It's going to be an interesting one. This is one that I think is a bit more for the casual fans, rather than like bringing in loads of eyes. Although, did you see the numbers for Ultimate Fighter? That wasn't good, was it? Ultimate Fighter numbers. I don't actually have them written down, but I'm sure it was around about 275,000 people tuned in to the Ultimate Fighter, which is low. Because last time Connor was a coach, they were getting about 600,000 people tuning into the Ultimate Fighter. This time it was 275,000. So I've even heard rumors, and they're nothing more than rumors, but I've even heard rumors that they might look to just scrap the Chandler-Connor fight if these ratings don't improve. There we go. That is a concern because I'm not actually touching anything. It's just literally just stopping. Oh, I don't like. That's interesting because, to my knowledge, that doesn't happen on the wrestling streams. So I wonder why it's happening here on these streams. I wonder what's affecting that. Don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on it. And it should be easy to resolve. I just have to seemingly just unplug it, plug it back in again. I wonder if that means this cable is breaking or something. I don't know. I wonder if I need a better cable. I will look into that. I don't know. This cable seems okay. I don't know. I will look into it. We can hear you now. Yeah, I've got a little thing at the bottom that shows, like, it's one of those bars that moves whenever you talk. And I just saw people going, "Oh, I can't hear you." And when I looked, it wasn't moving at all. So you are right. There was an issue, but unfortunately, I don't know what that issue was. But it seems like it's resolved now. So, yes, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you are just joining us, leave a like if you haven't already. I don't want to be banging on too much about that tonight, but obviously, every time we mention it, it always tends to get a little push. So leave a like if you haven't already. We always try to get as close to 1,000 as possible on these streams. I really am not sure that this is going to get anywhere near that. As I said, am very aware this is not the strongest of cards. But we'll do whatever we do. We'll try and see if we can get wherever we can get as we head towards that main event. And in all fairness, I mean, look, when Charles Oliveira and Beneil Dariush are walking out, that's going to be a lot of fun, man. That's going to be a big moment. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of people around for the co-main event, and then I'm sure they'll stick around for the main as well. I think as well, though, don't miss Mike Malott before, because he is the hometown hero, and that's going to be a fun fight. As we said, he is got 9 wins. All of them are finishes. And 2 of his UFC fights have both ended within the first round. And then before that, that's when we've got the Ige Landwehr fight as well. So that looks like it's going to be fun. In fact, this card, I mean, it might not stick around that long, because there's every chance we get a few quick finishes. And there's only 5 fights on that main card. I think they really have pushed a lot into International Fight Week, because obviously International Fight Week's coming up soon. And so I think a lot has been pushed into the cards in July. So UFC 290, that has got a lot going for it. So we got Bo Nickel on that card. He hasn't, he's only fought once, I believe, but there's so much hype and excitement around him. He's got to be one of the biggest prospects in all of UFC. So he's been pushed into that. We got Dan Hooker taking on Jalen Turner. We got Robert Whittaker, former champion, taking on Duplessis. We got Brandon Moreno, the champ, taking on Pantoja. So that's for the flyweight championship. Then we've got Alexander Volkanovski taking on Yair Rodriguez. So that's for the featherweight championship. So 2 championship fights. Former champion Robert Whittaker. And you've got Dan Hooker. And you've got Bo Nickel on there as well. Robbie Lawler's on that card. You've got Brady on that card. Alonzo Menafields. And there's a few interesting looking fight nights coming up before that as well. You've got like Vittori against Cannonier, which looks really fun. And Sean Strickland's going to be in action before UFC 290 as well. So there's plenty of big fights on the way. Plenty of big fights on the way. And it just seems like they're not part of UFC 289, or they've just kind of kept them a little bit away from UFC 289. But as we said, I think there's enough here for us to get our teeth into. Right, 4 minutes to go. Don't forget, you can play along on Topology. If you want to join the Topology game, then go over there, fire in your predictions, look for Pick'em groups, click on Join Groups, Pick'em groups, and then look for Wrestling Days League. I think that's what it is, Wrestling Days League. And just click Join, and then I will go in and accept people. Once the show actually starts, you can't make picks, and I'd guess it'd be closed by now as well anyway. But if you want to join the group, you can join the group at any point, and I can accept you throughout the evening. So that is going to be rumbling along in the background as well. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you, said, who returns first, Connor or John Jones? It's a good question, actually, because, I mean, John Jones said that he wanted to fight again this year. I actually haven't heard when we're doing his fight with Stipe. So I don't know where we are with that, but I would hazard a guess that would be later this year. And, you know, they haven't announced the Conor fight with Chandler. I think I feel like the Conor Chandler fight would likely come first because, you know, you don't want to do the Ultimate Fighter and build up this fight between these two and then wait ages till you actually do the fight. Ideally, you want to capitalize on basically all the press. This is like a TV show just to hype up that fight. So you don't really want to drag that out too long. But as I said, I mean, the ratings have not been great. And if they continue to not be great, then you could potentially be looking at that fight being scrapped and Conor going in a different direction. Well, if that happens, then that's going to delay things. And then Conor, you know, you might be looking at next year for Conor. So, I don't know. UFC are definitely going to want to get a Conor fight in this year. They're going to do whatever they can to get a Conor fight going. Equally, I think they're desperately going to try and get John Jones and Stipe. So I actually think that's a really interesting question as to who fights first. I feel like right now I would be leaning Conor and Chandler. I'd be leaning Conor and Chandler. But I think that could change very quickly, very easily. I just don't think you want to go through this Ultimate Fighter and then wait ages and ages to do the the showdown fight. Because I don't think this fight has got, I mean, like, it's not for a title. And Chandler is someone he's a good, you know, fighter, but we've seen him lose plenty of fights. So, I don't know. I don't think, if it was for a belt, I think, like, the Conor fans would turn out to see if he can do it one more time. But, you know, it's not, is it? It's against Chandler, who's a good fighter. And even if Conor wins, I don't know, it'd be a good win for him. And you could make the argument it would then set him up for something. But, I mean, even if he beats Chandler, does he get anywhere near a title? I don't think he does. I think if you're gonna put Conor in a title fight, I think you've just got to do it. I think you've just got to sort of do it. I don't know. I don't know what we do with him. I wouldn't mind Leon Edwards against Conor, to be honest. And I know there'll be a lot of purists out there saying he hasn't earned it. He hasn't won a fight in however long. But, I mean, it's Conor. And he will bring eyes onto the product. He's a legit fighter. It's not like a disgrace or anything like this. He's someone that you could put in a title match and it will be a massive show, massive pay-per-view. And these little bumps, these little like moments that raise the profile of MMA, that's just good for everyone in MMA. You know, if you're fighting on that card, that's great for you because there's going to be so many people tuning in to watch that show. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. I think if you're a legend like that and you've achieved what he's achieved, which is more than anyone else in UFC when it comes to pay-per-view buys, I think you are afforded a bit of privilege. So, yeah, I don't mind it. But there'll be plenty of people that will disagree and say that's not the way we should go. But I don't know, man. Him against Chandler, what do we achieve? What do we achieve with that? So I'm going to say John Jones Stipe. Well, I'm going to say it should be Conor against Chandler, but John Jones Stipe does stand a really good chance of happening before that because, as we said, the ratings have not been brilliant. Conor is a cash cow. He's not a champion, said Faces of J. 68 degrees here and sunny, said AB Jobson. Right, we are starting with the early here we go. We just had a video package, but we are starting with it now. So we are getting underway. Yeah, I do agree. Conor is a cash cow. But I think even the champions want that fight. I mean, Leon Edwards would love that fight because that is just such a payday. Okay, here we go. We are in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. First time back, as I said, I think since 2019. Certainly, we've not been back in Canada Looks amazing. We haven't been back in Canada since the lockdown. Pre-pandemic, yes. It's the 6th time that we've been to Vancouver. So we are inside the arena. It's just great to not be in the Apex. Right now, Amanda Nunes is minus 330 with the live odds. And Irene Aldana is plus 275. Early prelims, as we said, will be coming up very, very soon. This is going to be Belbita taking on Oliveira. There we go. Okay, Paul Felder and Daniel Cormier are on the call for this one. Unbelievable co-main, says Felder. Daniel Cormier said, this show feels like a throwback because the fans are waiting at the hotel. And there's so much excitement. And in all fairness, that did show at the press conference. Okay, so 32 events in Canada. This is the 6th to come out of Vancouver. There's been 7 in Montreal. 22nd title fight in Canada. 16 Canadian fighters on the roster. 10 Canadians have fought for a so yeah, and as we said, you know, these fans seem like they are well up for it as well, so exciting. The GOAT is going to have her hands full tonight, says AB Jobson. Right, we are heading towards the start of this one. They're just running down the main card at the moment. Muted. Yes, it looks like it's going to keep doing that. I honestly don't know if it's a fault with the software, like OBS. I mean, I don't think it is because, I mean, it hasn't been. It's been fine for like all the wrestling and everything. So I don't know if it's a fault with that or if it's a fault with this cable. But again, we haven't been having any issues with the wrestling. So, don't know. I'm just going to have to ride with it. If it does get muted momentarily, then it should be back straight away. But we are running down our first fight. And as we said, our first fight, we have already broke it down, but we can break it down again. If you are watching and you've not left a like, hit the like. It's greatly appreciated. So Belbita is 14-7 overall, 1-3 in the UFC. She's got karate and kickboxing. She has not been seen for about 12 months. She's very physical. She doesn't sustain her offense very well. She needs to try and avoid the big strikes and land leg kicks. And she's 26 years old. Oliveira is also 26 years old. Oliveira 1-2 in the UFC. She scraps on the feet. She's a striker. She lost on Contender Series to Marina Rodriguez. She's vicious. She's technically better on the feet. She's got good volume. Both have got good volume. She's got grappling and cardio questions, though. long, lanky. She struggles with grapplers. She struggles when she's pressured. Neither have been that impressive. And as we said before, the loser here could really find themselves on the way out the door. Maria Oliveira, 13-6. She's got a 68% chance of winning, according to Topology. Belbita, 32% chance, according to the fans on Topology. I think this is going to be close. I think we're looking at a decision, but I am leaning to Maria Oliveira. So Oliveira has made her way down. So she's made her way down to the octagon. She's just taken on some water and putting her mouthpiece in, and we'll be getting her inside the cage. Then we're just going to wait for Belbita. I need to get your approval for the Topology group, says Sergeant Sugar. No worries. I can do that. Whilst we're just waiting for Belbita to make her way down. Oliveira, 7 wins by knockout. 6 first-round finishes for her. So 7 wins by... I'm going to jot that down, actually. 7 wins by knockout. And 6 first-round finishes. Angels and Fight strawweight champion. Okay, and she steps inside the octagon. Sergeant Sugar, you have been accepted, buds. Thank you. Tell you what, nice little roar for her as she steps inside the cage, you know. Nice little reaction for her as she got in there. She was kind of running around going, Crowd are fired up for this, and we're only getting to our first fight on the early prelims. Here's Belbita. Nice reaction for her also. There's a few Canadian fighters on this card. They're going to get a great response. Belbita fights out of Romania. She's one of 3 Romanians in UFC history. And she looks very cool, calm, collected as she dances her way down to the octagon. Maria Oliveira is quick. They're just saying that Belbita has got some good aggressive grappling. If she does utilize that, that could cause Oliveira some big trouble. Oliveira does not do great against grapplers. So she has finished 4 of 5 wins. She's a WAKO World Kickboxing Champion. She's got 6 wins by knockout, 4 by submission. And as we said, neither of these women have really set the UFC alight. So both of these women could really do with a victory. But not the best pay-per-view, said John. Not the best pay-per-view. So Belbita to win by knockout plus 600. Belbita to win by decision plus 130. And inside the cage she goes. So a nice cheer from the Canadian fans, who I think are just really grateful to have some UFC back in their country. Right, we should be underway with this one. Expect this to be high volume. Belbita. Got the tail of the tape. Oliveira with a 1-inch reach advantage. And height-wise, Belbita comes in just that little bit taller. It's Belbita that is looks like it swung a little bit, you know. About 48 hours ago, Oliveira was the favorite. Looks like Belbita might be coming in as the favorite now. It's really not much in this. Not much in this at all between these two. Dave, speaking of Canadians, Sunny has put in her predictions. Excellent. Okay, Bruce Buffer doing the intros. for Oliveira. She is a plus 115 underdog. When I looked the other day, she was a minus 135 favorite. That was around about 48 hours ago. So it seems like money has been coming in on Belbita. She's fired up for it, though. The fans are fired up for it. Obviously, still plenty of empty seats as people are making their way inside the arena. Belbita minus 135. I had her at plus 115. Fighting out of Stony Creek, Canada. So, an adopted hometown girl. Right, here we go. First fight about to get underway. Big shout out to everyone that's left a like. I can see we're at 150 already, which doesn't strike me as too bad for this part of the show. So keep on firing in those likes if you haven't already. We're about to get underway with our first fight. Here we go. Everyone's ready. Everyone's more than ready. And both women come out and we are underway. Both women going straight into the center. And already we've got shots being thrown. Quite a few things missing, but it's going to be a nightmare, man, for the judges to try and keep an eye on exactly what's landing here. Because these two, overhand right coming in there by Belbita, but... Again, she's kind of spamming that, and then she throws a left hook shot as well. She really likes to throw that combo over with the right and then left hook. Coming in, again, going for that overhand right. Inside leg kick there by Belbita. Another shot coming in. None of these shots are really designed to, like, put the opponent away. But obviously, if you're going to land consistently, it's going to wear your opponent down. Knee strike coming in there by Oliveira. Oliveira standing the ground in the center. Belbita with a outside leg kick. I mean, we have been going for just over a minute, and you can see it's already 16-12 according to these unofficial numbers for Oliveira. Jab coming in there by Belbita. And Oliveira just backing up a little bit as a head kick comes in from Belbita. Oliveira going backwards, outside leg kick there by Belbita. Oliveira trying to get out of the way. Couple of shots coming back. Knee to the midsection by Oliveira. Oliveira again just standing and looking as Belbita is edging forwards. Oliveira, though, she's drawn a line in the sand and she's not backing up too much. Kick coming into the midsection. We're not even 2 minutes into this fight yet. Couple of strikes upstairs, straight down the middle by Belbita. Outside leg kick as well. Couple of shots coming back here by Oliveira. Takedown. Takedown, Oliveira on top of Belbita. So Oliveira on top. And she needs to just be careful here because it did look like Belbita was looking for a triangle. Right now she's throwing in a few elbows. No joy at the moment, though, as Oliveira staying cool, calm, collected. It's coming in there by Oliveira. And shot coming into the side of the head. Right now, she's keeping Belbita down on her back. Oliveira on top. So she's picking up control time, but we know that control time doesn't mean anything unless you cause damage. And right now, you got to say that Belbita's doing a good job off her back. She's not allowing Oliveira to really stamp her authority on this fight. So right now, Belbita on her back, just throwing in some elbows from bottom. And she's making things really uncomfortable here for Oliveira. Belbita is back against the cage. Kicks coming in there by Belbita. Is that heel hook that she's got? Ankle lock applied by Oliveira. But Belbita breaks out of there. Belbita's the one that's on top of Oliveira right now. It's been a really fun first round, this has. It's been a really fun first round. Shots coming into the side of the body by Belbita. So she's on top of Oliveira. Oliveira can't stop these strikes coming in at the moment. And Both fighters getting up to their feet. Knee strike coming in there by Belbita. Oliveira has got Belbita pinned up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming back there by Belbita. And these two break apart. We've got Oliveira in the center. And we've got Belbita edging forward. Jab coming in straight down the middle there by Belbita. Outside leg kick there by Belbita as well. Another kick coming in by Oliveira. So we're back on the feet and we're scrapping again. We got 40-odd seconds left of this round. 33 significant strikes to 29. Oliveira with 1 minute 20 to 22 seconds. 30 seconds left to go. Oh, that is a lovely left hand by Belbita. That was really nice. So some really good striking exchanges right now. They're doing, it's a fun fight, man. It's a fun fight. These two are really going at each other. Neither fighter taking that backward step at the moment. 10 seconds left to go here. 10 seconds left to go. Really close on the striking according to the unofficial numbers. I mean, I really think you could go either way on that round. That's a really fun round. That's a really fun round. We've got 36 significant strikes to 35. 36 to 35 in one round. We got the takedown for Oliveira. Does that just give it to her? She has got more volume, but she didn't land with as much. Her accuracy was nowhere near as good. She threw 96 significant strikes compared to 89. She landed 36 compared to 35. So her accuracy is not as good, but the volume was there for significant strikes. Total strikes, which can include just those little shots when you're down on the ground. One more for Belbita, apparently. I mean, there's no way the judges are going to have an idea with the numbers that close as to who dominated the striking there. Because, to be honest, no one dominated the striking. Who do you think won that one? AB Jobson says Oliveira 1-0. Belbita is bringing the heat. 3 Pump said they are tough. So, yeah, right now we are in a very interesting, cagey little fight. We're about to get underway with round number 2. Outside leg kick coming in by Belbita. Oliveira backing up a little bit as Belbita really puts these combos together. Couple of shots up with outside leg kicks, but a takedown by Oliveira. Oliveira managing to get Belbita down on the ground. This could be big. This could be big because I don't think there's any way of really knowing who took that first round. Throwing down some shots. She's on top of Belbita at the moment. As we said, again, the takedowns are good, but control time doesn't mean anything unless you do something with it. Hammer fist coming in there by Belbita. She's on her back. She's working away. Elbow again there by Belbita. Oliveira is just sitting in the guard at the moment. Another elbow coming in there by Belbita. Belbita on her back at the moment. She's done really well off her back. She's constantly working and not allowing Oliveira to just dominate this fight. But right now, Belbita trying to get over to the side of the cage. She's managed to get to like a seated position. She's getting back up to her feet. Oliveira all over her at the moment. They are both on the feet. They're in the clinch. And Oliveira still getting that control time. Belbita up against the side of the cage. Throwing in a few shots at the moment. But just little taps, really. Nothing significant. But right now, she's being held up against the side of the cage. Another shot coming in by Belbita as Oliveira keeps her in position. Oliveira's really got to do something here because really, even though she's getting the control time, it's Belbita that's working harder and actually landing the shots more. And for me, Belbita is the one that I think is edging this round, even though Oliveira is the one that's getting all the control time. And that is reflected in the live odds, which have literally just popped up on screen. Belbita minus 250, Oliveira plus 200. So right now, Belbita, according to the live odds, and we are past the halfway point, is winning this fight according to the live odds. You can never really judge the live odds, though, because the live odds have been wrong plenty of times. I would say they run at about 50-50 as to whether they're right or wrong. But right now, they are with Belbita. But I quite like the look of Belbita in this round. She's throwing in some knee strikes, and actually that's reflected in total strikes. Look at that now. 90 total strikes to 56. That was really close at the end of the last round. Really close, but not close anymore. 90 to 56, and we're seeing significant strikes as well. Little gap opening up there. Knee strike coming in by Belbita. She's in control. She's got Oliveira up against the side of the cage. Belbita doing really good work here. So she has been controlled. She has been dominated, but she's the one that's been doing the work. She's the one that has been actually throwing in those shots, making Oliveira work. Lovely knee to the midsection there by Belbita. We know that Oliveira's cardio is not brilliant, and I think that's starting to show here, to be honest. I think that cardio is going to be a real problem for Oliveira. Oliveira could start to fade. Referee comes in, separates both women, and we are back underway with Belbita throwing a big overhand. And we've got Oliveira backing up, jab coming in there by Belbita. Overhand comes in there by Belbita as well. She's coming forwards, swinging away. Right now, she is landing 45% of her significant strikes compared to 36% of Oliveira's. She's driven Oliveira back against the side of the cage. She's Muay Thai grabbed her. She had the Muay Thai clinch. Knee strike coming into the body. Belbita, man, for me, all day long for this round. All day long. And there's people that gave her the first round as well. Takedown by Belbita. Takedown by Belbita. She looked really good doing it as well. She grabbed a hold of her, just twisted around, managed to get Oliveira down. And I think we could be seeing Oliveira gassing out here. We could be seeing Oliveira gassing out. Belbita looking really good. Couple of seconds left to go in this round. End of the round. That's a Belbita round for me. J-Fed said Oliveira doesn't belong in the UFC. Not fighting like this. Do you know what? I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think that this is a really disappointing performance from her. She was 1 and 2 in the UFC anyway, but I think that first round's really close. But I think this is where her cardio is failing her now. The cardio is really starting to fail. Oliveira, she looks tired in there. She looks tired. She looks like she can't keep up with the pace. Belbita, doesn't matter if she's in control, doesn't matter if she's being controlled. She's constantly throwing, constantly working. 104 total strikes to 66. 127 significant strikes have been thrown by her. In all fairness, Oliveira's thrown 131 significant strikes, so gotta give her props on the significant strike front. But certainly Belbita looking the busier. Seemingly working the harder, and that is showing on the shots landing for total strikes. And significant strikes. I mean, she is now ahead by 12, actually. Round number 3, here we go. Round number 3, both women coming out into the center. Jab coming in there by Belbita. Oh, my God. She is just absolute But right now, her hands are looking quite heavy. She's getting tagged. Belbita just circling around on the outside. We got 1 minute 50 left on the clock. And Oliveira again. Outside leg kick there by Belbita. And jab coming in by Belbita with the left hand. Again, just constantly working, constantly throwing. Right now, that gap, 98 significant strikes to 99 to 69. 99 to 69 is where we are with significant strikes. Outside leg kick coming in there by Belbita. A big knee strike coming in there by Oliveira. So, that was a big knee strike by Oliveira. That was huge. That was a big knee strike. Oliveira's just really getting some success with these knees. So, throwing these knees in, and she managed to clip Belbita on the chin with the knees. She's just spamming the knees now. I feel like I'm playing the UFC video game, and it feels like something worked, and now she just keeps going back to it. And now she's just like spamming the button, the knee button. Bang, 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 bang. There's just been a sequence there for about 30 odd seconds where she's just constantly throwing these knees because she got some success with it. And she found a little opening, but it's not showing itself anymore now. So 107 to 81 significant strikes. That's where we are. Inside leg kick by Oliveira. Knee strike again coming in by Oliveira. Little right hand there by Oliveira as well, but too much damage has been done. Total strikes 155 to 104. Significant strikes 109 to 85. Fight has come to an end. Oliveira puts her hand up. I can only imagine out of joy for making it to the end of the fight. But that has got to be Belbita all day, every day. A.B. Jobson said she needs a miracle. She does need a miracle. But she does need a miracle. It's been a fun little fight, that one. Really fun little fight. So there we go. Should be a win for Oliveira in our opening contest in these early prelims. But we'll have to wait and see. You never know how the judges are going to go. But Belbita is someone that trains out of Canada. So if there is to be a little bit of Canadian bias, then it'll be Belbita that benefits from that anyway. That's going to be our next fight. Dvorak against Erceg. But we just need to wait for the result on this one first. So there we go. Right. Good fight. If you are joining us, enjoying the action, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We always try to get to about 1,000 likes. We're doing much better than I thought. We're at 176. So we're almost 20% there. We're actually 17.6% there. But if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to move forward towards that main card. They're just breaking down significant strikes by rounds, and it was 36-35 to Oliveira in the first round, 24-11 to Belbita in the second round, 50-38 in the third round. Here we go. 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. Unanimous decision. Diana Belbita wins it. 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. She deserves it as well. Here's Cormier. How good does it feel to get that reception in your adopted home? She said, I love these kind of fights. I love fighting opponents that can give you some trouble. But listen, if you're having trouble against Oliveira, then you really are having problems. In all fairness, she needed that win because she was only 1-3. She really needed that. That gives her a win, which might just give her some breathing space now in the UFC. Might just give her some breathing space. I'm a casual, but I'm going to give UFC a chance tonight, said JB. I'm hoping for a good show. How are they scoring it on the scorecard for both women? Well, 2 judges gave the first round to Belbita. One of the judges gave the first round to Oliveira, but all the judges gave rounds 2 and rounds 3 to Belbita. So Belbita gets it by unanimous decision. I think it's the right result. Unanimous decision victory for Belbita. And right now, she's just talking about her corners. That should be easy. 30-27. Deanna looks solid tonight. So glad to see her in the win column, said Robbie Glover. A miracle. There's a big difference between corrupt judging and a miracle. Mark said, I knew this one would be good from the face-off, or at least I thought so. Rocky Balbita says, what a dog. What a dog. Shout out to you. That's good. Right. That is our first fight done. First fight done. And as we said, I think that's, sometimes you can have fighters that really stand off each other and it's quite cagey and the output's really low. And by the end of the first round, you've got like 6 significant strikes to 4 and stuff like that. Thankfully, that wasn't that fight. And we had plenty of action, plenty to watch, plenty to enjoy. The fight was going to the ground, getting back up, standing, clinching. There wasn't really much in the way of groundwork, but as a fun opener, I thought that was fine. We're going over to our next fight now. This is David Dvorak taking on Steven Erceg. So Dvorak is 3-2 in the UFC. He's lost 2 in a row, I believe. He's well-rounded. He's physical. He's tough. He's aggressive. He's got tight boxing stance. He's got really good durability. Heart. He's got a really good left hook as well. He's got a lot going for him. He's minus 275 favorite, but he is taking on someone very interesting because Steven Erceg is making his UFC debut. He's a short notice replacement. He wasn't meant to be in this fight. And he is someone the UFC have been trying to bring in for a while. Now, what makes this interesting is that he could pick up the victory here. Erceg is not fancied by the people placing bets. He is a plus 235 underdog. But the fact he's a short notice replacement, the fact that the UFC like the look of this guy and have been trying to bring him in anyway, the fact that he's good on the ground, he's got big, powerful takedowns, he's got good submissions, he's got a good inside leg kick, he is hittable. That is a problem. But he has got a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And this is someone that if he can go through the fire and get this down to the ground, he could get some success here. So this is a tricky one because I do think that David Dvorak is favorite and rightfully so, but this could be an upset. This could be an upset. Steven Erceg's on an 8-fight win streak, which, as we know, doesn't mean a great deal outside of the UFC. Like, really, you need to be on an 8-fight win streak in the UFC. So the level of competition is obviously going to be quite low. But even so, he's coming in with plenty of confidence, plenty of momentum. And as we said, this is someone the UFC's been looking at for a little while. It's in the flyweight division, this one. Always know the flyweights bring it. Flyweights are always entertaining. So David Dvorak, 20 wins, 5 losses. Steven Erceg, 9 wins, 1 loss. Erceg's made his way inside the cage. Here comes David Dvorak. So David Dvorak making his way down. Belbita won by decision. She did. Christopher, shout out to you. Who you got in the Oliveira fight, says Barry B. Buzzing. It's a cool name. I've got Oliveira. I know Beneil Dariush is a wonderful player, a fantastic player, fantastic fighter, but I I just think Charles Oliveira's got that experience. I just think that he is coming off a loss, but that loss is to Islam Makhachev, which I really don't think there's any shame in losing to Islam Makhachev. So I don't know. Is he going to lose that coming here and like lose to Beneil Dariush? Are we seeing the start of a decline? I don't know. I think the fight with Islam was always going to be close, and he ended up losing it. So I just think this is the guy that's got the most submission wins in UFC. He's the guy that was on one hell of a run in the UFC as well. Beneil Dariush has been looking really good, though. He's been looking really good, but this is a big test for Beneil Dariush. He's taking on the former champ here. This is you know, as close to the title as you can get without fighting for it. So it's going to be a big fight. So it's going to be a really interesting fight. It's a really close fight. Beneil Dariush absolutely can win. Absolutely can win. But I am looking at Charles Oliveira. I think we can be guilty in MMA of writing people off really quickly when they lose a fight. And that fight he lost was against Islam Makhachev. And I know people will say, like, yeah, but he gets rocked in his other fights. Like, he always has to come through the fire. Yeah, but he comes through it, you know? He comes through it. He always finds a way through it. He didn't against Islam, but that was Islam. So, I don't know. I can't write him off just because he lost to Islam Makhachev. And I just think someone the caliber of Charles Oliveira coming into a fight and he's the underdog and you can get plus money on him. Like, oh. That's really tempting. Really tempting. So I'm leaning that way, but certainly it's not like a lock or anything like that. It's just, you know, Charles Oliveira at plus money. Thank you. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with our second fight of the evening. Flyweight division. Dvorak against Erceg. And we should be going over to BT soon for the prelims, which is a bit better because these are just slightly delayed over the internet. Only like 15 seconds or whatever, but... Right, we are up and running. Here we go. So we've got these two going right into the center. And this one might be just a little more calculated. Erceg in green, Dvorak in black. Dvorak is ranked 10th. In the flyweight division. Dvorak bouncing around on the outside. Erceg edging forwards. And Erceg just having a little look at the moment. As he's throwing out a couple of jabs. Keep your eyes peeled for Stephen Erceg. One of the best talents in Australia for a long time. Finally getting his shots. Head kick coming in there by Erceg. Erceg edging forwards. We got Dvorak being pressured here. Erceg doing a really good job of driving Dvorak back a little bit. Hook shot comes in there by Erceg. Dvorak just bouncing around on the outside. Low kick coming in there by Erceg as well. And Dvorak trying to find a way forward. A couple of jabs coming in there by Dvorak. Erceg again in the center. Hook shot coming in. Heavy collision between these two. Outside leg kick there by Erceg. Erceg again, just having a little look. Jab coming in by Erceg. Right now, very, very close. But Erceg's the ones that is standing his ground in the center. Erceg looks very composed. He really looks like he belongs in this cage. He's staying very cool, calm, collected, very focused. Outside leg kick there by Erceg. Dvorak, again, just having a little look, taking a step back. Lots of hook shot. Oh, nice counter coming in there by Erceg. That was good. That was good. We're seeing Dvorak. Blocked Dvorak on the outside, again, continuing to circle round. Right now, it's 9-6 for Dvorak. So he's got a little gap that's opened up. Jab coming in there by Erceg. Knee coming into the midsection. Shot coming in by Dvorak. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Dvorak. Erceg with an outside leg kick. So Dvorak trying to find a way forwards. Oh, lovely shot to the side of the head by Dvorak as well. We've got some really nice skill on display here by both guys. Dvorak again having a little look. Low kick coming in by Erceg. That's a lovely right hand, but couldn't quite land it by Dvorak. Erceg again standing his ground in the center. Dvorak showing off good lateral movement. Circling round on the outsides as Erceg continues to edge forwards. Dvorak again, just circling round, trying to find a better position. He goes crashing back against the cage momentarily, though. Getting backed up a little bit too much. Outside leg kick there by Erceg. Another outside leg kick comes back by Dvorak. And Dvorak in the center. Erceg edging forwards. It's 14 significant strikes to 11. It's 6 leg kicks to 5. It's Dvorak that's just slightly ahead. Dvorak is just slightly ahead. He's certainly the one that's working harder. He's constantly moving around, constantly feinting, lots of head movement. Trying to step in forward as Erceg takes a step back. Inside leg kick there by Dvorak. Erceg, couple of jabs coming in by him. Dvorak stepping over to the sides. Oh, cracks him with a beautiful left hook shot. That was great by Dvorak. Dvorak again. Hand speed of Dvorak. So impressive. Really, really fast. Kick just misses there by Erceg. Erceg takes a step back. Outside leg kick by Erceg. Erceg trying to find a way forward. Edging forwards. Outside leg kick there by Dvorak. Erceg again. Just continuing to edge forwards. Kick coming in there by Dvorak. And he goes for a high kick, outside leg kick there by Dvorak. Erceg again putting the pressure on. And that's the end of the first round. Let me know in the chat, which way do you think that went? It's really close. There's only 5 significant strikes in it. I mean, there really isn't much in it. I think the eye test made it feel like Dvorak just edged it. But it is close. There's really not much in that. First round for Erceg for me, said Christopher. Right. That is... So Erceg just being spoken to at the moment. Trying to hear what they're saying to him. You're looking good right now, they're saying to him. You're looking good right now to Erceg. They're quite happy. Right, okay, we should be getting underway with round number 2. James, shout out to you. Okay, and we are back underway. So, Erceg standing his ground. In the center, right now, Dvorak minus 175, Erceg plus 140. Outside leg kick coming in there by Erceg. Oh, heavy in the pocket by Dvorak. Heavy in the pocket. Combat Press has got Dvorak up 10-9. Ryan Fredericks got 10-9 Dvorak in the first. Big right hand there by Dvorak. Erceg edging forwards. But really good work in the pocket by Dvorak. Obviously, UFC International Fight Week coming up very soon. UFC 290 as well. The Hall of Fame. Dvorak staying on the outside. We're not seeing loads of engagement at the moment. Jab coming in by Erceg. Dvorak on the outsides. He's having a little look. He's being very patient. Jab coming in there by Dvorak. And right hand just misses. Erceg continuing to put the pressure on. Jab coming in there by Erceg. Dvorak can't get into this round. He's really struggling a bit here. Jab coming in. Oh, counter shot coming back there by Dvorak. Erceg, again, his corner saying you've been doing really well. Inside leg kick there by Dvorak. Erceg again, just edging forwards. Dvorak constantly moving. Lovely little dig to the body there by Dvorak. That looked really good. Hook shot coming in there by Erceg. Dvorak again just backing up a little bit as Erceg continues to move forward. Outside leg kick there by Erceg. Erceg again putting the pressure on. Kick to the midsection and Dvorak catches the leg. I feel like the pace of the fight has just slowed a little bit compared to the first, but we're still seeing activity. Dvorak, though, seems to be hanging on the outside a little bit more. Erceg again putting that pressure on. Kick coming into the midsection. Outside leg kick there by Dvorak. And Erceg edging forwards. Couple of shots coming in. It feels like right now another round for Dvorak. He tries for a takedown. Good takedown defense by Dvorak. Erceg going for that takedown. Couldn't quite get it. But we're right back in the center. Back on the feet. Shot coming into the body there by Erceg. Dvorak again on the outside. Jab coming in. June 17th. Vettori against Cannonier. We got, oh, that's a lovely right hand by Erceg. He rocked Dvorak. Erceg just rocked Dvorak and a head kick. Head kick just clipped him. He's got a guillotine. It's big for Erceg. He's managed to grab Dvorak. He's got that guillotine in. I think Dvorak should be able to get his head out. Looks like it's tight. It's really tight. It's really tight. He can't get his head out. I thought he would, but he can't get his head out. Dvorak. Trouble. Dvorak. Trying to get his head out. He's really trying. It looks like it is coming. But he has took some punishment here. He got clipped. There was a head kick. And he's got his head out. He's got his head out. Dvorak having to work so hard. He was in big trouble. All kinds of trouble. Right now he's on top of Erceg. Erceg on his back. Is that going to be enough to give Erceg this round? It's a big moment. He had him rocked. It was easily a Dvorak round, though. Dvorak, though, throwing in some heavy shots right at the end. And Erceg throws some shots back. There's blood. There's blood coming down the face of Dvorak. And we know what damage means. The judges love damage. They love damage. Wow. He popped it out. He popped it out. It was crazy. It was crazy. So out of nowhere, it just gets, he gets clipped, he gets caught. There's the head kick as well. And then he just goes for the guillotine. Really fun. Crowd responding. Crowd was so fired up. There he is. He gets caught. He gets rocked. Head kick. Just, to be honest, I don't think the head kick does a great deal other than just throw Dvorak off balance. And then you can see that guillotine that's in, and it's in quite tight, actually. Third round coming up. This fight, really fun. Even though large parts of that second round were a little bit flat. Fun. Still fun. Still fun. Certainly when we're getting the drama like we just did in the last part of that round. Here we go then. Round number 3. It is heating up. And I tell you, when we go to the judges, it'll be interesting because it feels like that second round was Dvorak, but you can't take away the fact that he dropped him and he managed to get that tight guillotine and he's busted his nose. Damage means a lot in UFC. Damage means a lot. Bilal Muhammad said, man, this kid is good. Robbie Fox said, Astro Boy versus Undertaker is just as awesome as it sounds. Swing and a miss there by Dvorak. Dvorak knows that he can be rocked now. Astro Boy belongs, says Nico Price, win or lose. So people are very impressed with Erceg here. Right now, Dvorak minus 130, Erceg plus 100. So minus 130 to plus 100. Both fighters in the center at the moment. Jab coming in there by Erceg. Dvorak again having a little look. He's still very jittery, constantly moving around here, Dvorak. Erceg just trying to land something significant again like he did. Looking for a takedown. He's managed to get the back. Erceg's took the back. Erceg's took the back. Cure it though. They're both back up on their feet. Knee to the midsection by Erceg. Don't forget, this is someone from the outside of UFC making their UFC debut, taking on the number 10 ranked flyweight. The number 10 ranked flyweight. Erceg definitely belongs. He gets driven back against the side of the cage. Dvorak driving Erceg against the cage. Dvorak needs to just take the sting out of this fight. Knee strike coming in there by Dvorak. Right now, the live odds have got this minus 115, minus 115. Right now, it is even on the live odds. Erceg in the center, Dvorak on the outside. Shot coming into the midsection. Outside leg kick there by Erceg. Dvorak grabbing Erceg. That's really good. Guillotine again, but this time they're in a clinch. We got 2 minutes 20 to go. Knee strike coming in there by Dvorak. Dvorak backing up a little bit as Erceg continues to put the pressure on. Will this fight go the distance? Minus 175, yes. Plus 140, no. So right now it is believed this will go the distance. Another guillotine is applied. Looked a little bit desperate, that guillotine. Looked a little bit desperate. It was just sort of there. He just sort of grabbed it. It wasn't very tight. But right now, Erceg is down on the ground. Dvorak's on top of him. And all over him at the moment. And he's trying to make this as uncomfortable as possible. He's got the leg of Erceg. Erceg managing to break away. And again, he's managed to get Dvorak down. He's all over him at the moment. And Dvorak's been in a real fight here. Erceg again, just grabbing at different things, looking for the neck. At the moment, just scrambling around. Looks like Dvorak's looking for a guillotine of his own. Big knee to the head. Some lovely Muay Thai. Just over a minute left. Round number 3, Erceg continuing to move forward. 51 significant strikes to 47. There's nothing in that. That gap has massively closed. Right now, Erceg has got Dvorak. There's no gassing out here by Erceg. No gassing out whatsoever. He's still taking the fight to Dvorak. We've got 40-odd seconds left to go. It's going to be so interesting to see which way the judges go on this one. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see what the judges decide. But right now, Erceg round the back of Dvorak. And knee strike coming in there by Erceg. Dvorak is over by the side of the cage. Erceg again. Just pulling at Dvorak. Dvorak over by the side of the cage. There's 5 seconds left to go. Erceg's in control at the moment and working. Throwing in shots to the side of the head. That's the end of the fight. That is the end of the fight. Let me know in the chat. Which way do you think that's gone? Which way do you think that's gone? That is interesting. That is really interesting. Which way do you think that fight's gone? Also, if you're in the chat, if you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are here all night for UFC 289. We're doing the prelims. We're doing the main cards. But these early prelims were definitely worth watching. Both of them go in the distance, but plenty of action in both. This one was really fun. That's ending to the second round in particular. I feel like Dvorak might just edge it. But honestly, I don't know. The damage is so significant when it comes to judging. And honestly, Erceg looks fine, whereas Dvorak's got like a busted nose. And as I said, you just never know how much value the judges are going to put in that. Paulie thinks it's going to be 2-1 Erceg. Jamie thinks Erceg. Jose said Erceg. S thinks Erceg. Hit said Dvorak 2-1. Sticky Buds thinks Erceg. Wes said Erceg looks like he didn't get touched. Bunkers says do a poll. By the time we do a poll, it will have the result will be in, buds. A great player so far. Ribby, shout out to you, my friends. I hope Dvorak wins for my parlay, said Retribution. Here we go. Here we go. 29-28. 29-28. 30-27? There's a 30-27? Oh, wow! Erceg has won it! Erceg has won it! Stephen Astro Boy Erceg wins by unanimous decision. 29-28, 29-28, 30-27. One of the judges gave him all 3 rounds. He is now on a 9-fight win streak, and he has just beaten the number 10 ranked flyweight in the UFC. We said there could be an upset in this one. We spoke about it before we started, and an upset is exactly what we've got. Only 20% of people on Topology gave him a chance of winning this. Only 20% of people gave him a chance of winning it. Wow. Did Dvorak win? No, Erceg gets the decision. Erceg gets the decision. Erceg has won. Erceg is going to be a problem for the division, says Wes. One tank gas pedal say Vince won this one, says owner of Earth. How quickly do you want to get back? Anyone? He wants to get onto the card. He said, we're in Sydney in about 10 weeks. I want to be on that card. So he doesn't care who he faces. He just wants to beat someone up on that card in Sydney, in front of his fans and everything. So he wants to be on that card. Fair play, man. Fair play. It felt close. I thought Dvorak might just get it. But they go with Erceg picking up a big, big victory there for him. As we said, UFC debut, last-minute replacement, and God, what a win. What a win. Amazing. Right, we are done with UFC Fight Pass. It is time for the prelims. So we are going over to the prelims. I think it's Kyle Nelson against Builder now. I think that's our next fight. Yes. Right, this should be good. This should be good. We haven't had any finishes tonight, but in all fairness, that's not a problem because we've only got 11 fights. So we're not actually drowning in fights like we are most weeks. Most weeks we've got like 13, 14 fights. This week it's 11 fights, which, as I said before, I just think is the perfect number for me. I think 2 fights on the early prelims, 4 fights on the prelims, and then 5 fights on the main cards. I think that's fine. That's perfect. Ticks the box. So I really like that. So, yeah, good. Just really fun. Good action so far. This next fight is going to be Kyle Nelson taking on Blake Builder. Blake Builder is 94% of people on Topology think that Blake Builder's going to win this. Blake Builder is 1-0 in the UFC. He's got quick back takes. He's tough. He's undefeated. He is 8-0 overall. He is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This is a bit of a step down in competition for him. He can start slow. He's got big hooks. He's got good submissions, good ground and pound, good footwork, good offense. Overall record is 13-5-1. He's a plus 200 underdog. He's quite exciting to watch. He's big. He's got big hook shots. He can gas out once you get into the second part of the fight. So once you get to that second stage, later round 2, round 3, that's when he can start to gas out. He always looks to overpower his opponents, but that is not going to work here. And he really needs the win. He really needs the win. To be honest, it feels like the UFC have got high hopes for Builder, and they are feeding him Kyle Nelson. That's how it feels. It feels like this is basically Builder being fed someone so he can continue to improve his record and get experience and continue to climb up the ladder. So I expect Blake Builder to win this. I don't think there should be too many problems. And that's going to kick off at prelims. After this, we've got Zahabi taking on Arichi Lang. We've also got Miranda Maverick taking on Jasmine Jasdavicius. And I believe the main event of this is Imavov taking on Chris Curtis. So those are the 4 fights we got on the prelims. Then, of course, we go to Marc-Andre Barriault against Eric Anders. Then we've got Dan Ige against Nate Landwehr. Then we go to Mike Malott taking on Fugitt. Then we've got Oliveira against Dariush. And then we got Nunes against Aldana. So plenty of fights coming up. But as we said, Nelson Builder coming up next. Right. I am going to watch Soccer Aid, says Christopher. Is that tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? Soccer Aid. Right now, we have just got them running down the cards. So we are just waiting for them to run through the cards. So obviously, people just tuning in that didn't watch those early prelims are just being told about what the main event is, co-main event, all that kind of stuff. But we will be up and running very, very soon. Vancouver is beautiful, says A.B. Jobson. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Vancouver, but certainly the images that we keep getting shown, it does look absolutely amazing. So, yeah, it's not somewhere I've ever fancied going. I don't believe it's that warm, is it? I mean, I don't think anywhere in Canada is that warm, but it certainly does look very nice. I've been to Toronto. I really enjoyed Toronto. I found it quite an interesting city because so much is underground, which is just really different. Just we spoke about that before, about how you can get off at the train station and like you can just then go into the subway system, which connects to the shopping centers, and like there's all these passageways and everything. So obviously it gets so cold that in order to get around the city, going underground makes a lot of sense. So yeah, it's a very interesting city. And of course, they got the massive tower, and they've got the the big baseball stadium as well, which is, I believe, where they held WrestleMania 6 was in that space. Yeah, it's a great city. But that's the only that and Niagara Falls are the only kind of Canadian places I've ever been to. Right, we should be getting underway with this soon. Randy said, "How do you feel about this cards?" I mean, it's not the strongest card. It's not a card that's going to bring in a load of casuals. It's not a card that I think people are going to be losing their minds over. It's not a card that I think people are going to. I mean, like, honestly, in this day and age, right now, cost of living, I know it's boring, but it's a very, very real thing. And, you know, if you're asking people to buy pay-per-view cards, you know, I just think that there's a good chance people will save their money for this one with, you know, some bigger cards coming up and bigger fights coming up and maybe more intriguing fights coming up, because I don't think that Nunes against Aldana is really a fight that's got people's attention. It's not a fight that I think people are like desperate to tune in for. So I think that there's, like most UFC cards, I mean, you're putting two people in a cage fighting, you know, you're going to have, like, you know, battles, and as long as it's not going to be a snooze fest, more often than not, it's, you know, an entertaining evening of, you know, fights. So on paper, I would say it doesn't look that strong, lacks star power. But I think, as we've just seen with the first two fights, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's two people locked in a cage battling to, you know, get the victory. And so, you know, the sport itself will always provide entertainment. So I think there's lots of potential on this card. I think there's a lot of interesting prospects. There's plenty of people that can get finishes and have got finishes in the past. So for me, this card on paper is not one for the casuals. It's one that I don't think is going to do that well, pay-per-view buy rate wise, or people joining us wise. But I think, actually, from an entertainment point of view, I think it'll be a fun Saturday night. I think, you know, you can't tell me that Oliveira against Dariush is a fight people aren't excited for. Like, that belongs, that could go on any card. That could go on any card. It's a great fight. So looking forward to that. I think as well, the Canadian fans have already shown themselves to be really passionate, really vocal. Imagine when Mike Malott gets out there, who is a massive prospect, 2-0 in the UFC, and Canadian as well. And I don't know if you saw him at the press conference, but he was just beaming with pride. And he was like, you know, I'm gonna lock this down for Canadian MMA. You know, I'll be the last one to go out there for Canada. And, you know, I am bringing it. He is so up for this. So, you know, again, you know, you think about how the crowd are going to react to him and how exciting that fight will be as a result. And then after that, you got Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush. Then after that, you've got the title fight of Nunes against Aldana. Could we see an upset there? We've seen upsets, of course, recently with Shevchenko and Nunes. So, you know, there is potential for an upset. I don't think it will happen, but there's potential for an upset. And I keep not forgetting about it, but I should mention it. Ige against Nate Landwehr. Nate the Train taking on Dan Ige. That's a banger, man. That is going to be a great fight. But again, you know, does Dan Ige or Nate Landwehr or Mike Malott, are these names that casual fans are going to be tuning in for? No, probably not. And I would say almost certainly not. But I think if you're just a fan of MMA, then yeah, man, this is going to be a good night. I'm really looking forward to it. So, as we said, 2 fights in, and I've really enjoyed it so far. I used to be good at darts, says owner of Earth. That's growing, isn't it, darts? More and more people are, like, talking about that now. I think Ariel Hawani is kind of driving that. I know that he talks about darts quite a bit, and I think he had a few players on the other week as well, where he did, like, a bit of a sit-down interview and everything, so... it's massive over here, darts. I heard that it does like numbers that are like equivalent to boxing and stuff like this, but it's never been anything I've really sat down and watched, to be honest. I mean, I've seen bits, but I've never like actually sat down and watched like a proper whole championship. Okay, so we've got both fighters inside the octagon, so we should be underway with this very soon. F Canada, said William. I agree, Randy. Shout out to you. So both fighters are inside. Blake Builder, 1 of 4 undefeated featherweights, is minus 265 favorites. He's got a big smile on his face. He's certainly ready for this. So we've got Blake Builder in there. As you said, Kyle Nelson is someone that I think is just going to be fed here. I think he's just going to be fed to Builder, and this is just going to be a way of pushing Builder a bit further down that road. Kyle Nelson, though, he is from Canada, so he is going to have Canadian support behind him. I don't think it's going to help him much, but he is going to have it. So great reaction for him, as you can imagine. And we're going to be underway with this one very, very soon. If the UFC could combine curling and MMA, then I would pay, said Ernest on purpose. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? That is the dream. Violent curling. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway with round number 1, and we are underway. So both fighters go into the center, and we've got Nelson standing in the center. We got Builder on the outsides. Builder looking for an inside leg kick as Nelson fires in a shot to the body. So Builder with a lovely left hand there, and standing in the center as Nelson comes forward. That's a lovely right, straight down the middle. So Nelson just standing his ground at the moment. And Builder circling round on the outside, looking for a lovely left hook shot. Don't know that he actually got all of that, but certainly seemed to get some of it as he continues to use his lateral movement, circle round on the outside. He's certainly being the busier fighter at the moment as he fires in an inside leg kick. Kick coming in there by Nelson. Another kick coming in by Nelson as Builder's on the outsides. Builder again continuing to circle round as he fires in another inside leg kick. Those inside leg kicks, he's landed 4 of them so far. They definitely feel like they're going to be significant here. He manages to grab Nelson, drive him up against the side of the cage. So Nelson is up against the side of the cage at the moment. Builder in control. Builder throwing in a knee strike. And again, he's just keeping him pinned up against the cage. We know that control time doesn't mean anything unless you are working and using it. Nelson actually reverses that position. So Builder up against the way out of this position. And again, trying to come away from the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Nelson. And again, another knee strike coming in. He's just throwing in these knees. Knee strike coming back there by Builder. Nelson doing well, actually, of frustrating Builder. He's not allowing him to fight the fight he wants to. He's keeping him constricted. He's keeping him pinned up against the side of the cage. This is good work by Nelson. Very frustrating for Builder. Builder definitely did not want to be in this position. He's trying to break out, but he's struggling a little bit. And, yeah, as we said, right now, Nelson just keeping him pinned. And Nelson, again, trying to find a way of coming from the side of the cage. Nelson keeping him pinned up against the cage. And Builder just really struggling, trying to break out. He finally does. He goes back into the center. Jab forward there by Builder. Nelson taking a few steps back. Couple of shots coming in by Builder. driving Nelson backwards. Right hand coming in by Builder. Hook shot coming in as well. Significant strikes. According to this, 32-3. I don't have that as it's momentarily frozen. Yeah, it did. Look at that. 32-3 here for Builder. Builder again throwing in some shots, driving Nelson back. And again, a hook shot coming in there by Builder. Manac 600, shout out to you. Said, Oliveira losing after a City treble would be the worst day of 2023. Here yesterday for WWE. Keep up the good work. Money in the bank. Here we come. Manac 600, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. And yeah, Money in the Bank on the horizon. Outside leg kick there by Nelson. We got Builder edging forwards as he's doing, I mean, like, Builder's doing well here. 39 significant strikes to 10. Jab coming in there by Builder. 40-odd seconds left on the clock. And Nelson backing up a little bit as a jab comes in there by Builder. Kick coming into the midsection by Nelson. Nelson getting control time, but as we said, it doesn't mean anything unless you do something with it. And he wasn't doing anything with it. 1 minute 19 control time there for Builder. 22 seconds. 1 minute 19 for Nelson, sorry. 22 seconds for Builder. Big knee strike by Builder. Charging at Nelson. Nelson tries to respond with the right hand, though. And we got Builder in the center. We got Nelson swinging away. Nelson trying to put the pressure on Builder. He's got him backed up a little bit. There is damage. There is damage on Builder. You can see that he has been busted, but I think that gap has surely got to be too wide. It's surely got to be too wide. I don't think you can go giving that round to Nelson just because he managed to clip him and bust his nose. But Builder, 43 significant strikes, and Nelson, 18. So, as we said, quite a wide gap there between those two. But even though Carl Nelson getting that control time did not do enough with it, for me, that's quite comfortably a Builder round. Quite comfortably a Builder round. Not even close, says A.B. Jobson. Right. What's this fight at? This is at featherweight. So, featherweight contest between these two. See if I can get the screen. I think if I don't keep this webpage open, then it doesn't update. So, I'm going to keep it on screen so that it does keep updating. So, we are now underway with round number 2. Here we go. Round number 2. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards the main card. This is just the first fight on the prelims. Builder against Nelson. Builder taking that first round for me. And we've got Builder on the outside. Kick coming into the body as Nelson tries to throw a counter hook. Tries to again throw another hook shot. He's driving Builder back. Looking It's taken a moment to warm back up, and I think we're back. Yeah, that really sucks, man. I don't know what it is. It's never done it before until today. So I don't know if it's a faulty cable, but we'll order a new cable, but that's obviously not going to help us right now. But yeah, it's right now we've got Builder on the outside, Nelson in the center. Inside leg kick coming in there by Builder. Builder staying on the outside, is circling rounds. And we got a right hand that comes in there by Builder. Nelson again, just having a little look. Kick coming in there by Nelson. I tell you what, he's doing well here, Nelson. He's throwing it. Yeah, honestly, it's going to be one that we're just going to have to keep wrestling with because I don't think there is like an easy solution to this unless I try and change it over. We'll get, right, that second round is done. Do I gamble? Do I gamble? Let's have a look at audio. Desktop audio. Phones, speakers. Okay. I'm gonna take it down on the. We'll try it this way. We'll try it this way, but it might not be any better, to be honest. I don't know if it's a software issue. I don't know if it's a cable issue. I'm not sure, but I'm running it through a different way now. I'm having to use all of my streaming knowledge, my extensive streaming knowledge that I've built up over years. That's what I'm digging into now. So we'll see. But yeah, in regards to this fight, 57-34 on significant strikes. As I was saying, I'd like to see Builder kind of go into those leg kicks more. I'd like to see him utilize those leg kicks more. Right, we are seeing kicks coming in there by Nelson. So we are underway with round number 3. We've got outside kick there by Builder. We've got a kick coming in there by Nelson as well. So we've got Builder finding his way forwards and putting the pressure on at the moment. And it does seem like, according to Kevin Ioli, he's got it 19-19. Ryan Frederick's got it 19-19 as well. So it seems like Nelson managed to get himself back into this in that second round. Builder has managed to drive Nelson up against the side of the cage, though. So right now, live odds are -115, -115 as well. So right now, Builder has got Nelson up against the side of the cage and is keeping him trapped there. This was the problem in that last round, is he managed to get him in this position and he didn't do anything with it. It's one thing to get your opponent in this position, but you've got to capitalize on these positions. And to be honest, Builder is just driving Nelson up against the side of the cage and then not capitalizing on it. So right now he's got him up against the side of the cage again. And again, we're not seeing him do anything here. So I really don't know what his strategy is. Really don't know what it is that he's looking to try and do, unless he's looking to try and get him on, like take him down. But he's not getting any success with whatever this game plan is. So as I say, whatever this game plan is, it's failing. And right now, Builder trying to find a way of coming from the side of the cage. Nelson is keeping him pinned at the moment. This is not great for Builder. Builder was heavy favorite here. Is undefeated. This is a fight that he really should be winning. This is not a fight that he was expected to have struggles in, but seemingly he is. Right now it is 5 significant strikes to 4 in this round in favor of Builder. So only 5'4". So as we said, really nothing in it at the moment. And right now he's being held up against the side of the cage. So Nelson is the one that's in control. Doesn't matter too much unless Nelson is going to really pull ahead and start to do some stuff here. But right now the referee's come in. He's not seen enough progress being made. He's not seen enough progress. And so both fighters are told to go right back into the center. This feels like a big final 2 minutes here. Big final 2 minutes coming up for both of these fighters. And we got Builder in the center. Leg kick just misses there by Nelson. 6-4 in favor of Builder. Shot coming into the midsection there by Nelson. We got Builder coming forwards. Nelson backing up a little bit. Shot coming in there by Builder. He's got Nelson backing up a little bit. And again putting in a hook shot. And he's got Nelson backing up. We got some shots coming in. And Builder puts his arms in the air, which I really don't understand. I mean, I really don't think he should be celebrating at the moment because a lot of people have got this 1-1. And right now in this round, it's 9-9 on significant strikes. So I don't know if that is him just trying to catch the eye of the judges and make them think that he is under the impression he's dominating this. But got to tell you right now, it doesn't feel like he's dominating this. Kick coming in there by Nelson. And hook shot just misses. Feels like we're going the judges. We've got 50-odd seconds left to go. Significant strikes now. 12-11 in favor of Nelson. 12-11. Kick coming in there by Nelson. Builder in the center. Coming forward. He's got to do something here. 13-11. There's a little flurry here for Nelson. Kick coming in by Nelson. Head kick coming in there by Nelson as well. Nelson is 1-4 in the UFC. Builder is 1-0. He was undefeated. And this is not looking good for Builder here. Swing and a miss. Could there be people that have given him 2 rounds here? Maybe. Maybe. We never know what the judges are going to do, but the fight has ended, and honestly, I don't know how great I feel for Builder's chances. I really don't know how good I feel for Builder's chances. Nelson puts his hands up. Certainly Builder with a smile on his face feels like he's got it won. Feels like he's definitely done enough. But let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat as to which way you think this has gone. Certainly the numbers overall look good for Builder, but I can tell you that actually that last round ended 17 significant strikes to 11 for Nelson. 17-11 for Nelson. So this is pretty interesting. Round 2 was 16-14 Nelson. Round 1 was 43-18. In favor of Builder. So Builder dominated round 1. Just lost round 2. And that gap was a little bit wider in round 3. All my picks are awful, said Bonkers. What is happening? Why are the favourites losing? It's one of them nights, man. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. I think Nelson's better, although I do want Builder, says Miss Clown. Nelson wins. It's going to be a Nelson dub. Builder lost one. dwell on them because we've got to turn our attention to the next fight that's coming up. And the next one is going to be the Zahabi fight. So Zahabi against Arishi Lang. So Arishi Lang. That's not how you spell it. Arishi Bang. Right. This is a close fight in the Bantamweight division. If you are watching and you've not that's coming through. Yeah, I can only imagine it is this cable. It's the only thing I can think. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. I don't think it would be... Well, I certainly hope it's not the microphone. I can't imagine it would be the microphone. The mic's dead. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? I can lip read, and Day said you all suck. Yeah, it is annoying. Of course, I apologize for it, but it's something that I wasn't even aware of. Had I have known about this being a problem, I would have just bought a cable today. I would have popped down the shops and bought a cable. But we just have not been having this problem. This has not been an issue at all. This hasn't been an issue during wrestling streams or anything. Any streams we've been... The first time it's ever done this, so... yeah, it's one of those where we are going to have to find a way through. To be honest, I don't even know what the problem is. I'm guessing it's the cable. I don't know why it would be the cable, but I'm guessing it's the cable, unless it's the software or something, unless OBS is playing up, but I don't know why that would be playing up. It's never played up before. Same with the microphone as well. I don't know why that would be playing up. It's never played up before. Actually, the next time it does it, I should have a look to see if it's registering here, shouldn't I? Because if it's not registering there, then maybe it is the microphone. So next time it does it, I'll have to try and remember to do that. Because I've got lights here on the microphone that tell me if it's working or not. So next time it does that, I'll have a look there. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head if I've got another cable. I don't think I do. I can't think of another cable that I can put my hand on that I could replace it with. Otherwise, I would just get another cable and try another cable. But annoyingly, I think this is micro USB, and I think everything these days is USB-C. I'm surrounded by USB-C cables, but I don't think I've got a micro USB one. But it doesn't matter. We'll find our way through. Annoying, very annoying. Right, Zahabi against Arishi Lang then. So this is in the Bantamweight division, and it's close. So Zahabi is a hometown hero. He is 3-2 in the UFC, and he can lack some power. He's well-rounded. He can be a bit inactive at times. He's not got the best wrestling, but he has got good basics. He should look for takedowns, but as we said, he doesn't really turn to that wrestling very much. He's taken on Arishi Lang, who has got good volume. He's durable. He's improved since he moved up in weight. He's 2-2 in the UFC. He is a power puncher. He lets his hands go. He can be a bit reckless when he's closing that distance, but he likes to move forward. He doesn't have the best defense, but I've got Arishi Lang just edging it. And when I say just edging it, I mean literally just edging it, because Arishi Lang is minus 115. Zahabi is minus 105. And as I say, I've got Arishi Lang just edging this. He is durable. He is got good volume. He's got good offense. His defense is not the best, but Zahabi doesn't have much in the way of power. So I don't think Aoriqilang's going to get in too much trouble there. And as we said, Zahabi doesn't wrestle that much, so I'm going to lean towards Aoriqilang, but honestly, this could go either way. Over on Topology, 61% of people have gone with Aoriqilang, 39% of people have gone with Zahabi. Let me know in the chat which way you are leaning on this one. We are now just 1 hour and 19 minutes away. 1 hour, 19 minutes away from the start of the main cards. We've got 3 fights left on the prelims. We've got 5 fights on the main cards. It would be nice to get some finishes. We've had 3 fights so far. They've all gone the distance. And as I said, it would be nice to get some finishes. Don't know that we're going to get that finish here, but there's definitely potential on this cards. Coming up next is Miranda Maverick taking on Jasmine Davicius. And I think that's likely decision as well. So it'd be nice if we got a finish here, because I don't think the next one's going to be a finish. So, yeah, it's a close fight, this one. I've got the sound now. You try so hard, it's okay. You're still my favourite. Paulie, shout out to you, buds. Well done, Days. Good work. The production crew. Yes, well done to everyone that works behind the scenes here at Wrestling Days, which is literally nobody. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm trying to think, like, how do I fix it? What can I do? Because I don't know if it's the microphone. I don't know if it's the cable. I don't know if it's the software. I don't know why it's never happened before. I don't know why it's happening now. I feel like I'm being bullied by my own equipment. It's a stressful time in my world. It's a stressful time. Days, great signing for Villa today. Tielemans on a free. Very good signing, yeah. Very good signing. They're going to be quite an interesting side next year, because I think they're just going to be quietly just building away, aren't they? You know, they've got a great foundation to build upon, and adding Tielemans into your team is, I mean, that feels like a real positive step forward. So, and a free as well. That's good business, that is. That's good business, so... yeah, it feels like they're going places. Feels like they're doing some stuff. You would think that Brighton would have wanted Tielemans. You'd think, like, what with them losing McAllister. But, don't know. I don't know if they were in for him. I'm guessing they were. But it's chosen Villa, so, yeah, fair play. Right, here's Aoriqilang. He is minus 120 pick'em. And ring walks are already done. We are in the Rogers Arena, and he screams down the camera. He's certainly ready for this one. Over on the other side, of course, we have got Zahabi, who fights out of Montreal, Canada. Now, could that just be a little bit of an edge for him? Because obviously we're in Canada, and could it just be that he just gets that little bit extra that he needs to get over the line here? Could that be enough to see him pick up the victory? That's an interesting point, actually, and one that I hadn't considered. So, yes, let's have a look and see how this plays out. Both fighters are getting their intros. We will be about to start this one now. Round number 1 coming up of our 4th fight on UFC 289. And we're about to get underway. Both fighters step out into the center, and we are up and running. And Zahabi in red, Aoriqilang in black. And Zahabi on the outside, kick coming into the midsection there by Aoriqilang. Zahabi staying on the outsides as Aoriqilang occupies the center ground. He's having a little look at the moment as outside leg kick, but a little flurry of shots coming back there by Zahabi. That was nice. And Aoriqilang just edging forwards as Zahabi stays on the outsides. Aoriqilang again just putting that pressure on, just edging forwards. As there's a bit of distance between these two at the moment. So at the moment, nice leg kick there by Aoriqilang. So went to that leg. and managed to get it. Right now, we're a minute into this one. Not loads of activity. Oh, he knocks him down. Zahabi thinks he's finished him. The ref thinks he's finished him. He gets it. Zahabi catches Arichi Lang. He catches him, puts him down, and we've got the finish in the first rounds. Wow! The Canadians have arrived. Wow! Thought this was going to be really close. It felt that way as well. It was really cagey. Look, Arichi Lang's back on his feet and he's got his hands up momentarily. I don't think he quite knows where he is, you know. He was knocked out and he was down. They were talking to him and you could see Arichi Lang like, yeah. Put his hands right back up, ready to go. But the fight's over, mate. The fight's over. Look at that. It's a lovely bang hook shot, left hook shot. So he tries to throw this overhand right, doesn't connect with it, but the left hook shot that comes in is flush. It is flush. It is beautiful. So you can see there, it's a leg kick by Arichi Lang. So he throws this leg kick in. There's then the overhand that just misses, but the hook shot, bang! Beautiful. Down he goes. Zahabi, as soon as he goes down, he thinks he's done him, starts celebrating, puts his arms up. He can see that he's not totally out, so he has to jump on him and get a few follow-up shots, but the ref's like, nah, mate, you've done enough. You've done enough, and he calls it. And then look at that. Arichi Lang gets right back up. He's back up. He's on his feet. He goes over to the corner. He stumbles a little bit. He doesn't quite know where he is. He says, yeah. There's a bit where the doctor's talking to him. He's like, yeah. And he's right back ready to go. But the fight's already done. The fight is over. Zahabi with a first round finish picks up a very impressive win there. It was close between these two. But Zahabi finding a real moment of magic. Spurred on by that Canadian support. And Canada gets to... It must be the cable. So, I looked here, and this is working, which, to be honest, is good news. Because if the microphone had gone, that's a much more expensive repair. So, I think it is probably the cable that's on its way out, on its last legs. It's done. R.I.P. Guys, if you want to give an R.I.P. to my cable mic, drop a like. Every like is one prayer for my cable mic. Shout out to you. Great result for him tonight. Yes, the dog's alive, said A.B. Jobson. Right, flawless victory. Okay, so Zahabi celebrating away, and we're about to go over to the next fight. I mean, in all fairness, we probably did need a bit of a result like that. Jasmine Jasdavicius is Canada, and I don't know what part of Canada, But she is the bigger fighter here. She's quite big for the division. 2-1 in the UFC. She doesn't have great footwork. She comes forward and throws hands. She tries to overpower her opponents. She might have the striking advantage. She can strike in the pockets. She tries not to chase as much. She trains as part of the Niagara top team is where she trains. She's taken on a southpaw in Miranda Maverick, who's 4-2 in the UFC. Super strong wrestler, likes to push the pace. She can make mistakes. She's not great at range. She looks for takedowns. She can strike. She also tries to overpower opponents. She should be showing improvement because she's 25, and at this age, you do see improvement and plenty of it. And she's a bit of a position fighter as well. Both of these, as we said, like to overpower their opponents. Both of these are really size bullies that like to try and dominate fights. That's going to be hard for them to do against this opponent. So Miranda Maverick's going to struggle to do that against Jasmine. Jasmine's going to struggle to do that against Miranda. This one likely to be decision. I don't know how exciting this one's going to be. We might be seeing quite a bit of cage work and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've got Miranda winning this. She is a -320 favorite. -320 favorite. Jasmine at +250. This is our 5th fight. Only 11 fights tonight. So this is our 5th fight. So we got a few more to come up after this, of course. Is this our 5th fight? Yes, it is our 5th fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. So, wow, already this is our co-main event of the prelims. We've only got one more prelim after this. One more prelim after this. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as we are now just over an hour away from the main cards. Just over an hour away. Normally, by the time we get into the main card, we're around that kind of 500 mark. But I don't expect this to be a card that big, to be honest. So, you know, it'll do whatever it'll do. But, and what with us battling microphone issues as well, you know. I mean, it's literally all going against us tonight. It's all going against us. Miranda screwed me before. I'm going with Jasmine here, says AB Jobson. Where are you from, says Cessin. I'm from England, so in the Midlands, just West Midlands, so like Birmingham, Telfords, Dudley, that kind of area, Wolverhampton, that kind of area. Get an XLR cable, run that through a Focusrite interface. That will help with sound control. This does take XLR, so that's interesting. I'm going to write those down. I'm going to write those things down, Hangman Cruise. So what was the interface? I know XLR cables. I think I have one, but I don't have a, whatever that is, a Focusrite interface. That's right, guys. We're going All part of the plan. This is actually what I wanted to happen. This is what I was hoping would happen. I was hoping this would happen. I really like to test myself whilst I'm live with just seeing if I can work out different technical issues. So it's actually all part of a training program that I've signed up to. All part of the plan, baby. Right, here we go. Top 10 then. So Brunos is joint 8th with LDTV and FKNFOG. We've got MHP Max, and we got Mosier 94. We got Team JSMA. We got Rush, or Roosh 1. We've got Ive X, and we got Austin 316 up there as well. Noster 75. Top 3 right now. Kung Flu, I Bake Breads, and Underdog 519. That is where we are at the moment with the community. So that's how the current standing is as we're heading into our co-main event of the prelims. And that is going to be Miranda against Jasmine. That fight coming up very, very soon. We just got Megan Levy on screen at the moment. Probably just going to make us wait just a little bit. Just a little bit. Where it says you're handling it well. Well, I appreciate that. There's not really much I can do, is there? There's not too much I can do. I'm really, whilst I'm sat here, I'm desperately trying to think if I do have another micro USB. And, I feel like I do, but I can't put my hands on it. It's one of those where it's like micro USBs used to be so popular. It used to be the in thing. All the kids had them. Everyone had one. You couldn't turn for a micro USB. They were like Pokemon. But it's all USB-C now. Everywhere I've got like a USB-C here. I've got one over here. I've got another one down there. I haven't got micro USB. I'll tell you what's even more concerning. That might not even be the problem. Imagine if I change the cable and there's still microphone issues. At least I'm happy the lights on the microphone are like moving. So it feels like that's not the problem. But, God, if it's going to be some sort of software thing. Do you know what I mean? Life, eh? Sucks. Looper Girl, shout out to you. What network is the fight being shown in the UK? It's on BT Sport 1, buds. It's on BT Sport 1. Right, this is going to be our next fight. So we've got Megan Levy just running down this next fight, which will be coming up very, very soon. And as we said, should be rubbish. But, it'll be out the way soon enough. I think as soon as you get past this one, I think the next fights are pretty much good from there. Because after that, our main event of the prelims, middleweight fight between Imavov and Chris Curtis. That's number 12 against number 14. That could be pretty fun. Then we've got Barriault, who's got 6 first-round finishes. Well-rounded. Taking on Eric Anders. Lots of experience there. That could be all right. Then Ige against Landwehr. I think that'll be a banger. So very much looking forward to that. Then we've got Mike Malott. Then we've got Charles Oliveira. Then we've got the main event. So plenty of stuff on the way. Just not sure this next one's going to be a bangerang. But we'll see. We'll see. And it's filling up inside the Rogers Arena. I can tell you that much. As we're going to the video package. Might be a driver issue. Might be a driver issue. Have I got any updates, actually? That's a good, interesting point. Let's have a look. Can I check for updates? No updates. Thank you. Well, that's good. At least I'm like totally up to date with my latest OBS stuff. Not very good when it comes to like finding new drivers and everything. I think there's a thing that does it itself, isn't there? I think there's somewhere that like support assist. Does that help me? Can that find me my drivers? I don't know. I don't feel like this is maybe something that I should be doing live on stream, but Quite often when you've got an issue like that, it does come down to drivers. Days versus the microphone. Listen, there's only going to be one winner there, and it ain't going to be me. This is the first stream, my one and only last. Paulie, shout out to you, buds. Bonkers has got Jasmine picking up the win. I can tell you, 15% of people think that Jasmine's going to pick up the win. 85% of people think Miranda Maverick will pick up the win. I quit match with Wrestling Days against Microphone. Let's go. Because honestly, right now, I'd love nothing more than to absolutely smash this thing apart. I am not a violent man, but right now, I could really go to town on this microphone. And to be honest, it's not even the microphone's fault. I think it's the cable. But I can't really do much to the cable apart from swing it round my head. Might do that after. How is reach measured? What do you mean? How is reach measured? Measure the... Done. Dates, considering your live streams are impeccable 99.999% of the time, one mic issue is no biggie. I appreciate that, buds. The only thing I can tell you is that it will be resolved because I will buy a new cable. I will look into that interface thing because, to be honest, even if we don't use that as the primary way of getting the sound across, it can always be a plan B. I will look into the drivers as well and get, see if they need updating. I have no idea how to do that, but someone on YouTube will know how to do that. And so we'll make sure we don't have these issues again. It's just a shame, innit, that this isn't like, an AEW stream or something in the middle of the week that's maybe not quite as important as UFC 289. But it is what it is, You live, you learn, you laugh, you love. Reach is measured by your dong. That's it. Everyone's dong gets measured, and that's how we measure reach. Right. Frog splash off the top of your dresser onto the microphone, said Rivy. Rivy, honestly, I'm not ruling it out. Archival says, shout out from the Philippines. Shout out to you. I wondered if it was measured differently, says Hans. Not to my knowledge, buds. Not to my knowledge. I'm not looking for a belt or to get in the ring, but if I did, it would be with WWE, says owner of Earth. Days versus his cable would be like Undertaker versus Goldberg. Yes, but not even anywhere near as exciting. Give your mic a wiggle. I do not want to touch it, to be honest, because it seems to be very temperamental. So I want to give it no wiggles. I'm going to have a smoke break, says Retribution. We'll have fun, as you've probably got a bit of time, because Miranda Maverick's making her way down right now. She's on back-to-back wins. She's got the second highest takedown accuracy in the division. And I think Jasmine's already inside the cage. So we're about to get over to our next fight. Again, if you are watching, leave a like if you haven't already. We've got 55 minutes to go until we get to the main card. Miranda Maverick, minus 245 favorite. Jasmine Jasdavicious at plus 205. This is America versus Canada. It's a big battle. It's a big battle. It's a grudge match. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be the maple syrup or is it going to be the apple pie? Who comes out on top? So Jasmine fighting out of Niagara, Canada. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. She's fired up, baby. Use a microphone app on your phone and plug it in. Use a microphone app on your phone and plug it in. Ooh. That's interesting. I would be willing to try that, but maybe not during UFC 289. I mean, again, if this was NXT, or something like that, if this was like a member stream, I'd be willing to venture out of my comfort zone. But I think right now I'm going to adopt the approach of doing what I do in life, which is largely ignoring the problem and just hoping it goes away. Right, here we go. I'm about to get underway with this ladies fight. Miranda Maverick ranked number 15th in the flyweight division. Jasmine, that little bit taller. And as we said, both of these like to try and outpower their opponents. I don't know who's going to win the power game here. I mean, it certainly looks like Jasmine's the bigger fighter. And but is she the stronger fighter? I mean, the stronger fighter might be Miranda Maverick. Miranda Maverick throwing in a few leg kicks. And I need to get the stats on screen, don't I? Bang. Done. 2 significant strikes each at the moment. And right now, very even. Couple of inner clinch knee strikes being exchanged by both women. They're in the clinch at the moment. And Miranda Maverick in the center. So battling away as Jasmine trying to find a way of getting Miranda back against the cage. But Miranda's not budging. Neither woman is budging. Normally you would see them drive their opponent back. But neither woman can get the other against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Jasmine. And as we said, there is very little movement here. Very little movement. And in fact, they both have to disengage because they couldn't find a way forward there. Shot coming in by Miranda Maverick. And we've got good head movement there by Miranda Maverick. On the outside, circling rounds. Outside leg kick there by Miranda Maverick. Trying to throw in another leg kick. High going upstairs. Backing up a little bit. Trying for the takedown. Couldn't get the takedown. Takedown denied by Jasmine. And we're back against the side of the cage. Miranda Maverick there. Jasmine was a little bit off balance. Miranda Maverick grabbed her. Drove her up against the side of the cage. Right now, we got Miranda Maverick down on her back with Jasmine on top. So, Jasmine in control. Right now, significant strikes, 16-10 in favor of Miranda Maverick. Miranda Maverick is on her back, though, with Jasmine on top of her. This isn't where Miranda wanted to be. But Jasmine, as we said, on top. She's the bigger fighter. This is going to be very uncomfortable here for Miranda Maverick. She's definitely all scrunched up against the side of the cage. Good work here by Jasmine. Jasmine is in control at the moment. And she's all over Miranda Maverick. She's throwing in some elbows. Trying to throw in some shots. But Miranda Maverick's grabbed a hold of the arm. And she's managed to grab a hold of Jasmine. And Jasmine at the moment can't make any progress. So right now, Miranda Maverick is... she's all right. I mean, she's definitely upside down and scrunched up against the side of the cage. Neither woman is making any progress here. I think they've managed to kind of really... disarm each other. You got Miranda Maverick looking to try and grab the arm of Jasmine, but she can't get it at the moment. So Miranda Maverick's trying to get a hold of the arm. Jasmine's got her knee right on the chest of Miranda Maverick. So it's a bit of a stalemate at the moment. There's not much in the way of progress being made. It is going to make it difficult to know which way this goes because right now it's really hard to know who's winning this exchange. Definitely looks like it's Jasmine that's in control, but you can see that Miranda Maverick is applying different holds, making things uncomfortable. So right now Jasmine is over by the side of the cage. You got Maverick over there as well. And right now, it's, again, just a stalemate. This is going to be hard to judge, man. Miranda Maverick's biggest issue is her power. All that size, and she can't secure a KO, said T995. Right, we've got Jasmine on her knees with Maverick over by the side of the cage, still upside down. She's been upside down for a while. And Jasmine, 2 minutes 31 control time. We're not making any progress in regards to total strikes, significant strikes. We're making very little progress anywhere, actually. That's going to be tricky. That is going to be tricky. Who do you think takes that? I mean, I really don't know who was winning that exchange there for all of that, for half that round. It's hard to know who was winning that exchange. It was Jasmine that was getting the control time, but she was not able to do anything with it. Not able to do anything with it. A very interesting first round, though. Very interesting. She's working hard. I've got Maverick, says William. These girls are still green. It's going to be a decision, says Ken. Knee to the face, says A.B. Jobson. John Anik. I didn't see that. 6 to the 9. Round 2. Right, let's see what happens in round 2, shall we? Let's see what happens in round 2. So Miranda Maverick definitely having to deal with the knee of Jasmine in that position. But Miranda Maverick was asking a few questions of her own. Will the judges just go with Jasmine there? Miranda Maverick was 6 significant strikes ahead, though. Does the takedown make a difference? Like, I think that's quite tricky. Right, we've got an advert for Vettori and Cannonier right now. We've got Miranda Maverick, low kick coming in by Miranda Maverick. And she tries to throw in a left hand there, Miranda Maverick. Jasmine moving forwards. Miranda Maverick staying on the outsides and taking a bit of a deep breath there. Kick coming in by Miranda Maverick. And again, inside leg kick coming in by Miranda. She's staying on the outsides. Again, throwing in another kick. That's quite lazy. Some of these leg kicks are really lazy from Miranda. Miranda is ranked. She's the number 15 flyweight. Jasmine is not ranked at the moment. And kick coming in there by Jasmine. Couldn't quite land it. 10-9 Maverick in the first, says Ryan Frederick. So Ryan Frederick doesn't think that Jasmine's control time meant anything. Mike's MMA pick says Jasmine wins round 1. Combat Press said an ill-executed takedown attempt by Maverick. Jasmine gets the takedown, but gets caught in an armbar attempt. Right now, Maverick is up against the side of the cage. So Jasmine has managed to get Miranda Maverick up against the side of the cage. Miranda Maverick, again, doesn't really want to be in that position. She's used to outpowering people, so her being controlled this way will be quite unusual for her. Circling round, she tries to throw in a left hand there, Miranda Maverick. And again, continuing to circle round, we got Jasmine moving forward. Jab coming in there by Jasmine. Miranda trying to grab the leg, trying to get the takedown on Jasmine. And both fighters going down at the moment. We've got shots coming into the side of the head here for Miranda. And she's grounded at the moment as Jasmine manages to get into half guards. She's trying to get into side control. But at the moment, she is over at the side. She's inside control. So right now, she is keeping Miranda Maverick down. Jasmine inside control. So Miranda Maverick is down on her back. And Jasmine is on top. Jasmine all over Miranda. All over Miranda. And Miranda trying to find a way up from the bottom. We've had 3 minutes of this round. Right now, Miranda just can't really do a great deal here. Jasmine's on top of her. We're right in the center of the octagon, by the way, which is quite unusual when you see takedowns. Normally, you're right up against the side of the cage, but we are right in the center of the octagon, and that is not great news for Miranda Maverick. Jasmine as well, driving her forehead right into the face of Miranda Maverick. She's trying to make this gritty and uncomfortable, and she's throwing in a few shots as well. This feels a bit more like a Jasmine round. That first round, I think, is quite hard to score, but this one definitely feels a lot more like a Jasmine round. Miranda down on her back. Jasmine has managed to get the body lock on, and she's round the back. She's throwing in a few shots, got some ground and pounds underway right now. Miranda trying to find a way of getting Jasmine off of her, but she's not succeeding in that at the moment. Right now, it is 20-13 in this round. Actually, for Miranda Maverick, Miranda Maverick was doing better on the feet, but total strike. Really making it gritty and dirty and driving her head into the face of Miranda Maverick, covering her over, her hand over her mouth, throwing in some shots to the side of the headlock. We're getting a bit of a ground and pound on the go here. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be the end of that round. And honestly, that round felt pretty good for Jasmine. That round felt pretty good for Jasmine. Let me know in the chat which way you think this is going. I can tell you that so far, the round number 1, 16-10 significant strikes to Miranda. 20-13 for Miranda. It was actually Miranda that got more significant strikes. So, again, a bit similar to the first round in the sense of she gets the better on the feet. Then Jasmine gets her down to the ground. Jasmine then keeps her down on the ground. And, but only this time, I would say Jasmine did a lot more on the ground. In that first round, Jasmine didn't do a great deal. Whereas that second round, she was really throwing in quite a lot of shots. Actually, it ended 51-20 on total strikes. JM said, go Jasmine. Mav's getting mauled, said Rivy. Round to Canada. So we got just over 40 minutes to go. Mav should not even be ranked, says AB Jobson. Right, here we go, round number 3. Both fighters coming out into the center right now. And we've got Jasmine standing the ground in the center. 1-2, straight down the middle. Now, we know that Miranda Maverick's been winning these exchanges. So this is a really important part in the fight right here. Because really, Jasmine needs to make sure that she gets this down to the ground and doesn't take too much punishment here, as there's a back elbow that comes in by Miranda Maverick. Miranda Maverick staying on the outside, trying to throw in a kick. And we've got Jasmine coming forward as Miranda Maverick circles round on the outsides. And, that looked a little bit like a collision of heads there momentarily. Looked like there was just a slight collision of heads. But Miranda Maverick is edging forwards and having a little look as a kick comes into the body. And Jasmine, again, putting that pressure on, driving forwards as Miranda Maverick trying to win this striking exchange. She has been getting the better of these striking exchanges. She really could do with this round. Both fighters on the feet at the moment. Miranda Maverick just backing up a little bit as Jasmine throws in a big body kick. Right now it is 10-9. It has significant strikes in favor of Miranda. It has stayed on the feet at the moment. And at the moment it looks like Miranda is winning the striking exchange. But numbers have just updated. It's 11-11 and actually Jasmine coming on here, coming on good. She's really clipping her a lot as well. She's really just had a great flurry there, Jasmine. A real great flurry. She was just tagging her. And that's going to show big in the numbers. That's going to show big in the numbers. And it was 11-11. Right now, it is 25-16 for Jasmine, who really just unloaded a lot of shots and has really opened up quite an advantage. And that was a great moment there for Jasmine. And she continues to come forwards. She's got Miranda Maverick backed up against the side of the cage. Knee strikes coming in by Jasmine. She's working so hard. Heavy hands, big shots. Miranda Maverick on the outsides. She is staring defeat in the face. Jasmine, minus 1,450. Miranda Maverick, plus 800 on the live odds. We got less than 2 minutes to go. Miranda Maverick taking a deep breath as Jasmine continues to come forward and throw. And right now, it is 42 significant strikes to 25 for Jasmine Jasdavicious, who continues to just absolutely unload on a tired-looking Miranda Maverick. Miranda Maverick grabbing the leg of Jasmine, looking for that takedown. We got Jasmine round the back here of Miranda Maverick, dragging Miranda Maverick down. Miranda Maverick over by the side of the cage. And Jasmine on top. And right now we've got Jasmine trying to throw in some shots to the side of the head. And Jasmine has got Miranda over by the side of the cage. We've got just over a minute to go. All she's got to do is hold her there. She doesn't need to do anything more than that. She just needs to keep Miranda Maverick in position. Hold her there. Keep her down. Run down the clock. Because unless Miranda Maverick can find a finish, I think she is going to be staring defeat in the face. 40-odd seconds left to go. Time is ticking away. We got Jasmine round the back of Miranda Maverick. 47-27 at the moment. And as we said, time continuing to tick. You can see that Miranda Maverick definitely feeling the effects. She takes a deep breath there. She's being pinned up against the side of the cage. And again, I really like that from Jasmine. I really like how she gets her head, just rubs it in the face of Miranda Maverick. She's gritty. She's dirty. She just does what needs to be done to make it uncomfortable and pick up the victory. And that the end of the fight, and it looks like it's going to be Jasmine. So we go to the judges. I can tell you that final round was 51 significant strikes to 30. Second round, that was to Jasmine. Second round was 20-13 in favor of Miranda. The first round was 16-10 in favor of Miranda as well. But that doesn't really tell the full story. It did feel to me like that second round was a Jasmine round. And there were some people giving the first round to Jasmine as well. This fight was way more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Way more exciting. So, obviously, we're going to get the decision now and see which way this goes. I expect this to be Jasmine. I mean, she looks so good in that third. That third is an undeniable Jasmine round. So, one thing I know is it won't be 30-27 Miranda. But are they going to give Miranda those 2 rounds beforehand? So, we're about to get the decision here. And it is Jasmine that picks up the win. Jasmine picks up the victory. The judges have gone with Jasmine. And Daniel Cormier comes over and has a word with Jasmine. He looks absolutely stoked. She wins by unanimous decision. So it's a win for Canada. All three. 29-28. So Jasmine picks up the victory. All three judges, 29-28. It's another win for Canada. It's a big win for Canada. And as we said, that was a fun fight. The face damage says it all, says Wes. Jasmine, 29-28. Mitchell said, I've been watching some cooking shows. If you was on a cooking show, do you have a dish that you would go with? No. No, I don't do cooking. I can rustle together some chicken in an oven, some, I don't know, pasta in a microwave, jacket potatoes, toast, beans on toast. You know, I can get by with bare essentials, but am I doing duck à l'orange? No, is the answer. It's not a passion of mine, cooking. It's one that I think I could get into if I had more time, but I do not have any time to think about buying ingredients and rustling up meals. So, no, that's not my world. I leave that for other people. T995 said the funniest robbery has got to be Miranda versus Barber. Paulie is celebrating away. Darren said, who else is pulling for Dariush? Who in the chat is... in fact, we can put that up as a poll. We should put that as a poll, shouldn't we? As to which way is it going. Jonathan Farthing, by the way, that super chat, I did see it come through. Shout out to Jonathan Farthing. Appreciate the support, buds. Did I see Manic 600? I don't know if I did. I've been wrestling with my microphone problems a bit too much, I think. Who wins? Let's go with the co-main, because I don't think too many people are bothered with the main. Oliveira or Dariush. Let's see which way this is going to go. There's Imavov. 2 of last 3 wins by knockouts. So we got the poll up in the chat right now. Votes. Also, if you're watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I can see we got over 500 people joining us, which is cool. Really cool. And over 500 people joining us. And if you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated as we continue to try and get as many as possible. Normally, by the time we get to the main card, we're around 500. We're at 311 right now. We've got half an hour to go. Don't think we're going to get there, but then I don't expect us to get the 1,000 tonight. It just doesn't feel that big. But, we'll try. We'll see what we can do. You do your thing, I'll do my thing. Constantly battling away with the microphone. Imavov versus Chris Curtis. So this is going to be our next fight. He definitely deserves capitals. There we go. So this is going to be our next fight. And bang. Okay, Imavov is ranked 12th in the middleweight division. Chris Curtis is ranked 14th. Imavov is 4-2 in the UFC. He doesn't have the best fight IQ if the fight isn't going to plan. So he tends to have a really good strategy. But if the fight doesn't go that way, then the strategy kind of does not really much in the way of a plan B. He's going to have a height advantage. He's a sniper. He's got great sniping shots. He's a bit of a monster. He stays on the outside, throws in leg kicks. He can start really strong, but he does fade. He's got good footwork. He's very light on his feet as well. But he has got really good footwork. I got to tell you, this is a close one because 55% of people on Topology have got Imavov winning this. 45% of people have got Action Man Chris Curtis winning this. So Imavov, 28 years old, 12-4, 4-2 in the UFC. Chris Curtis also 4-2. in the UFC, but way more experience. He's got 30 wins, 10 defeats. He's going to be the smaller guy. He's got 15 wins by knockout, 3 by submission. He can be outmaneuvered. He is a good brawler, but he can struggle a little bit against really technical styles. He's got good cardio. He's got good pace. He's got knockout power. He's a bit of a powerhouse. He's got good body shots. He's got a good chin. He's good in the scrambles. Works the body well. Works at a good pace. A decision here is probably likely. A decision in this one is probably where we're going to go. But should be fun. There should be plenty of things for us to get our teeth into on this one. And honestly, that last fight I thought was really good. So as we said, this one should be entertaining as well. But this is our main event of the prelims. After this, we've got the main cards. So 5 fights. Marc-Andre Barriault taking on Eric Anders. Dan Ige taking on Nate Landwehr. Malott taking on Fugitt. We've got Charles Oliveira taking on Beneil Dariush. And of course, Amanda Nunes takes on Irene Aldana. So that's what we've got coming up. And as we said, this is our main event, which is going to be a lot of the prelims, which is going to be hopefully a lot of fun. So this is France against USA. USA coming off a loss there with Miranda Maverick. Right. Darren, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, we just, I don't know. I just really grateful that so many people do stop by. We don't do that much like MMA stuff outside of the streams. So, it's something we've done for years and years and years, though. I do absolutely love UFC, always have. And, yeah, it's just a treat, man. And I just absolutely love doing these streams. And it's great that so many people enjoy joining us. Although, sadly, not my microphone this week. But Darren, shout out to you, man. Really appreciate the kind words. Hans said Dariush is way underrated. Curtis has got a lot of power, says Wes. T995 said, I hope someone breaks into your house, toasts all of your bread, puts it back in the bag and leaves. Do you know what? I hope that as well. I hope that as well. I don't want them to do anything bad. I don't want them to steal anything, but I think that would be hilarious if they did break in, toast all of your breads, put it back in the bag, wrapped it back up as well so you didn't know, and then left without you knowing. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Dariush is getting what he deserved. He's waited a long time, man. Shakeem said, I'm not doing good on Topology. We will have a look at how it's going on Topology as soon as we're done with this fight, because this, of course, is the main event of the prelims. So it would make sense to have a look as soon as we're done with this one. Shakeem, shout out to you. AB Jobson said, I just got my first 75 points. I am happy. Aaron said, combat sports, weed, Telegram, YouTube, GTA roleplay. That's all that matters for me, says Aaron. I like your priorities. I think you've got life solved. I think you've got life sussed. That's a good list. Time for some action, says Aaron. John says, I hope someone breaks into my house and cleans my rooms. John, I hope that happens for you as well, but yes, I hope that happens for you as well. Right, we are at commercial break. I think at the moment we are just getting the ring walks. As we said, we've got Imavov against Chris Curtis. This is number 12 against number 14 in the middleweight division. Imavov 55%, Chris Curtis 45%. And it's very, very close, this one. Odds minus 150 for Imavov, plus 130 for Chris Curtis. Owner said, that'd be great. Bring the toaster. What are your thoughts on Quiche Lorraine? I've never met her. But But all I can tell you is that if I had a drag name, that would probably be it. AB Jobson said, do you make Christmas pudding? No, we don't make anything. We buy it, right? Because if we made anything in this house, I'm fairly confident the house would burn down. So we just go out and buy things and then just gently warm them on a low setting in the oven. And that's it. So no, we certainly aren't making Christmas puddings. I wouldn't even know how you make a Christmas pudding. I think you just put a load of misery, don't you? Misery and raisins. Don't know. Rest with Andy said, are you going to watch any of Ultimate Fighter? To be honest, I will try to, but I don't know that it's one that I'm going to get a chance to. I am going to try to. Me and the Ultimate Fighter are a little bit hit and miss because there's normally other things that I have to do during the week. So it's just a little bit tricky to sometimes find the time. But listen, it seems like I'm not the only one that's struggling to get to the Ultimate Fighter. The ratings came in, and I think there was only 290-odd thousand that tuned in for the first episode of the Ultimate Fighter. That is not good news at all, man. That is not good news at all. For a Conor Ultimate Fighter, I don't know, it's just not grabbing people's attention. I mean, in all fairness, Conor's coming off a couple of losses. He's been away for a while. Chandler, I don't know how much name value he's got. I don't know that this has caught the attention of the casual fans. It doesn't mean that the pay-per-view isn't going to do great numbers, but I just think, it's not caught the casual fans. In all fairness, I think I saw the ratings last time he was on Ultimate Fighter, and he had much greater kind of momentum. And I think he was in a much better place then. I think the ratings even then were only like 600,000. So I don't think the ratings for Ultimate Fighter are ever really that stellar. I don't think they're ever really that amazing. Certainly if you compare it to like WWE, which we watch on a regular basis, where, their Friday show is getting like 2.2 million. Their Monday show is getting 1.8 million. And then you've got Ultimate Fighter that's getting 200 and something thousand. Yeah, not great. But, I don't think UFC are going to be too panicked. But it's maybe something to think about. But I'll tell you what we're thinking about. We're thinking about this next fight, our main event of the prelims. So this is Imavov against Chris Curtis. And hopefully this is going to end the prelims on a high note as we sneak our way towards the main cards. This should be a banger, says Matthew Wells. Boom, done, underway. And we've got Curtis in blue. We got Imavov in white. Imavov in the center. Leg kick coming in there by Curtis. Curtis continuing to edge forward a little bit here as Imavov stays on the outside. There's a shot that comes in there by Curtis. Curtis bouncing around and again just trying to find a way of edging forward. Kick coming in there by Imavov. Outside leg kick there by Curtis. Curtis edging forward, just throwing out a couple of jabs. Hook shot coming in there by Curtis. Going upstairs as well. Looking for a high kick, but just missing with it. And already we've got a little bit of activity here, which is fun. These two are not standing off each other at all. 3-3 when it comes to significant strikes. Kick coming in there by Imavov. Curtis flicking in a kick to the body. And they're mixing it up as well. You can see, though, that Chris Curtis is really targeting leg kicks. So 4 to the legs, 1 to the body. We haven't seen much go upstairs yet. Hook shot just misses there by Curtis, though, as he did look to go upstairs. Curtis again continuing to move forward as Imavov's on the outside and circling round. Kick coming in there by Imavov, and again, Curtis just edging forwards as Imavov takes a couple of steps backwards. Curtis again continuing to move forwards. Imavov circling round on the outside. Oblique kick coming in. And outside leg kick there by Curtis. Tries to throw a left to the body. And again, they're just constantly engaging. it's good. There's definitely a lot of output here. We're less than 2 minutes in. Lots of leg kicks. The leg kick there by Imavov, the oblique kicks, they look quite nasty. And outside leg kick there by Curtis. And a couple of shots straight down the middle by Imavov as Curtis continues to find a way forwards. A couple of shots blocked there by Imavov as Curtis continues to drive Imavov back against the side of the cage. Round the back goes Imavov, and he's looking to drag Curtis down. He's managed to get him down to his knees. And right now we're halfway through the rounds. And Imavov in control at the moment. Slightly the head on significant strikes as well. 16-12. Curtis has managed to get over by the side of the cage. So that is a successful takedown for Imavov. And Imavov has got Curtis up against the side of the cage. He's still trying to put his weight all on him. He's trying to make it very hard for him to get back up to his feet. But I think Curtis is going to get there. Feels like Curtis is going to get there. And right now, he is back on his feet. But he gets dragged right back down again. Doesn't quite go all the way down. And he's right back to his feet again. Right now, we've got Imavov round the back, throwing in some knee strikes. Curtis is just taking a little bit of damage. He's trying to break this grip that Imavov has got on him at the moment. Curtis right now trying to find a way of getting out of this situation. He is being pinned up against the side of the cage. They break apart. Right back into the center. Imavov definitely winning this fight. That's a beautiful right hand. Cracks off the face of Chris Curtis. And Imavov in the center with Curtis. Curtis just reaching there as Imavov stays on the outside. Imavov, back elbow. Tries to connect. I think it just caught Curtis a little bit into the clinch. Curtis up against the side of the cage. And Imavov in control. And Imavov, 23 significant strikes to 13. 1 minute 8 control time to 0. And right now he is all over Chris Curtis. And now he's looking for a rear naked. Rear naked. Rear naked. It's looking good. It's looking good. It's on the chin, though. On the chin. Now he's trying the other side. He can't get it under the chin. But we've seen plenty of people tap out with a rear naked on the chin. But he can't find it. Body triangle is in. But Imavov in control. Imavov covering the mouth of Curtis as well. We just saw Jasmine doing that to Miranda. Again, just denying the oxygen going into the body. But Curtis gets right back up to his feet. We've got 2 seconds left to go. And that is the end of a pretty fun round, in all fairness. And that is a Imavov round. Imavov, 24 significant strikes to 14. And 2 minutes control time. Control time doesn't mean anything unless you do something with it. But the 3 takedowns, they look pretty good. And a submission attempt in there as well. So Imavov definitely ahead for me after round 1. Chris Curtis is going to have to find a different approach here. Darren said Conor and Michael Chandler fight will never happen. Conor's got way too much money. He is not hungry. I'm not sad to say, but the man's only way he's jumping into the ring is big money, and that is it. Amy Jobson said Imavov is so much taller. California Love, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words as we are just 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away from going over to the main cards. We are going over to that main card. 5 fights on the main card. It's been a really pleasant stream. Really pleasant show. Not like ram full of fights. It's one of those that you can kind of really sit back and enjoy. And as we said, we've had a few interesting encounters, but the real interesting fights are still to come. But this is our main event of the prelims. Right now, we've got both fighters in the center of the octagon. Chris Curtis definitely bringing some aggression here. And Curtis putting the pressure on Imavov, who's backing up a little bit. And right now, Curtis needs to put in a big round here. Kick coming in there by Imavov. Curtis putting that pressure on Imavov on the outside right now. It's 3-3 significant strikes in this round. 3-3 in this round. We got some kicks being exchanged by both guys at the moment. And jabs coming in there by Imavov. Jabs coming in by Imavov and Curtis. Just having a little look at the moment. Jab coming in there, but no joy as they clinch up and they break apart. 7-5 significant strikes in favor of Imavov. And we've got a little hook shot that lands there by Imavov. Curtis finding a way forwards. Oh, nice little kick coming in by Imavov into a clinch at the moment. Curtis pushing Imavov away. Uppercut just misses. Imavov landing 63% of his significant strikes. Curtis 44%. And Curtis standing his ground in the center. He's really putting in a shift here, but honestly, there's levels to this game, and we're seeing that Imavov is just at a different level, because in this round, even though Curtis is So timeout as there is a low blow. That low blow that came in, it came in and, oh, blood coming down the eye. There's, the doctor's going to come and have a little look at that. Doctor's going to have a look at that because the cut looks like it's right on the eye. The cut looks like it's right here. So doctor has come in to have a look at this cut that's sort of blinding the vision. It's a clash of heads. Well, this is interesting. It's a head clash. It's a head clash. We are past the halfway point in the fight. Doctor's coming in. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide and what they say here. There was a low kind of shot that came in. I thought this stoppage was for a low blow, but looking at it now, it looks like it's for this head clash and the damage that the head clash caused. Right now, we've got Curtis, who is back on his feet. It looks like he wants to continue. Looks like he wants to continue. Right now is over against the side of the cage. The doctor is talking to the ref. Can't hear what's being said. So Curtis is certainly making gestures like he wants to go, but his eye is closed. I don't know where we're going here. Headbutt, bad cut. He does want to stay in the fight. I'm just trying to hear what's being said. Give him a little time. You've got a little time. We need to make sure you can continue this fight. He can't seem to open his eye. It is true. It seems like he's going to be operating the rest of the fight with one eye. He's in absolute tears. So, no contest, apparently. Imavov was winning the fight. Looks like it'll go in as a no contest. I don't know if they'll look to run this back, but in all fairness, I mean, I feel like we were getting the answer as to where this was going, and it was going to an Imavov victory. That's not the way you want the fight to end. Like, I know these things are interesting and everything, like, and it's something a little bit different, but it's also really unsatisfying. As we said, you know, I mean, Imavov looked like he was winning, and there's a head clash in there. It's accidental. Looks like it's just going to be a no contest, and we're done with this one. His eye is closed. Imavov wins, says Legend Killer. I think they've said it's a no contest, haven't they? We're getting the official decision. I mean, I'm just having to try and overhear what's being said. Trying to see what's being said by people as they're overhearing them. It looks like there is no winner there. So, no contest between Imavov and Chris Curtis. Imavov's, I mean, like, Curtis is gutted. It's Imavov that should be gutted. Imavov's the one that should be gutted. He was well ahead in that. Significant strikes. I mean, we were looking at 57 to 26. So, no contest. Unintentional clash of heads, and I don't think either fighter is going to be interviewed here. I think both fighters have exited the octagon, and sadly, that's how our prelims are going to end. Backstage, we can see Beneil Dariush arriving. He arrived at 6:50. I don't know how long ago that was, Pacific time, but he is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Of course, he is part of our co-main event. So, and there is Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira, he arrived at 6:39, so he came in a little earlier, not much. Former UFC light heavyweight champion, 33 wins, 9 losses, 1 no contest. Charles Oliveira is in the house looking cool, calm, collected. That is going to be such an amazing fight. Charles Oliveira against Beneil Dariush legit could turn out to be a fight of the year contender. I don't think anyone would be surprised if it turned out to be a fight of the year contender. So we got that. We got Amanda Nunes as well. Obviously, in the main event, she's going to be taking on defending her title against Aldana. And as we said, Mike Malott The Canadians having a great time tonight. Can Mike Malott finish it off for Canada? He is a great prospect. He is also on the main cards. All of that coming up next as we head towards our final 5 fights. Tough, but Benny needs a shot at the title, says Vicky. That sucks, says Nagzula. Does suck. Really sucks. And, you know, as I said, I understand that these things are interesting and like can be fun because, you know, it's just something a little bit different. But I think, I don't know, it's also deeply unsatisfying. Maybe if it wasn't like the main event of the prelims and it was just a fight and we had a few more fights to go. But you know now you're going to have to wait about 20 minutes till the next fight. And it's just a bit, I don't know, unsatisfying. But it is what it is. Look, in MMA, these things happen. And I feel sorry for both, actually. Chris Curtis was absolutely gutted. Really, really did not want that fight to be stopped. But he was losing it. So in a way, it's a bit of a let-off for him there. And Imavov, he was winning that fight. He was winning that fight and quite comfortably. And he's just been denied a victory there. So I feel sorry for him as well. So it's a shame all round, isn't it? Right, coming up next, we got Marc-André Barriault. He is going to be taking on Eric Anders. So this is going to be our next fight. We've only got a few minutes to go. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated as we continue to head towards the main card. And as we said, that main card's going to be starting in just a few minutes' time. Looking cool as F. Oliveira is a stud. He can harness me for a race any day, said Nick. I'm watching Banriot and Charles, and then I'm going to go to bed, said Hans. I hope Aldana pulls Grasso, but damn, she is up against a beast goat, said Roberto. A.B. Jobson said he was winning. Scott is not happy with that. I could understand a few people. I mean, listen, if you had Imavov on a parlay or as one of your key bets tonight, I could understand that being very frustrating. Very frustrating. Look at her feet first. Make sure it's not her sister trying to trick you. Right. Nagzula, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. We're just getting some punditry first before we go over to this main card. We got Laura Sanko looking... She was doing commentary the other day. I thought she did pretty good. She's not on commentary tonight. No Joe Rogan either. No Joe Rogan. It's Felder, Cormier, and John Anik. And as we said, first time we've been back in Canada. Since 2019. Amanda Nunes looking very relaxed, very confident. And was that just a blip against Pena? Was it just a blip? Was it just an off night? Josh Taylor against Teofimo Lopez coming up as well. That should be good. Hopefully Josh Taylor can pick up the victory there. That'll be a good fight, that will. Have you ever done any training in MMA or boxing? I did a little bit in boxing. I haven't done any in MMA, but did a little bit in boxing. Did it for fitness, to be honest, but I really enjoyed it. So started to do like a little bit more, but never actually went in for a fight. But did some sparring and things like that. And really enjoyed it. The only reason I stopped doing it was because I worked in Birmingham. And I worked in Birmingham for quite a few years, which meant that I could commit to it and go to the gym and do it as sparring. And do it as like a workout health sort of thing, you know, keep in shape. I never had any dreams of going on to become like a boxer or anything like that. But just doing it as like, you know, going down as a casual thing. And I would have stayed with it And who knows, I could have gone into like one of those kind of, the white collar boxing events, where people that have a job that aren't proper boxers, that they can like, go and do stuff. I would have been quite tempted to have done that. But to be honest, I had to move because of my job. So I ended up going to a different place, ended up moving, and that was the end of that. So I spent a few years doing that, but not really anything to brag about. But I really enjoyed it. Really, really enjoyed it. I've always enjoyed boxing. I've always enjoyed MMA. I've been a lifelong fan of pro wrestling. So I know pro wrestling's different because it's scripted, but I didn't know that when I was a kid. So anything combat has always been very appealing to me from the youngest of ages. And so that's why like we do pro wrestling during the week, but boxing, UFC, it just seamlessly fits in on the channel for me. So anything that's like two people physically battling against each other to try and be the best, I enjoy. I could quite happily watch anything. Kickboxing, grappling, jiu-jitsu, anything of that. If it's on and I've got time, I'll quite happily watch anything. As two people are trying to outmaneuver the other person. I just find it really interesting. The great thing about fighting is that it's physical as well as mental. So a lot of other things like, say, chess, that's mental, but it's like extreme mental, isn't it? That's like, do you know what I mean? If you're a chess grandmaster, you are seen as a very intelligent person. Whereas when you come to like this, you are literally in there fighting to not get knocked out, not get bones broken. You are not fighting for your life, but I would imagine it's a similar sort of feeling. And so like you've got to have a good mentality. You've got to be quite smart to set traps and stick to game plans. But then equally, you've got to have the physical skills to back it up. So, this really is a test of everything. Your mental capacity, your physical capacity, your conditioning, the amount of work that you're willing to put in. Because if you could have all the skills in the world, but if you're a pretty lazy person that ain't going to put in that work, I can't imagine you're going to get very far. Not against these people that are putting in work hour after hour, day after day. So it really does test your commitment, your cardio, your skills, your mental abilities, your physical abilities, just absolutely everything. Your chin, how much punishment you can take. It's a real test of so many different things. I find it fascinating. So love UFC. And actually, this goes back to the point we made earlier. Plenty of people have been asking, like, what do you think about this card? And the truth is, to the casuals, this isn't that exciting of a card. I don't expect tonight to be that big from a viewing point of view. I think that this is one of the weaker looking pay-per-view cards. But it's UFC. And with UFC, two people get inside a cage and you never know what's going to happen. You never know how the fights are going to go. You could have two completely unknowns that go in there and just go at each other and deliver an absolute banger. So you just really never know with UFC. But I would agree that this card is lacking a little star power. But listen, that's been all right. I think what we've had so far has been pretty fun. I haven't been bored in the slightest, so... when is Oliveira fighting? It's gonna be probably about an hour and a half. Each fight takes about half an hour. They allocate it half an hour. So there's 5 fights. Oliveira is going to be the 4th fight. So I think rough ballpark, hour and a half. They're in Canada, said Vicky May. Yes. Felix said, I read that Rock's XFL lost 60 million. And on top of that, Young Rock got cancelled. And on top of that, Black Adam did horrible. He might as well just come back to wrestling. Let's do it. I would welcome him back. But yeah, not the best of times for him at the moment, is it? But I'm sure he's got enough money to keep himself on the right side of being happy. If ever he feels a bit down, I'm pretty sure he just has to look at his bank account, and I'm sure all those blues go away. What are your thoughts on Taylor Lopez fight tonight? Well, I mean, I really like Taylor. I really like Taylor. What I would say though is that Lopez has been there and done it, hasn't he? Teofimo Lopez is the guy that beat Lomachenko. And I mean, listen, if you can beat Lomachenko, geez, you are right in the conversation. Obviously, he went and then lost his belts to Kambosos Jr. though. And, there's a few question marks as to where Teofimo Lopez is in the pecking order. But what I would say is that I don't think he's at the top table, but I think he is, on his day, got the ability to beat pretty much anyone. Whether he would beat Devin Haney, I don't think he would beat Devin Haney. If they face like 10 times, I think Devin Haney wins like at least 9. So I don't think he's that level, but he's beaten Lomachenko. On his day, could he beat someone like Ryan Garcia? Maybe Ryan Garcia would win 7 or 8 out of 10 compared to Teofimo Lopez. Don't think Lopez would beat Shakur Stevenson. If you put him in there with Kambosos Jr., though, I reckon that would be like Kambosos maybe 6 times out of 10 or something. He's kind of like, he's that next level below, isn't he? So really the question is, where's Josh Taylor? Where's Josh Taylor? If I was a betting man, this is a big moment for Josh Taylor here. I would be looking at, I don't know who the favorite is. I think I would be looking at Teofimo. I really like Josh Taylor. I hope he can get it done, but I think Teofimo has been there, done it, got the t-shirt, and on his day, I think he can be a problem for most people. As I said, outside of the very top of the division, which I would say was Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, outside of those guys, I think he can be a problem for most people. So yeah, I really wanted to watch it. Who are the favourites? I don't know what the odds are. Let's have a look. Lopez. I don't think there's going to be like a heavy favourite. I would be shocked if anyone was a heavy favourite. I feel like it's quite close. Boxing odds. Main card has just started. If you are just joining us, leave a like. Oh, it's on screen. Leave a like if you haven't already. Oh, here we go. Taylor is minus 220 favourite. Lopez at plus 180. I think Lopez at plus 180 is quite tempting. I think Lopez at plus 180 is good there. Yeah, I thought it would be close. That's pretty close. I actually thought it'd be closer. I thought that we'd be looking at like minus 150. Someone would be plus 100, something like that. But it's minus 220 and someone's plus 180. So a little bit wider than I thought. But Lopez at plus 180, I would be very tempted by. But saying that, I hope he doesn't win, and I hope it's Josh Taylor. Man, cool. Shout out to you. Aaron said, half the time it's worth waiting next day and downloading the fights. Usually I go to movies and watch it for $25, but they weren't showing this one. Is that true? They're not showing this one at the movies. Oh, wow. Gee, perhaps they think it's not worth it as well. Wow. The card is extremely close. Only Amanda is minus 300 favourite. Retribution said Taylor is favourite. Lonnie said Dana White put a man in prison for showing UFC fights for free. I can't wait for the torrent, says Aaron. Right, well, first fight coming up. Marc-Andre Barriault is taking on Eric Anders. And I can tell you that 77% of people on Topology have gone with Barriault. Eric Anders, 23%. Minus 135, Barriault is the favourite. Eric Anders at plus 115. Barriault is well-rounded, tough, durable. 4-5 in the UFC. I think he's going to have the better volume. He doesn't tend to slow. His striking has been getting better over the recent years. His footwork is so-so. Good combos, good kicks. Can be a little bit plodding, but he's got a decent takedown defense and likes to grind opponents against the cage. He's taken on Anders, who is 7-7 in the UFC. He's athletic. He is strong. He can lack a bit of technique. He's a little bit low volume, but he's patient, looks for control time. He's durable. He can fade a little bit during fights. And I think for that reason, I'm just leaning to Marc-Andre Barriault. Barriault is 33. Anders is 36. So Marc-Andre has got that age advantage as well. 3 years younger. I don't think this is going to be a very attractive fight. It could be a little bit brawling. And it could go the distance as well, because neither of these guys have got crazy power. So I don't know that we're going to see them putting the other person away here. So I'm leaning Marc-Andre Barriault. Let me know in the chat which way you are going as we have a look over at the poll. The poll that we've had up for a little while now. It's had nearly 550 votes, just over actually. 550 votes. Charles Oliveira, 72%. And Beneil Dariush, 28% for that co-main event. Keep your votes coming in there. As soon as we get past that co-main event, we'll put the poll up for the main event. But I think most people have got their eyes on that very, very tasty co-main event this evening. 72% for Oliveira, 28% for Beneil Dariush. There is Megan O'Leary, and we should be getting the ring walks for our next fight as these two are about to make their way out into the arena. The Canadian fans are really fired up for this one, and this is, it looks pretty full now. It looks like everyone is actually there for this one. So here comes Eryk Anders making his way down to the octagon. And if you are just joining us, that last fight sadly ending with a head clash. It was a no contest between Imavov and Chris Curtis. That was around about, it was probably about 25, 30 minutes ago now. But Eryk Anders making his way down to the ring. He is, of course, representing USA. When is the next UFC supercard, said Felix. Well, to be honest, next month. I don't know if you would call it a supercard, but it is a pay-per-view. And that one is going to be International Fight Week. International Fight Week is where they really do go big. That is the one where they do the Hall of Fame. That's the one where they do the UFC X fan convention, which is where you can meet loads of the fighters, go along and pose with the belts, and I think you can get in an octagon and whatever. So you can do loads of stuff, basically. It's basically their access if you are a wrestling fan. So UFC X and Hall of Fame, and they always put on a big card for that as well. 2 title fights on the next one. Brandon Moreno is going to be defending, and Volkanovski is going to be defending as well. And there'll be plenty of names on that. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a super card per se, but it's a stronger card than tonight. Right, so Eryk Anders has made his way down, and he has gone inside the octagon. Of course, we are in Canada. We are in Vancouver. And out steps Marc-Andre Barriault, who represents Canada, fights out of Quebec, Canada. And he is the only active Canadian middleweight. So fighting out of, born in Quebec, Canada, Marc-Andre Barriault comes out, gets a great reaction. And the Canadians have been doing well tonight. The Canadians have been doing well. The Canadians have been showing up. And a great reaction for Marc-Andre Barriault here, who comes out 10 wins by knockout, former TKO middleweight and light heavyweight champion. And his last fight defeated Marquez by second round knockout back in March. And he has made his way down, as we said, to a great reaction. He seemed like he wanted to act like he wanted the fight to continue, says Aaron. What happened with Dariush Oliveira? That fight coming up later. Got to wait a little bit for that. That is our co-main event. So we got to go a little bit longer till we get to that one. But here is Marc-Andre Barriault, who steps inside the cage. He's got a smile on his face. He is ready to go. Pacing around, staring over at Eric Anders. This one, as we said, I think it's going to be scrappy. Don't know that we're going to get a finish here. But this is definitely one that's going to have the fans fired up. And right now we're going to go over to Bruce Buffer, get the intros. Eric Anders has got a 1-inch reach advantage. Both guys coming in at 6'1". Obviously, both coming in at the same weight of 185. And Eric Anders is 3 years older. He is an underdog at plus 120. Marc-Andre Barriault at minus 140. Here's Bruce Buffer. And he is fired up. He's on fine form this evening. It's a great look in the arena, you know. God, I think that's a drone shot. Might be I think it's a drone shot by the looks of it. Or maybe a crane. But either way, the swooping camera shot there looked absolutely brilliant. This is a sold-out Rogers Arena. And it looks really cool. So, Eric Anders is 1-5 as a UFC dog, and he is a dog coming into this one as well. So not a great record when he comes in as the underdog. So he's pacing around and just getting his intro. Have you ever thought when the new company takes over for WWE, will we see UFC fighters in WWE as guest stars? Don't think so. I'm not expecting there to be any crossover because even though the company does own both and you could have crossover, I mean, you could put them in the front row, but I don't think... I'm not expecting there to be much in the way of crossover. I'm certainly not expecting a load of MMA stars coming in and like doing stuff in ring and stuff like that. Certainly no more than what we've already had. Dana said there won't be any like difference. Dana's not expecting there to be anything. But could you chuck a load of fighters in the front row of WrestleMania and show them off as a bit of free promotion? Sure. Right, here we go. Right, we've got Anders and Barriault underway. And this is our first fight on the main card. We didn't even get to Topology, did we? Because I'm an absolute flipping disgrace. We will do that. We will do that. Let's get this fight out the way. Then we will look at Topology. But right now, Anders in the center. Barriault on the outside. Circling rounds. Going in with a kick. Oh, down goes Anders. He catches Anders. Seemed to catch him. I think it was the right hand. Anders went down. He's kicking out at Barriault. He's trying to keep Barriault away. Heavy shots coming in there by Barriault. Anders over by the side of the cage. Barriault has got him pinned up against the side of the cage. And Anders right now is in trouble. He got dropped. He's now being pinned. You can see it's 8 significant strikes to 0. Anders, though, not out of this, and he's managed to reverse the position. Knee strikes coming in there by Anders. Throwing in these knee strikes, and again, heavy knee strike as Barriault is over by the side of the cage. Position has been reversed. Oh, God! That's a heavy right hand by Barriault, but it just seems to fire up Anders. That was a beautiful right hand. I mean, a horrible, crunching little thing. And these two exchanging forearms at the moment. Anders driving Barriault back. This has got some tasty fireworks to it. Knee strikes coming in here by Anders. Knee strikes coming in. Knee strikes coming back there by Barriault. Jab coming in by Barriault. Knee strike coming back there by Anders. And he's just really driving his knee into the midsection of Marc-Andre Barriault. And again, another knee strike coming in. 7 significant strikes to 19 in favor of Marc-Andre. But little uppercuts coming in. Marc-Andre having to block a barrage of shots coming in by Eric Anders. Big hook shots coming in there by Barriault. And honestly, I'm amazed that we've got no one busted open here. We've seen some big, heavy shots at close range. Coming in there by Eric Anders. And another knee strike coming in. So no damage by either guy at the moment. And as we said, that was, body kick. Coming in. Anders in control at the moment. He's got Barriault up against the side of the cage. Eric Anders with big shots coming in right now. And Barriault with 82% accuracy on his significant strikes. Anders 55%. And we have got Anders. I mean, his powers of recovery are so impressive. He really has been so good here because he's been in all kinds of trouble. All kinds of trouble. He really has been up against it. But right now, he has got Barriault up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in. If we look at the numbers, 21 significant strikes to 30. He's done such a good job of getting back into this. Such a good job. Because he was in all kinds of trouble. But 22 significant strikes to 31. And we got a shot coming in there by Marc-Andre Barriault. Anders standing his ground in the center. We got 12 seconds left to go. Swing and a miss there by Anders. Barriault taking a few steps forwards. Knee strike coming in there by Anders. Kick coming in by Anders as well. And that is the end of the round. And honestly, pretty full-on stuff by both guys there. The final result is 35 significant strikes to 24. Anders, 1 minute 40 control time to 40 seconds for Marc-Andre Barriault. And total shots, 41 to 37. And yeah, this is a fun fight, an energetic fight. Both guys working really, really hard. And it is, for me, Marc-Andre Barriault that's just edging it. But yes, it is pretty much non-stop. That moment at the start of the round, what I would say is it really felt like Marc-Andre Barriault was winning this, edging this, taking this. And then Eric Anders really came back, put a shift in, put that work in, and managed to close that gap. But I think the gap by the end of the round was still very, very significant. Very, very significant. So, right, we're about to get underway. Round number two. So, we've got both fighters in the center right now. Clock is ticking away as there's a kick into the midsection by Marc-Andre Barriault. We've got Anders trying to find a way forwards. Barriault backing up a little bit here. Circling round on the outsides. And we've got Anders having a little look as Barriault fires in a kick to the midsection. And Barriault, again, knee strike coming in there by Anders. We got Barriault trying to throw a few shots in as he comes away from the side of the cage. Kick to the midsection by Anders. I feel like that first round was a Barriault round. So it really does feel like in this round we need minus 115, minus 115. Live odds have got it even. But definitely feels like this is going to be an official timeout here. Official timeout. Definitely feels like this needs to be Anders. We're just having a little look at it. I think it's a low blow. There's not much in that, to be honest. It looks like more it's top thigh. It looks more like it's top thigh by Marc-Andre Barriault. I don't think that's really a timeout. They've given it as a timeout. I don't think it should be. But they've given it as a timeout. Compare Stipe to Roman Reigns. Compare Stipe to Roman Reigns. Stipe would kill Roman Reigns. Done. Compared. Game over. Lock them both in a cage. Stipe would murder Roman Reigns. Done. Right, Barriault steps into the center, and we are back underway. So Barriault on the outside as Anders continues to move forward. Barriault circling rounds. Kick coming in there by Barriault. And again, Barriault circling round as Anders standing his ground in the center. He's been very patient. And as I said, I think his powers of recovery have been very impressive because he got really rocked at the start of that first round. But he is right in this fight. And right now, he is taking the fight to Marc-Andre Barriault. Barriault coming forward. Little leg kick coming back there by Anders. Barriault on the outside. That's a lovely left hand by Anders. Barriault throwing in a kick to the midsection. And a couple of hook shots coming in there by Barriault. And again, high kick comes in by Anders, but just falls short. And he's standing his ground in the center. He's not being overly committal at the moment, but right now it's 9 significant strikes to 6 in favor of Barriault. Barriault, for me, took the first round. Right now he is edging this round, but Anders grabs him, drives him up against the side of the cage. And right now he's got him. Knee strike coming in there by Anders. So knee strike by Anders. He's managed to grab a hold of the leg. He's looking for a takedown. He gets the takedown. Barriault flips over to his sides. Anders in control at the moment. Front face lock being applied. Good work so far this by Anders. Anders has got Barriault up against the side of the fence. And Anders, again, he is trying. He is working. He is trying to find a way of making this uncomfortable. He's not really doing anything too significant right now. He is just frustrating Barriault, keeping him pinned up against the side of the cage. Shots coming back there by Barriault. Knee strike coming in by Anders. They break apart right into the center. Inside leg kick. Nice duck underneath. Good head movement there by Barriault. Anders again having a little look as the kick comes in. Timeout again. Timeout again. Another timeout. I didn't think the last one was a timeout. Or should have been a timeout. Don't know where we are with this one. Referee has come in. I think this time it's Anders that has landed something, is it? There's a knee. No, it's Barriault again with another low blow leg kick. Oh, that one was actually. That one was. That one's a really good little low blow. It's just a little flick. But it's right in the sweet spot. I've got to tell you, Anders doesn't look that bothered. But that one does look like it's a low blow. I thought it was Barriault because it was Barriault that seemed to be walking away. That was gesturing that he was the one that took the damage. But it's actually Anders. But I don't think there's much of a problem there. He doesn't look to be in too much discomfort. So far in this round, it is 13 significant strikes. 13 significant strikes to 8. Wrestle with Andy said, wrestle with Anders. Hey, that could be your MMA channel. Wrestle with Andy. Low blows right in the gonads. That's like seeing John Bones Jones in WWE trying to wrestle a WWE match. It just doesn't mix well, says Michael. Right, here we go. We got, what's the ref going to do here? Because that's 2 low blows by Barriault. Is he just going to give him a warning? Looks like he is. Looks like he is. Looks like he's just going to give him a warning, but one more, and I think we could be looking at a point deduction there. So, right, we are back underway. This is round number 2. This is the first fight on the main cards, and it's a proper fight as well. Kick coming in by Anders. And Anders is doing well here. It's 14-11. I have got him losing, but a couple of shots coming in as he drives Barriault back against the side of the cage. Clock ticking down, as we said. We got 1 minute 30 left on the clock. And kick coming in there by Barriault. Anders, again, just having a little look. He's really putting some work in here, Anders. He's really having to rely on his durability. And Barriault coming forward, trying to engage, throw in a few shots. He's throwing out a left-hand jab. He's just using it. Anders up against the fence. And right now, back into the center. 30-odd seconds left to go here. Barriault circling round as Anders standing his ground in the center. It is 20-18. It's a close little round, this one. 20-18 in this round. But I still think that, for me, Barriault just edges it. But right now, we're at 20-20. 20-20, according to the unofficial numbers. This is absolutely even right now. Let's change that over. So that is the end of round 2. And we should be going over to round number 3. Jake said it could be a draw. Barriault winning. Barriault winning. I've got Barriault winning. Really not much in that second round, though. He takes the first round for me. Second round, I think, could go either way. But we're about to go into a very important third round. I mean, like, I don't think either fighter can be really confident. Certainly not Eric Anders. He definitely lost that first round. Here we go. Right, we are underway. We've got Barriault edging forwards. And we've got Anders on the outside. Kick coming into the body there by Barriault. Jab coming in by Barriault. And Anders right now having a little look to see if he can get that single leg takedown. He can't quite get it. Tries to throw in a knee strike. Couple of shots coming in right now. Aaron Bronstetter has got it 2018. Kevin has got it 2018 as well. And Paul Fontaine has got it 1919. So we've got a few different opinions here. This is either 2-0 Barriault or 1-1. That second round was very, very close. As we said, we're underway with round number 3. And this is going to be a big round. Barriault getting backed up a little bit here. Certainly neither guy can be confident. Anders has grabbed the leg of Barriault. Will the fight go the distance? Minus 150, yes. Plus 110, no. Knee strike coming in there by Anders. And right now, Anders has got Barriault up against the side of the cage. Another knee strike coming in there by Anders. Barriault is really battling here, but he's trying to throw some knee strikes back of his own. But this is absolutely not where he wants to be. He really wants to stamp his authority on this round. But right now, Eric Anders has got Barriault up against the side of the fence. He's trying to grab a hold of him, but Barriault breaks away. Eric Anders edging forward at the moment. He's having a little look, trying to find a way forward and trying to use his head movement, trying to get out the way of a couple of shots that come in there by Barriault, but a kick to the midsection looks good by Barriault. Knee strike coming back, though, by Anders. These two on the feet, exchanging shots. Round 3 is looking good for Barriault here. It is 17 significant strikes to 7. 17 significant strikes to 7. On the feet, in these striking exchanges, Barriault is definitely getting the better of them. 23-7 now. 23-7 for Marc-Andre Barriault. And we've got 2 minutes, 27 left. So, swing and a miss there by Barriault. Anders edging forwards. Barriault on the outsides. Anders having a little look, stalking him as Barriault is on the outsides. Anders having a little look. Kick coming in there by Barriault. Shot coming in there by Anders. And Anders having a little look as, he gets cracked. He gets cracked. He gets caught. As Anders continues to move forwards. Barriault on the outside, circling rounds. And right now, 29-12. 29-12. You can see that middle round was 20-20. First round was 35-24. But, Barriault doing well here. He's definitely up 32-13 now. 32-13. He's staying on the outsides. He's getting a lot of shots. In fact, both guys are going a lot to the head. 62 shots to the head for Barriault. 41 for Anders. Bit of body work. Very little to the legs, look. Very little to the legs. And another kick coming in. It's just constant output. 35-15. We got just over a minute to go. And it feels like it's going to be a Barriault victory. Jab coming in by Marc-Andre Barriault, but Eric Anders working really hard. Really putting a shift in. Kick coming in there by Barriault as he continues to move forward. Kick into the body. Driving Anders back. Shot coming in there by Barriault. And he's looking to fire in a jab. Another kick coming in there by Barriault. Anders again firing in a kick. And jab coming in there. So it's just constant output by both guys. 44-20 though. I think we're at the point where Anders is going to need a finish if he's going to pick up the victory. And kick coming in there by Barriault again. Anders a little bit laboured. You can understand why. There's been plenty of output from both guys. But with 10 seconds to go, this should be a win for Marc-Andre Barriault. Unless something dramatic can happen right at the end. But it looks like we're going to the judges. And there it is. The fight ends. That should be Marc-Andre Barriault that picks up the victory. 47 significant strikes to 23. And it should be a win for Marc-Andre Barriault. Woo! Anders can win by wrong decision. Ulysses said the sound keeps going out, we know, but sadly it's been happening all evening. It's a problem we've never had before, and I can only imagine it's a faulty cable. The positive is that I can see the lines moving on the microphone, so I don't think it's a faulty microphone. And it doesn't look like it's coming in, like it just does not come in. So I can only imagine it's either a driver issue or a cable issue. But it's an issue that has only shown itself tonight. So fear not, it will be at the top of my to sort list. But it's not something that I can really sort right now. Which frustrates me a lot more than it frustrates you, I promise. But it's easy to resolve. I just have to keep unplugging it, plugging it back in. It takes a moment to come back in. Which is far from ideal. But, there's worse things going on in the world. Not many, but there are a few worse things going on. Right, here we go then. We're about to get the official decision on this one, our first fight on the main card. Big shout out to everyone that's left a like. Really appreciate it. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. As I said before, every like is an RIP for my cable that connects my microphone to my computer. But certainly someone that doesn't need RIP in is Marc-Andre Barriault, because he is alive and well as he picks up a unanimous decision victory in our first fight. It's another dub for Canada as they pick up this victory. And that is one that the Canadian fans are very relieved about. So there we go. We've kicked off the main card in a great way as Marc-Andre Barriault beats Eric Anders. So next fight coming up is going to be fight number 8. And that is going to be Dan Ige taking on Nate Landwehr. And this should be a banger. I mean, I fully expect my microphone to give out on this one. I think everything could give out on this one because this could be fun. This could be a banger. And we should get to it quite soon as well because we're already 42 minutes onto the main cards. So Dan Ige is durable. He's got endless cardio. He's 8-5 in the UFC. He's very much a gatekeeper to the rankings. He's ranked number 13. He's always in the fight. He's got good boxing. He's never been finished. He's got 6 first-round finishes of his 16 wins. Nate Landwehr is wild. He's a brawler. He's got insane aggression. He operates at a fast pace. He looks to push the pace. He's a good athlete. This is a big step up in competition for him, though. And he's going to have a wrestling advantage, but he can be hit. He can be rocked. He's 35 years old. He's 4 years older than Dan Ige. Ige said he's going to be looking for the knockout. I've got Ige winning. Topology has got Ige winning. Ige is 73% of people on Topology have gone with him. And he is a minus 260 favourite. Nate Landwehr is plus 210. We're just seeing a few MMA fighters in the crowd. There is Valentina Shevchenko. Valentina Shevchenko, the former champ in the house. With a smile on her face. Don't know what she's smiling about. Don't know what she's happy about. She should be out training, working, trying to get her title back. Right, let's go over to Topology, shall we? Let's go over to Topology because we have not done that in a hot minute. Let's update it and see where we are with it. Immediately, Charles deserves a break after 11 fights finished in a row, said Rabbit Hole. Probably, but not. She's got nothing to give to Amanda. She will be dismantled again. Let's refresh this and see where we are. Is that the latest? I think that might be the latest. There we go. Okay, so top 10. Number 10, Six Soul. This is our Topology community rankings. So if you do play Topology, you can join the Wrestling Days League. There's nearly 300 people that are playing. It's free to join. It's on Topology. Just create an account, make your picks before the show starts. And then if you're already part of the league, you're automatically entered each week. So, yeah, pretty straightforward. And this is the top 10. I always like to read out the top 10. But in 10th place is Six Soul. In joint 6th is Mark Robinson, WG Preston, IVXX, and Austin 316. In 5th place is Roosh 1. In joint 3rd place is Kung Flu and I Bake Bread. In 2nd place is Noster 75. And still in 1st place, I think they've been there pretty much throughout the show, is Underdog 519. Is it gonna stay that way? That is the question. We'll come back to it throughout the evening, of course, certainly after the show ends, but we'll try and pop back to it before then as well. But that's where we are with that. Big shout out to everyone that's playing. Mark said 450 in likes. Let's smash those likes. Let's go. We always try to get to 1,000. I was fairly confident we wouldn't do that this week anyway. But just try and get where we can, basically. More likes, the more angels have Big Macs. I don't know. 50k e-gay all the way, said Chads. Days, WWE has confirmed that Friday, the gauntlet match, the winners versus Owens and Zayn at Money in the Bank, says Adam. Adam, shout out to you, buds. We are just seeing Nate the Train right now. Nate the Train Landwehr. AB Jobson said next week's card is stacked. Is Oliveira fighting? Oliveira's... why is this underway? Oliveira's fight isn't going to be for a little bit, buds. Oliveira is the co-main event. We've only had one fight of the main card so far, so still got about an hour to go till we get to the Oliveira fight. Obviously, it depends how long the fights beforehand go. I mean, if you're going to get a couple of quick finishes, we'll get there a bit quicker. But as a rough rule, I would say about an hour, maybe a little less. California Love said, let's go, Dan Ige, 808 all day. Oh, Hawaii. Hawaii. Nate the Train for the upset, said young Heath Ledger. Who won the last fight? It was won by Marc-Andre Barriault. He won by unanimous decision. When does Oliveira fight start? In about an hour. When does the Nunes fight start? In about an hour and a half. How's bro staying up for this? How long to the Do Bronx fight? In about an hour, bud. Oliveira tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Less than 3. It's only a 3-round fight, which is a bit shocking, isn't it? I really thought that was going to be, or that should have been, a 5-round fight. I do agree. I do find that a little bit strange. I know that it only tends to be title fights and main events, but even so, that one definitely feels worthy of being 5 rounds. But right now we got Megan O'Leary just saying a few words as we're waiting for the ring walks. Here they come. So this next fight, Dan Ige against Nate the Train. I've got Dan Ige picking up the win here. He said he wants a knockout. He wants the finish. Making his way down. And this is Nate the Train first. One of 4 Tennessee-born UFC fighters. Who do you think will beat Islam? I think Arman has got a chance. Arman's first fight in the UFC was against Islam, and Islam had a tough time against him. Well, I do think that Arman would be a good challenge, but I don't know that I could say Arman would pick up the win because I just think Islam just has continued to improve, and just think of the experience that he's gained since that fight. So I think it'd be a good fight. I don't know that I could go as far as to say that he would lose it, though. And to be honest, I don't know that I can tell you of someone out there that can beat him at the moment. I mean, the guy went and beat Volkanovski in a very close fight, but Volkanovski is regarded as pound for pound. So, I don't know. I really don't know who out there can beat Islam. I don't know that there is someone that can do it. I don't know that I could give you a name of someone that could do it. I think Beneil Dariush would be interesting. It'd be a fight I would love to see. I don't think Gaethje would do it. I don't think Poirier would do it. I would like to see Poirier have a crack, but I don't think he would do it. I don't think there is a name right now. I don't think anyone's necessarily shown themselves. I think what would be interesting is if Beneil Dariush tonight wins and wins convincingly and looks really good against the former champion. Then we could have some at tasty. Beneil Dariush has just been quietly going about his work. And I would say if you look at the top end of the card, Beneil Dariush is probably one that is got like the most interesting argument for being able to beat Makhachev. I think if you look at like, I know MMA math doesn't work, but if you do sort of use that, you can sort of rule out Poirier and Gaethje and a lot of the names at the top of the cards. But Beneil Dariush is someone that's on a hell of a run. He's looked really good in all of his fights and is a little bit of an unknown entity, to be honest, at this level, at the very top of the cards. Little bit unknown as to whether he's going to sink or swim. We're going to get that answer tonight. So I'm interested to see how this fight goes. I really do hope Dariush wins. I think Oliveira wins. I think people are counting him out a little bit too quickly, considering he lost to Islam, who really could be, one of the best fighters in all of UFC, maybe even ever by the time his career is over. And I think that just because he lost that doesn't mean that necessarily we're seeing a decline or anything. But Dariush is going to be a test, man. He is going to be a test. So, there's it's an interesting division at the moment, isn't it? The lightweight division. It has been for a good few years now. Ige is about to step inside. Mercedes, shout out to you. Dariush will win and Nunes will lose, says Edwards. McGregor owes me a bottle of whiskey, says Aaron. Anyone know why the Curtis fight was no contest? It was a clash of heads. Ledger Killer said, let's go. AB Jobson said, my picks are absolutely rubbish tonight. I'm going with Nate the Train, Baynay. Nate the Train, Baynay. Okay, Ige is inside. Fire and Dawn versus Rousey and Shayna, June 23rd, says Adam. My picks are absolutely rubbish tonight. I'm going with Nate the Train. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with this one. We didn't have to wait too long for it. That's last fight, of course, going the distance. So we're already nearly 50-odd minutes into this card. So time is absolutely flying. It's one of those, isn't it? I mean, you turn around and it's... you've lost... it's pretty much main event time. I mean, this really will go so quick. In fact, the whole of tonight has gone really quick. We've already been streaming for, in 20 minutes, it will have been 5 hours. And I don't know what's happened, to be honest, because it absolutely does not feel anywhere close to 5 hours. So, crazy. I'm guessing it's just because it's been a pretty fun night, to be honest. Right, here we go. Dan Ige, -255. Favorite here, and this could be good, man. I've got the word banger written on my notes. There it is, banger. Danny Gay winning. I always underline the winner, so or who I think's going to win. So I've got Danny Gay on this one. I know many of you have as well. It's not the boldest prediction in the world. Right, let's go. Bruce Buffer's done his thing, and we're about to get underway with this one. Round number 1, fight number 8, Ige against Landwehr, and we are up and running. Both fighters coming into the center right now, and Ige taking a few steps forward, throws out a jab as Nate Landwehr takes a few steps backwards. Ige bouncing around as Nate Landwehr in the center. Ige again just edging forwards. Landwehr again throwing out a jab, and Ige again continuing to just put a little bit of pressure on. We're not seeing much being thrown at the moment. Just at the moment, they're just kind of getting into position. But Landwehr is on the back foot. Kick coming in there by Nate the Train. Both of these guys are going to continue to move forward. And Ige moves forward and moves right into Landwehr. Landwehr with a kick. And so far, it's only one significant strike that's landed. Got Landwehr on the outside. Ige in the center, Ige in black, Landwehr in white, just like the images on screen. You can see Ige 3 significant strikes to 0. And we got Landwehr on the outside, gets caught momentarily, backs up against the cage. Ige doesn't look to capitalize. He's being very calculated. Big body shot. Hook shot comes in. Landwehr gets caught with that again. Ige has been landing a few shots here. And that's a bit of a warning sign for Nate the Train. Nate the Train again getting clipped. Ige, again, he's getting real joy with the right to the body and the left hook upstairs. So, and a low kick coming in there. Outside leg kick. Kick coming back by Landwehr. Ige looking for a jab. Counter shot comes back by Landwehr, though. So far is 10 significant strikes to 2. And Ige, again, on the outside this time. So, exploding in. And knee strike coming in there by Landwehr. The two break apart. And we've got Ige just edging forward. Landwehr is having a little look. Hook shot comes in. Shot comes back as Ige backs up a little bit as Landwehr edges forwards. And we've got Ige circling round on the outsides. Landwehr having a little look. Jab coming in there by Ige. Ige again circling round. Kick coming in. And we've got a jab coming in there by Landwehr. And again, we've got a couple of jabs by Ige. We're not seeing much in the way of big, significant strikes at the moment. So we went through the first few minutes with some big shots, but now it's just been a little bit of back and forth. So Ige is just having a little look. Low kick coming in there by Landwehr. 13 significant strikes to 5. Inside leg kick there by Ige. Landwehr having a little look. And he knows that he's down in this fight at the moment. Not by loads, though. 14 significant strikes to 6. And again, we're seeing a bit more movement here by Landwehr. Ige circling round on the outside. Is leaning on that lateral movement. Goes for a leg kick, but Landwehr moves out the way. We're seeing a lot more activity now. 1 minute 30 left on the clock as we've got Ige going straight down the middle. Landwehr having a little look. Seeing if he can find a counter shot. In comes Ige. Little flurry, but nothing really connecting. Ige again staying on the outsides. Hook shots coming in. Big heavy hands there by Landwehr. We got Ige who comes forwards. And we got Ige having a little look as Landwehr continues to edge forwards. Head kick doesn't land. And Ige just slightly out of range. So nothing massively significant here. But it should be enough to give Ige the rounds. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're 17 away from 500s. And we've got Landwehr with a jab, but that just misses. Just over 30-odd seconds left to go. Kick comes in there by Landwehr. Ige is trying to find a way forward. Throws out a couple of little jabs. Just giving Landwehr something to think about as he's edging forwards. No joy there, though, for either guy as Ige tries to explode in. He's trying to use some interesting angles, but Landwehr was equal to it. Right now, 21-15. Not much in this at all. Not much in this at all. Oh, Ige catches Landwehr. Ige catches Landwehr. He stumbles backwards. He's recovered, though. But that's a big moment. It's the cherry on top. And that is going to give this round to Dan Ige. And so, first round, as we said, really good round for Danny Ige there. Really good round for Danny Ige. Ige looking good. Right, we have got second round coming up, and I do agree that Ige was looking good there. 22 significant strikes to 16. We're just seeing a replay of that right at the end of the round, which drove Landwehr back. Here we go, then. We're about to get underway with round number 2, and we've got to 500 likes, so really appreciate the support. Kick coming in there by Nate the Train. And he's continuing to edge forward as Ige's on the outside, throws out a couple of jabs. Landwehr standing his ground in the center. Ige having a little look. Low kick coming in there by Landwehr. Nice, oh man, right in the pocket. They're really exchanging some shots. Couple of jabs coming in there by Landwehr. Ige jabbing out, having a little look, trying to find a way forward as Landwehr continues to move forwards. Ige backing up a little bit. So first round, as we said, goes to Ige for me. And let's see as to where we get with round number 2. We'll keep an eye on the round-by-round breakdown as they're in a clinch at the moment, but they break apart. First minute, not much between them. But we are just seeing Dan Ige just getting a little bit of joy with these shots, these jabs. And again, he collides into the pocket. Knee strike coming in there by Landwehr. But for every knee strike that Landwehr lands, it seems like Ige gets a couple of shots off beforehand. Again, little shot coming in there by Ige as he continues to move forward. There's a big right hand that just misses. We're seeing Landwehr just making his way forward, edging forward as Ige backs up a little bit. Knee strike coming in by Landwehr. Landwehr again breaking apart. Big hook shot coming in there by Ige. Ige got to be ahead on significant strikes at the moment. Feels like he's edging it for me. That's 12-5 for Ige. 12-5 for Ige in this round. He's got Landwehr backed up against the side of the cage. There was a big right hand that came in there. And again, he's got an overhand left that crashes in. Ige edging forwards. Ige edging forwards as Landwehr is closing that space. Both guys in the center right now. Head kick flicked out there by Landwehr, but he can't land it. Landwehr, it feels to me like Nate the Train has got to really land something juicy here. He needs to land something that's going to really give Ige something to think about, because he really hasn't had much in the way of problems. You can see that 44-23, the volume is with Ige. The bigger, more eye-catching shots are with Ige as well. And Landwehr just hasn't really given anything for Ige to have to worry about up until now. But right now in this round, I can tell you it's 26-7 now for Ige. 26 significant strikes to 7. Ige definitely winning the striking battle. Definitely winning the striking exchange. And Landwehr definitely needs to find an alternative game plan or find something of significance, because we're past the halfway point and it feels like we're very, very close to him being 2 rounds down. And right now we've got Ige in the center. We got Landwehr in there as well. Landwehr edging forward, swing and a miss there by Ige. Landwehr on the outsides. Hook shot coming in there by Ige. Ige continuing to put the pressure on Landwehr. Heavy leg kick coming in there by Ige. Landwehr on the outsides, edging forward as Ige has a little look at the moment. There's a real flurry in the pocket again by both guys. Don't think anyone got the better of that exchange. Overall, right now, it's 31 significant strikes to 11 in favor of Ige. Ige circling round into the center, throws a left hand, kick comes back by Landwehr. And an inside leg kick there by Ige as well. Ige is finding a way forwards. Having a little look to see if he can... we've lost the stats. It's all kicking off. I don't want a YouTube video right now as Landwehr throws in a shot. But Ige grabs him, drives him up against the cage. But they break apart. Hook shot comes in there by Ige. 35 seconds left on the clock as Ige grabs Landwehr, drives him up against the fence. And to be honest, this is all that Ige needs to do right now, because it's 35-20 on significant strikes. Oh, he catches him! Ige lands a missile on Landwehr. Landwehr goes down. Trouble. Landwehr in big trouble. Ige all over him at the moment. Referee having a look. Referee's not stopping it at the moment. Landwehr makes it survives. And you can underline survives. Underline it. Get out your highlighter pen. Highlight the word survives. Because he only just did. He got dropped right at the end. He was twisting and turning, trying to avoid the follow-up shots. He was in a whole world of pain. Beautiful left hook shot. Drops Landwehr. Nate the Train goes down. The train got derailed. And then Ige was right on top of him, but he could not put him away. Damage on the Ige's face. Woo! Hey man, this fight, it was one of those fights that really jumped out, that this had great potential, and I would say it's living up to it. I still think that Oliveira Dariush is going to be fight of the night, but this is still living up to the potential, to the hype. Let's get underway. Round number 3. And Ige knows that he can smell blood. He knows that Nate the Train is there for the taking. He's just got to land something big. He needs to not be too reckless, though, because he doesn't want to put himself in any kind of silly situations. But that hook shot, man. That hook shot. I mean, that hook shot was so nice. I think Nate the Train's ancestors felt it. But, yeah, we've got Nate edging forward. He's trying to keep his guard up, trying to keep his hands up. And a couple of shots coming back here by Ige. I do think we're at the point where Nate the Train's going to need a finish. I don't think really it's so much now about who's going to win round 3, because I think that Ige takes both rounds. And actually, it looks like the live odds agree, because they've got Ige at minus 2,100. Minus 2,100 right now for Dan Ige. That's the live odds. And right now we got Landwehr. He's backed up against the cage. Jab coming in there by Landwehr. Landwehr, low kick, but Ige catches Landwehr. And Landwehr, again, just having a little look. Seeing if he can find a way forwards. He knows that he needs a finish. We got 3 minutes 30 odd on the clock. Really, Ige does not need to do anything stupid here. Doesn't need to engage in any kind of fight or get reckless. But there's a bit of damage on the face of Dan Ige. Bit of blood coming down the face of Dan Ige as they engage at the moment in the center in a clinch. Both fighters break apart. We've got Landwehr, who's really having to try and dig deep. Throws in a kick to the body. Leg kick comes back there by Dan Ige. And Landwehr, again, just continuing to edge forwards. Ige backing up a little bit as Landwehr comes in. That's a nice right hand that comes in there by Dan Ige. And Landwehr, again, having a little look. These two exchanging big shots straight down the middle. 51 headshots have been thrown and landed by Ige. 44 by Nate Landwehr. Nate Landwehr is still giving as good as he's getting. Maybe not quite as good. But he's still throwing. He's still working. He's still landing. He's not loads behind. He's only, 21 significant strikes? Considering he's lost both rounds, that's not a disaster. And right now, Landwehr is being driven back against the side of the cage. He's managed to reverse the position, though. All of this is fine for Dan Ige, because it's just taken time out of the fight. I can tell you in this round, it's 23 significant strikes to 18. 23 significant strikes to 18 in favor of Landwehr in this round. So it looks like Landwehr is getting the better of this round, but it doesn't matter. He's going to have to get a finish if he's going to want to win this. And right now, Ige in the center. Landwehr putting the pressure on. Ige just jabbing away, jabbing at the body, keeping Landwehr back. Landwehr with a front kick. Couldn't land it, couldn't connect it. And we got 1 minute 20 odds on the clock. Knee strike coming in there by Nate the Train. Nate the Train goes back against the side of the cage. Dan Ige measuring for Summer. Throws a body shot. Landwehr looking pretty gassed. is still throwing, still looking. As a swing and a miss there by Dan Ige. And Landwehr again edging forward. There's a real collision. They're in a clinch at the moment. Kicks coming in there by Landwehr. There's a nice kick that comes back by Ige. There's a right hand that comes in by Landwehr, but it just falls short. Hook shot lands by Ige. Right now it's 28-26. Significant strikes in round number 3 in favor of Landwehr. You could make the argument that Landwehr is winning this round, but as we said, he is not winning this fight. And 30-odd seconds left to go. Definitely feels like we're going the distance. Definitely feels like we're going to go all the way to the judges. And right now, we're over by the side of the cage. And Ige is scrambling around with Landwehr. They're standing. They're over by the side of the cage. Right now, Ige has just got Landwehr pinned up against the cage. Landwehr reverses the position. And Landwehr has got Ige in a clinch. But this is not going to be enough unless he can find something significant at short range. We're in the pocket at the moment. They're swinging away. And that is the end of the fight. That is the end of the fight. Really fun. Really fun. Lots of great action in there. And it was a really fun fight. Landwehr needed to find that finish. He couldn't find that finish. But even so, it's still made for a very entertaining spectacle. And as we said, we thought these two would deliver. And they did. So Dan Ige should be given the victory here. Should be awarded the win. And we go on to our next fight, which is going to be a lot of fun. That is a great prospect in Mike Malott taking on Adam Fugitt. And Mike Malott is, I believe, the final Canadian on this card tonight. But he's a great prospect. He's 2-0 in the UFC. Both of those wins have come in the first round. And so we could see a finish in our next fight. But we need to just get the decision here. But anything less than a Dan Ige win will be a big surprise. The train got robbed, said Scott. I 3-pack. I 3-pack 4-pack. I 3-pack 4-pack. Shout out to you. Right, here we go. Decision coming. Keep your eye on the judges, says Elite GB. Yeah, I mean, look, this should be pretty straightforward stuff. 29-28. They might not even do that, actually. They might end up going 30-27s, but either way, it's Dan Ige that gets it. Dan Ige gets it. Dan Ige is awarded the unanimous decision, and it is the right result. Boom. So we are done with that. We're going to be moving on to our next fight, which is going to be Mike Malott, as we said. Nearly 5 hours we have been streaming. That is mental. That is mental. I actually can't remember a UFC stream that has ever gone as fast as this one. I can't remember another one. I mean, to me, it feels like we've been streaming for an hour. Feels like we've been streaming for an hour. I feel wide awake. I feel really good. Really excited for the next few fights. It's mental. It's mental. I really, really feel like we haven't been streaming very long. But we have. Right, here we go. Malott against Fugitt. Scott says, great example of one guy feeling the other guy's power and not being scared of it at all. Good point. Ige wins, says Legend Killer. Good fight, said Zugi. How do I pronounce this name? I mean, is it just iPack, but just with like a 3 and a 4 in there? I might go with I3-pack 4-pack. I kind of like that as a name, but equally iPack. I kind of like that as well. I don't know, I'm a bit torn on it. Train stopped. Nate busted him open, to be fair. Looking forward to the Charles fight. We're not too long to go till that one because our next one, as we said, is Mike Malott against Adam Fugitt. And we have seen Mike Malott winning his 2 previous UFC fights in the first round. There is Raquel Pennington. Raquel Pennington in the crowds. We've got the Vancouver Canucks head coach as well. Good to see him. Great guy. Right, Mike Malott, 5-fight win streak, 2-0 in the UFC. He's got 9 wins and 1 loss overall. This is in the welterweight division. His 2 wins in the UFC have both come in the first round. He's Canadian, I believe he's the last Canadian on the cards. Great night for Canada. Well-rounded, great prospect, not loads of MMA experience, but he's got a striking advantage. He's got a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, great ground game, dangerous, quick striking, fast submissions, very athletic. He's got a lot going for him. I expect him to win. I expect it to be a finish. 93% of people on Topology expect the same. Adam Fugitt's only got a 7% support on Topology. And Fugitt is 1-1 in the UFC. He's big for the division. He can wrestle. He's not got great footwork. He lacks a bit of counter punching, but he will have a 4-inch reach advantage, which might be significant. But as we said, yeah, the odds -210 for Mike Malott. So not drastically wide, but -210 for Mike Malott. Adam Fugitt +170. So I've got Malott. I'm sure all of you have got Malott as well. I want to have a look and see where we are with our poll, though, because we have been asking the question tonight as to who you think's going to win the co-main event. Who do you think's going to win the co-main event tonight? Oliveira, 72%. Dariush, 28%. And we've had 1,300 votes. 1,300 votes. That's not bad at all. And 72% of you reckon it will be Charles Oliveira. I've got Charles Oliveira as well. But I do wonder if there is just a little bit of name recognition at play there. Because Charles Oliveira, obviously former champion, very well known. I don't think so many people know Beneil Dariush because he's not been champion. We haven't seen him at the top of the cards. He's one of those fighters that I think if you're into MMA, you'll be aware of him. You'll be very respectful of his skills. He is someone that's just been quietly going about his business. He is very good, very dangerous. He is on a hell of a win streak as well. He's on an 8-fight win streak in the UFC. I mean, that is amazing. He's 22 wins, only 4 losses. He's just been patiently doing his thing, rising up through the rankings, and not really being too vocal about wanting a title shot or anything like that, but he deserves a title shot. And apparently he's been told if he wins this, he'll get a title shot. And he is favourite. He is -150 favourite here, Beneil Dariush. So I do just wonder if there's a little bit of the name thing coming into play here. I don't know. I mean, listen, we all know Charles Oliveira's got the most submission wins in the history of UFC. He is legit. He is credible. He is someone that should not be overlooked just because he lost his last fight to Islam Makhachev. But, God, what a fight, man. This is going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I actually saw people saying they would much rather, I might be in the same boat, you know, they would much rather Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush headlined this card over the title fight. Because, to be honest, that does look like the more interesting fight. It does look, and it should be 5 rounds. It really should have been 5 rounds. I think they really missed the trick there. So, a little bit frustrating at that, but hey-ho. Charles Oliveira, 21 wins in UFC, 9 losses. I mean, that's mental, isn't it? 21 wins in the UFC, 9 losses. Beneil Dariush, 16 wins in the UFC, 4 losses. These are 2 absolute top fighters that are going up against each other. And it's going to be a great fight, but we're not getting to that just yet. We've got to wait a little bit longer till we get to that one. We've got Mike Malott of Canada taking on Adam Fugitt. He is coming in with a record of 9-3. Neither of these have got amazing records. To be honest, the reason why I think this is this high is because of the fact that Mike Malott is Canadian. He is a big prospect. We are in Canada. And I think they want to just give him a showcase on this card. And I expect him to get the win, man. Definitely some big name bias going on, said Randy. J14 said Dariush with the upset. Elite GB said if Oliveira wins, it'll be by sub. Jamie said smash that like button. Yeah, if you are just joining us, hit the like. It is greatly appreciated. We do always try to get to 1,000, but I've been very realistic this week, knowing that these big, even though this is a pay-per-view, it's not that big of a card. So I'll do whatever it'll do. But normally as we get to that main event, we're kind of around that area. So we're definitely below that tonight. But, it is what it is. It's a show that's just not going to grab much casual attention, unfortunately. But even so, it's been a really fun night. And as I said, it's absolutely flown by. We're 5 hours, 6 minutes into this one right now. There is Mike Malott, who is 31 years old. Fugitt is 34. So Mike Malott is 3 years younger. He's got 9 wins, all of them by finish. Let's go. Oliveira has got the most finishes and submissions in UFC history, said John Doe. Randy said UFC 290 looks insane. AB Jobson said Volkanovski against Rodriguez, UFC 290 LFG. Tony said, I think Banniel will win. He's got that style that will bother Charles. You could be right. You absolutely could be right. I just can't. It's not name value for me that's making me think Charles. It's just the fact that I think there's also people that think he's washed just because he lost to Islam Makhachev. And I can't really vibe with that. I'm struggling with that. To lose to Islam Makhachev, there is zero shame in that. And even though we've seen Charles rocked and in bad positions, he normally comes through that fire to grind out, pick up the victory. And I can't really judge him off a loss to Islam Makhachev. Islam Makhachev might be, arguably is the pound for pound best in UFC right now. So, I don't know. It's really difficult to know how much you can read into that. All I know is that Charles Oliveira was on one hell of a run before he ran into Islam Makhachev. And I don't know that I'm ready to just abandon how great he has been for so long. Equally, Beneil Dariush could be the truth. And it could be a very difficult night for Charles Oliveira. Could be a very difficult time in his career. What with him losing to Islam, and then if he loses tonight. So, I don't know, man. This next fight, this Charles Oliveira fight, is going to be super, super interesting. That, I think, will definitely bring some attention. That is one that people are definitely not going to want to miss. Here is Adam Fugitt. Then we are moving straight on to our next fight. He is one of 3 Oregon-born UFC fighters. Making his way down. Fighting from USA. And as we said, it's USA-Canada again. We had that earlier when we had Jasmine and Miranda. Canada coming out on top. And sadly for my USA friends, I think Canada's going to come out on top again. Greetings, days. Watching from Greece, says John. Shout out to Greece. Been to Greece a few times. Lovely place. Lovely. Shout out to Greece. Many people feel Charles gave up in that match against Islam, said Jason. Well, do you know, I mean, that is something that's haunted him his whole career, hasn't it? I mean, in the early stages, that was the reputation he had, was that when the going gets tough, he gives up. But I think he answered that against quite a few opponents recently. I just think Islam's better. I think simple as that. I think Islam's better, and I think honestly, I think he did he give up? I mean, it's one that can be debated, but maybe he did. Perhaps like he felt that he was just completely outgunned and there was nothing he could do, and perhaps he just lost a bit of heart. Is he going to feel that way against Beneil Dariush? I can't say that Beneil Dariush is as good as Islam Makhachev. I don't think that they are comparable at the moment, but it'll be interesting. I mean, listen, it's always been a bit of a question around Charles Oliveira when the going gets tough. How's he going to respond? And that has been something that's kind of haunted him his whole career. But he got a good run together. He was in a really good place. He'd had to come through some fire. He'd been put in some bad, difficult positions, but he came through them. So I don't know, man. It's tasty in it. I think what we can agree is I don't think there's a firm favorite here. I'm not sitting here saying, come on, guys, it's Charles Oliveira. Yeah, come on. It's Do Bronx. Of course it is. I don't feel that way. I feel like Beneil Dariush has got absolutely a path to victory. But equally, I think you can make the argument for Charles Oliveira as well. So I think it's super close. I think it's super intriguing. It could be an absolute barn burner. I hope it is. And hopefully we just get absolutely treated to a classic. That's what I want. Don't really mind who wins so much because I do like both of them. But I think if I could choose, I would choose Dariush because we've seen Charles at the top. And Dariush, I've got so much respect for him just working away silently, patiently, just waiting for his opportunity. And it's here. I mean, this is it. You win this, you get the title shot. This is it. You know, you are one win away from what you've been chasing, and that is a title opportunity. And imagine if he falls short now tonight. That would be heartbreaking for him. At least Oliveira's already had the title. So I hope Dariush does it. But it's going to be difficult. And, you know, outside of Makhachev, Oliveira is maybe the best in this division. I mean, he pretty much beat everyone before facing Makhachev, so... Right, Malott is getting inside. Jason said, I'm surprised 70% of people here are favouring Charles to pull out the win, despite him being the underdog. It says that most people here are only occasional UFC fans. Don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't know. You might be right. I mean, it might be that people jump in for these big shows and Charles Oliveira's got that name value. But I think I am leaning Charles Oliveira as well. As I said, just because I'm not ready to give up on him just because he lost to Islam Makhachev. And then before that, he had an incredible run where he's beaten pretty much everybody in the division. So I suppose I feel like I know what I'm going to get. I suppose my question isn't so much about Oliveira. My question is more about Dariush and how good is Dariush? Because if Dariush really is going to be that good, then it's going to be a difficult night, I think, for Charles Oliveira. Because I know what to expect from Oliveira. I just don't know how good Dariush is, because this is a big step up for him, facing someone who, outside of Makhachev, is maybe the best in the division. Right, but that's next, and we don't need to worry about it yet, because right now we're going over to our next fight. Only 3 fights left to go this evening. 3 fights left to go. If you are watching and you've not hit the subscribe, hit the subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. It really, really is, as it makes a big difference with people seeing and finding the stream and joining us and sharing their thoughts as well. And I encourage you to do that in the chat. Love to jump in and get your thoughts. And I think, as you've seen tonight, we have really good, knowledgeable MMA fans that are sharing their thoughts on how the evening is progressing. And it's a pleasure to hang out with you guys and get your thoughts on things. And we've got 3 fights to go. We have got the Oliveira fight next. We have got the title fight coming up. But coming up next, Mike Malott taking on Adam Fugitt. And we are underway. So we've got Malott in black. We got Fugitt in blue. Don't forget, Malott is 2-0 in the UFC. Both of those have come first round finishes. Throws in a kick to the midsection there, Mike Malott. And Fugitt is edging forwards, throwing out a couple of jabs. Mike Malott in the center at the moment as Fugitt continues to move forward, throws in a kick as Malott moves out the way. Kick coming in there by Mike Malott. He grabs a hold of Fugitt. Fugitt throwing a hook shot. Nice little combos there by Mike Malott. Kicks to the body. And again, we've got Fugitt edging forward. Oh, that's a beautiful right hand by Malott. That is a beautiful right hand. He seems to have Fugitt in all kinds of trouble at the moment. Kick coming in. Fugitt just doesn't know where these shots are coming from. Heavy leg kicks to the body. Heavy shots to the head. And Fugitt is really having to rethink a game plan here. I think he's keeping a little more distance, but we got a heavy inside leg kick there by Mike Malott. Fugitt edging forward. Mike Malott is having a little look at the moment. He's landed with a couple of shots, and I think you can see some damage on the face of Fugitt already. Some of these shots to the head have been pretty heavy. There's a kick that comes into the body there by Mike Malott. And Fugitt just edging forwards. Mike Malott on the outsides, having a little look as Fugitt continues to edge forwards. And Mike Malott, as we said, on the outside, tries to counter with a big, heavy overhand right, but can't get behind all of it. We're seeing Fugitt being very defensive-minded at the moment. He gets caught, though, with a left-hand shot. And Mike Malott, again, backing up a little bit. You can see it's 10-5 to Malott on significant strikes at the moment. 10-5 on significant strikes. And again, we got Malott on the outside as Fugitt edges forward. Malott backing up a little bit. He slips. I think he slipped on the logo, actually, which has been a talking point in the past. But thankfully, Fugitt wasn't anywhere near close to capitalizing. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. There's a little bit of a timeout, but we're right back to the action. Didn't see what that was there. Don't know if that was like a low blow, but either way, neither fighter was interested in the fight having much of a timeout. We're right back to the action. And we got Fugitt in the center. We got Mike Malott on the outside. Kick comes into the body there by Malott. Fugitt edging forwards as Malott really hasn't been able to land too much significance in this round. He got a few things at the start. Takedown by Mike Malott, though. Mike Malott with a takedown. Fugitt on his back. Mike Malott on top of Fugitt right now. And Fugitt is in the guards. Mike Malott. Fugitt's on his back. Mike Malott is all over him at the moment. Chest to chest. Now, Mike Malott can do some stuff down here. He has got some really good subs. Really good subs. So, this is right in Malott's wheelhouse. Malott is just going to go about his work. Fugitt's going to have to make sure he doesn't panic. Malott actually gets up on his feet as Fugitt's trying to find a way of getting Mike Malott off of him. He does a really good job of getting Mike Malott off of him. He does a really good job. Low kick coming in there by Fugitt. Malott coming forward. Kick coming into the body there by Malott. Fugitt edging forward. It's 14-7. It's a Malott round, but not the finish that he's been looking for. 2 fights in the UFC, 2 first-round finishes. Head kick just falls short. In all fairness, though, there's no need to chase it. Swing and a miss there by Mike Malott as Fugitt comes in with a wild kick. Malott catches the leg, trips him, takes him down, chest to chest. Another takedown for Mike Malott. Another takedown for Mike Malott. He's on top of Fugitt right now. Fugitt on his back with Mike Malott on top of him at the moment. And he's working hard, quite frantic. He's in the guards. But as we said, chest to chest at the moment. 15 seconds or so left to go. And Fugitt is throwing in a couple of shots. And he's making it difficult here. Elbow being thrown in there by Fugitt. And he's done a really good job of making it difficult, making it hard for Mike Malott. Mike Malott is going into a second round in the UFC. And this is very interesting because Mike Malott said he gets better as fights go on. And obviously we got a few question marks about that. We've not seen Mike Malott going into a round 2. Certainly nowhere near a round 3. So the longer this fight goes, the more it's going to be interesting to see how Mike Malott does. Because he says he gets better. But of course he would. Of course he would say that. Justin said, come on, I've put 5K on you. Ooh. 5K riding on Mike Malott. John said there's over 1,000 people watching us. That's amazing. Shout out to everyone that's joining us live. If you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards Charles Oliveira, who's going to be taking on Beneil Dariush in our co-main event. And then, of course, got Amanda Nunes taking on Irene Aldana. We are underway with round number 2, though. Round number 2. Up and running here as Mike Malott comes out into the center, throws a kick in. As Fugitt takes a step back, Fugitt going into the center. Malott on the outside as Fugitt continues to move forwards. Malott steps into the middle. Fugitt having a little look, but Mike Malott again backing up a little bit. We haven't seen loads of significant moments out of Mike Malott, but he did manage to get those 2 takedowns. He's had a little bit of control time, but it doesn't mean anything unless you do something with it. And he's ahead on significant strikes. He definitely takes the first round. Don't have any doubt about that. But, yeah. Oh, down goes Fugitt. Big swinging shots by Malott. Fugitt goes down. Really tight choke. He taps him. He taps him. 2. Round 2. They're dancing in the... Canada has got a new hero as Mike Malott victory on the main cards of UFC 289. Big swinging shots. Down went Fugitt. And then a big squeeze and a submission win for Mike Malott. Mike Malott, 93% of people on Topology thought he would pick up the victory. And he does pick up the victory right at the start of round number 2. Look at those hook shots. Both of them connecting. Bang! Bang! Absolutely beautiful. Then he goes in, puts on a really tight squeeze. Lovely work. Lovely submission. He was right onto it. He's got really quick submissions. Really quick submissions. And he was right onto that. He saw the opportunity. There was nothing that Fugitt could do. I think before Fugitt knew where he was being choked. And it's a win for Mike Malott. It's a great night for Canadian MMA. There's been plenty of Canadian victories tonight. It has been a really great night for Canadian MMA. And the cherry on top by Mike Malott. And, yeah, right at the start of round number 2. And you know what that means? Our very next fight is going to be Charles Oliveira taking on Beneil Dariush. Fugitt can only stand and applaud Fugitt is now 1-2 in the UFC. Mike Malott is 3-0 in the UFC. And he continues his incredible run. That is 10 wins, 10 finishes for Mike Malott, who picks up the victory. Winner by submission, guillotine, round 2, 1 minute, 6 seconds. Dariush is going to pick up the win next, said Shannon. Right, well, here we go. They are just interviewing Mike Malott. In all fairness, we are doing quite well for time. So we've been on the main card for 1 hour, 40 minutes already. So it's definitely time or thereabouts for this fight. So I don't think we're going to have to waste too much time. I think we're going to pretty much get to it. But it is co-main event time. And this is the fight that most people have been excited for. It is Oliveira against Dariush. Mark, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Let's bang, close that down there. Lovely. Who have you got, Charles or Barriault? I am leaning Charles. I'm leaning Charles just because of the fact that Charles, I think, really could be the second best lightweight in this division. I think this is a gatekeeper. I think this guy is, you beat him, you get the title shot. He's a gatekeeper to the title, basically. If you can beat Charles Oliveira, then you get a title opportunity, regardless of where you are in the rankings. And I think that Barriault is ranked 4th. I think he is right there for a title opportunity. He just has to get past Charles Oliveira. Oliveira is got the most submission wins, as we said. He's got so many finishes. He has got the ability to stand and exchange on the feet. Obviously, if it goes down to the ground, he's very comfortable on the ground. He's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu master. He really is an all-rounder. He is someone that doesn't have many weaknesses, but he does have weaknesses. And it keeps coming back to, his heart and his ability to not allow his head to drop and not quit in. And, that's just reared its head throughout his whole career. And I don't know if Dariush is going to keep applying the pressure, keep the pressure on him, and really make him uncomfortable. I just don't know. I don't know how Charles is going to react to that. Has he got the ability to dig deep? And when you need to go to that extra level, can he go there? That's always been the question. And I don't know. I mean, I think Charles has got paths to victory. I think Barriault has got paths to victory. I think it's really close. I think that shows in the Topology votes. Topology, 53% of people have gone with Dariush. 47% have gone with Charles Oliveira. The betting is -150 Dariush. Charles Oliveira at +130. So the betting is close. The Topology votes are close. I think it's close. But, I mean, it just comes down to me to Charles Oliveira at plus money is so tempting. Charles Oliveira, Dubronx, he's younger. Again, I think a lot of people think, well, he's been champ, he's not champ now. Is he on the decline? All this kind of stuff. He's younger than Dariush. He's 33. Dariush is 34. So age is not going to be a factor here. What I would say is that he has had more fights, considerably more fights than Dariush. So if we're going to compare damage that's been taken, then maybe Oliveira has took more damage. And so maybe his body is failing him at a younger age. But if you just go by the numbers, Oliveira's 33, Dariush is 34. I don't know that he's done. I don't know that he's washed. I mean, he lost to Islam Makhachev, and as we said before, there's no shame in that. No shame in that at all. So I don't know that I just don't know that I'm ready to write him off. I don't know that you can give me Charles Oliveira at plus money and I'm not going to take it. Like, that's, I don't know, I just can't do that. I can't look past the fact he's plus 130. So it's really, really close. And listen, if you've got a really close fight, wouldn't you go with the underdog? Wouldn't you go with the dog? I mean, so it's maybe not the most technical answer in the world, but it is. I mean, it's close. I mean, that's all you need to know. Beneil Dariush is really good. He's on an 8-fight win streak. He's got a great jab. He's got great overhands. He's got a good left head kick. He is very efficient. He's got a good takedown defense. He's got 8 first-round finishes to his name as well. He's a southpaw with big power. He's very well-rounded as well. He's bringing plenty into the cage. I think just because people don't quite recognize the name or because he's been quietly going about his work, it means that he does run the risk of being overlooked. But by and large, I feel like the MMA fans have not overlooked him. And as we said, he's actually coming in as favorite. But it's close. It is close. And I don't think it was so close in our poll by the looks of it. So we are sneaking our way towards nearly 2,000 votes. Nearly 2,000 votes. We've had 1,781 votes. 73% of you have gone with Oliveira. 27% of you have gone with Dariush. And yeah, not as close in our poll, to be honest. It seems like a lot of you have gone with Charles Oliveira. And that's a good sample size. Like, nearly 2,000 votes. That's a good sample size. This is a good test for Dariush. I agree. I completely agree. Let's just take a moment to have a look here at where we are with our Topology thing. They are just showing the video package for Oliveira and Dariush, so no ring walks or anything yet. So far, we've got Connor 1, 2, 3, and Wendy's in joint 10th. Mosier 94 is 9th. Kung Flu is in joint 6th with Austin 316 and I Bake Bread. Panache Way is 5th. Mark Robinson is 4th. Noster 75 in joint 2nd with Rush 1. And Underdog still in 1st place. So that's where we are with the Topology game. Big shout out to everyone that's playing that on Topology with us. And we'll go back over here. Don't forget, if you are watching, I can see we've got over 1,200 people that are joining us. A massive shout out to all of you. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. We are 300 and something away from 1,000. We always try to get to 1,000. We are a bit of a country mile away from it this week. Don't think we'll get there this week, but it doesn't matter. If we can just get as close as possible, every little helps. So if you are joining us, enjoying, sharing your thoughts, seeing what other people are thinking, 2 fights left to go, drop a like if you haven't already. It is greatly appreciated. I can see that Ellie Riza is saying Beneil, Beneil, Beneil. Amir is saying, we love you, Beneil. William said, I'm holding strong at 28. Plenty of support for both guys. Plenty of support for Beneil Dariush. I hope he does it. I think it would be really great to see him pick up the victory and then go on to compete for the title. He's stepping outside into the arena. He's got his arms in the air. And he's getting a nice reaction, actually. Well-deserved, as Beneil Dariush is making his way down to the octagon. Born in Iran. And makes his way down to the octagon. Singing his way down, actually. Looking very comfortable and confident. So, Beneil Dariush making his way down to the octagon. We'll end the poll on that one because we're not going to see much movement left there. So, 72-27 is how that one has ended. 72-27. We'll put up the main event and get people voting on that one. So Nunes against Aldana. That is going to be our next poll. Vote away in that one. Beneil Dariush is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He's got the second longest active win streak in UFC lightweights division with 8. And he's tied third for the most wins in UFC lightweight history. He's got 16 wins to his name. 16 wins to his name. So he has made his way down. We're just waiting for him to get checked over, and then he'll step inside the cage. Let's bring up the stats so that they will update. There we go. One concern I've got with Charles, said Jason, is that he looked a little too gawky during the press conference. I hope he did not have a rough weight cut. I don't think this is going to decision, says Jerry. Could Charles be champion? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is why I want Dariush to win, because I think if you do Charles against Makhachev, I think Makhachev wins. But I just think that Dariush is just been quietly going about his work. So it's really hard to know where his limit is, where the ceiling is. Like, could he go up against Islam Makhachev and give him a damn good fight? Or is he going to struggle tonight against Charles Oliveira? Like, I don't quite know how far he can go. Obviously, Dariush fans are going to hope he can go all the way. And he might do. But I think it would be really intriguing to see him go up against Islam Makhachev. I think that would be really interesting. I don't know what happens, to be honest, because I think if Beneil Dariush wins, I think he's been told he will be next in line. But I don't know if Oliveira wins if he's next in line. Because he faced Makhachev not that long ago and obviously lost the title. You could make the argument, though, that if he's going to be beating someone the caliber of Beneil Dariush, then he deserves to be next in line. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what Dana's got to say. We know that Dana doesn't book fights after the night of events, though. But yeah, we've got Charles Oliveira making his way down. He looks good. He looks good. He's a former UFC lightweight champion. He's got the most finishes in UFC history with 19. He's got the most submissions in UFC history with 16. This is a serious, serious fighter. This is someone that, I mean, it's hard to believe that the guy with the most finishes in UFC history, the guy that's got the most submission wins in UFC history, is coming in, and he's only 33. And he's been on a hell of a win streak. His only losses is to Islam Makhachev. And he comes in as the underdog. That's crazy. But Daniel's keys to victory for Charles Oliveira is maintain range, using the kicks, keep the fight standing, and just be Do Bronx. So Charles Do Bronx stepping inside, puts his arms in the air, gets a good reaction from the fans. And everyone is licking their lips at this one. The eyes of the MMA world are going to be on this fight right now. This really is a very intriguing matchup. Oliveira goes over, hugs Beneil Dariush. There's a good respect between these two. This is number 1 against number 4 in a very stacked lightweight division. And we are moments away from arguably the fight people are most excited about on this card. Coming up next, though, is going to be the title fight. Amanda Nunes defending her women's Bantamweight championship against Irene Aldana. But all about this one. Nelson said Beneil is going to get kneed like Barboza did. California Love said, I'll already tell you what Dana will say. We'll see how it plays out. Let's go, Beneil, said Charco. Let's go, Olives, says Aaron. Amir said, in Benil we trust. Mano War said, Oliveira, let's go. Let's go, said Mike. Charco, who are you supporting? I don't have really anyone that I'm crazy behind because I do like both of them. I think Charles Oliveira is one of the best MMA fighters in the lightweight division we've ever seen. One of the best fighters we've ever seen. He's not in the GOAT status, but it doesn't matter. He's still one of the best we've ever seen. You know, we are talking about the guy that's got the most submission wins, the most finishes in UFC history. Guaranteed Hall of Famer. So, I mean, like, you've got to respect him. But Beneil Dariush is so likable. And, he's not had that chance. And I want him to have that chance. So, if I could pick a winner, would want Dariush to win. But I do like Dubronx. I do like Charles Oliveira. He is a very exciting fighter. He's a very skillful fighter. He's a very technical fighter. And he's someone that, as he said, he's got my respect. He's got my respect. He steps forward. He bows to Dariush. He bows to all four sides of the arena. Goes back over to the corner. Lick your lips. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. Mano War said, I'm watching from Knoxville, Tennessee. The champ has got a name. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway. Jason Herzog is the referee for this one. Jason Herzog, referee in the action. Time for talking is almost done as both fighters are getting ready for round number one, and we are underway with our co-main events. Oliveira in yellow, Dariush in blue. And heavy leg kick there by Dariush already. A kick misses by Oliveira. Head kick gets in by Oliveira. That caused Dariush a little bit of trouble. Kick coming in. Nice defense there by Oliveira. He's keeping a very good guard. A lot of stuff going straight down the middle by Dariush. Dariush throws in a kick, throws himself off balance. We're up against the side of the cage. We're into a clinch. Dariush drives Oliveira up against the cage. Right now, Dariush has got Oliveira. He's got him pinned up against the cage. Not really much in the opening exchanges here. But a lot of stuff down the middle. And I tell you, a lot of what Dariush was throwing certainly seemed like it had a little bit of zip to it. Right now, we've gone down to the ground. Dariush is on top of Oliveira. Oliveira's on his back. So Dariush in control. Oliveira on his back at the moment. Dariush, as we said, on top. And Oliveira is covering up as some shots are coming in by Dariush. Dariush is trying to work a little bit of ground and pounds. Oliveira is trying to tie up the arms. Hammer fist coming back. Dariush stands up but collides back down again into the guard. Heavy ground and pound coming in by Dariush. But Oliveira trying to grab a hold of the arms. He's trying to throw in some counter shots of his own. Dariush, though, you can see just starting to build a bit of an advantage. 12 significant strikes to 3 for Dariush. 12 significant strikes to 3. And right now we've got Dariush all over Oliveira. Oliveira grabbing the leg of Dariush, though. Grabbing the leg of Dariush. But this could be dangerous for Dariush. This could be dangerous. He's trying to grab it. Dariush has stood up. Dariush has stood up. He's gone back down again. He has managed to get out of that. But Oliveira asking a question there. Oliveira asking a question. But Dariush going right back to that ground and pound. And right now, Oliveira on his back. Right hands, left hands coming in by Dariush. He goes to the body. And right now, this is really good by Dariush. Dariush trying to keep this pressure on. Trying to maintain this advantage that he's got. Bustin Base says, giggity, giggity. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us as Dariush throws in some hammer fists on Oliveira. Oliveira on his back. Shots coming into the side of the body. Good work by Dariush. He's keeping Oliveira grounded. He's on top of him, working the ground and pounds. Nothing too significant, but it is just giving him the advantage in the striking. He's getting the control time. 22 significant strikes to 3. Oliveira really struggling to get back up, but he does get back up. He's back up on his feet. Grabs Dariush. Drives him over against the side of the cage. Dariush is winning this round with 1 minute 30 left to go. And Oliveira really needs to find something significant here. And he throws in a forearm strike. We break apart. Oliveira having a little look as he comes forward. Throws in a leg kick. Couple of shots straight down the middle. Dariush with some counters. Oliveira really pouring it on. Dariush grabs the leg. Oliveira trying to get round the back. He's putting pressure on Dariush. Heavy shots raining down. Right now, hammer fists. Dariush in trouble. Dariush in trouble. Dariush in trouble. Dariush is done. They doubted Charles Oliveira, who comes through with a first round finish. First round finish for Charles Oliveira, the underdog. Plus money. The disrespect that was shown. Charles Oliveira, the guy with the most finishes, the most submission wins, came into this fight as the underdog. But he shows why he is regarded as one of the best fighters in the history of the lightweight division. Picks up the win. First round stoppage of Beneil Dariush. That is a statement win. Is a statement win. Because that was a very good fighter that he just beat. That is a very good fighter that he just put away. And big smiles on the face of Charles Oliveira. He's out in the fans, hugging the fans. It's amazing scenes. Heartbreak for Dariush. Heartbreak for Dariush, who was winning that round. 1 minute 30 left to go. We said he was going to have to do something special. He started to put the pressure on. He got the fight down. And he just started to unload some vicious ground and pound. Dariush could not weather that storm. And it's a win. A first round win for Charles Oliveira. And look at that. Clips Beneil Dariush. Dariush goes down. Charles Oliveira all over him. Big shots raining in by Charles Oliveira. Hammer fists raining down by Charles Oliveira. It's a big win, a statement win that will reverberate around the MMA world as Beneil Dariush has to go back to the drawing board a little bit. He is definitely going to be feeling the effects of this one, but hopefully he can take something from it. Hopefully he'll come again. Hopefully this isn't going to be the start of the decline for Beneil Dariush or anything. As he said, I would love to see him get an opportunity. But it looks like Charles Oliveira is not done at the top of this card yet. Big result. Big result. Big result. So a dog barks in the co-main event. Will a dog bark in the main event? As we head towards Amanda Nunes against Irene Aldana. Hans, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate everyone joining us as we continue to enjoy UFC 289. That was the co-main event. 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Winner by TKO. Charles "Do Bronx" Oliveira. But put some respect on the name of Beneil Dariush, who absolutely is one of the best fighters in this division. He is someone that will be very disappointed, having been winning that round as well. He was up in that round. But this is what we were saying about Oliveira. He has shown that he can go through the fire a little bit, but he survives the ground and pound of Dariush. He then unleashes his own ground and pound and puts Dariush away. So, yeah, Dubronx picks up the win. As we said, that's going to reverberate around. And I really don't know where we go with Oliveira now. I don't know where we go with him. Because he is... that's interesting. So, most finishes, UFC, WEC, Pride, and Strikeforce. Oliveira is now joint second on that list. He's got the most finishes in UFC history. Joint second when you include all those other promotions. But where do we go for him now? I know we all want Makhachev, but is that the fight to make? Is that the fight to make? Because he definitely seemed outclassed when he faced him last time. He definitely, though, if he wants it, deserves the opportunity to show us that he can beat Makhachev. I just don't know that he can. I don't know that he can. I think that would be another fight he would go into as the underdog. The Ghost is back. Dariush has only been submitted once in his career. My money says that doubles, says HDH. Aaron, shout out to you. Joe, shout out to you. Q the Light Knight said, I should be betting on all the banking even more. I just need what's mine over cheating. Run Islam back, said Davids. Run Islam back. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the right thing to do. It's probably the right thing to do because he definitely deserves that opportunity. But I don't know, man. I mean, I just think that Islam's on a different level to everyone. I mean, the question was asked earlier, who can beat Islam? I don't know that there is anyone that can beat Islam. I don't know that there is anyone in the lightweight division that's going to be able to do that. I think we could be looking at a very, very dominant champion that holds that belt for pretty much as close as he wants to. He's just tweeted, actually. He says, congrats, Charles, but there's still levels to this game. That's come from Islam Makhachev. Congrats, Charles, but there's still levels to this game. So Charles celebrating inside the octagon, but Islam has had his say. Will he be next? Will he be next? Oliveira against Volt winner faces Makhachev, said TJ Jean. I haven't actually heard if Volt wants that rematch or not, or even if Makhachev wants that rematch or not. I'm not sure. Oliveira's just burst into tears here. I think he knew that that was a big moment for him. This is a big moment, you know. He was the champ. He lost the title. If he'd have lost this fight, he really would have been going in the wrong direction, and he would have had to have picked up a few victories to have got back to a title fight. But now you can make a real argument he is next in line. You can make an argument he is next. But he is very emotional. He's burst into tears. He's hugging all of his trainers. And, yeah, it'll be interesting. We won't learn anything from Dana tonight on that, but, I mean, listen, the way that he won first round stoppage against someone the caliber of Beneil Dariush, it's very hard for him not to be next in line, isn't it? It's very hard for him not to be next in line. He's ranked number 1 in this division anyway. I know he beat the number 4, but the number 4 was someone that had great momentum, great potential, and we are seeing most wins in UFC history. Right now, he is joint 3rd. So Jim Miller is number 1. Arlovsky is joint 2nd with Cowboy. And then in joint 3rd, you've got Charles Oliveira and Damian Maia. We've got Juliana Pena, former UFC bantamweight champion, at ringside. And our attention is turning now to our main event of the evening. Our final fight of the evening. This is Amanda Nunes against Aldana. And as we said, this is our final fight. Islam has been given a few more skill points. He needs to speak up. You called that one Days Big Dog, says Brian. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was close. It was close. It's a big result for Charles Oliveira. It would have been a big result for either fighter, but I think to get it in the first rounds, I think that makes it a big result. I just think, as MMA fans, and I do include myself in this, I think we can be really guilty of seeing someone lose their last fight and then writing them off. And that's it, you know. And actually, you know, that's the conversation that was around Amanda Nunes as well. Is, you know, is this the decline? As soon as they lose, is this it? Is this the end? As soon as a champion loses, like, is that it? Is it over? And sometimes that narrative can just be blown out of proportion a bit. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes it is the end. But sometimes it can be blown out of proportion. And I really didn't know where we was with Dvorak. I didn't know which way that would go. But what I did know was him being the plus money underdog against Dariush did definitely strike me as a bit disrespectful because of the fact that he had looked so good up until the Makhachev fight, and then he lost to Makhachev. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Makhachev. So if you kind of put that fight to one side because it was Makhachev, then, you know, there'd been no signs of a decline before that for me. Yeah, he's been involved in some close fights, but this is a tough division, man. This is a tough division. Poirier and Gaethje and, you know, all those Chandler, all those tough fighters that are in this division. It's a tough division. So I just sort of thought, like, well, it does feel like there's a bit of disrespect there. But no disrespect to Dariush. Great fighter. Doesn't matter that this one didn't go his way. I think he needs to just go and have a little think about how he lost a round that he was so dominant in. I mean, he was winning that. He was well up. That was his. So I think he does need to go away and just think about, how did I snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory? I mean, obviously, you know, round 2 could have started and round 2 could have been a different story, but I think to have been so good in that round and then with just a minute and a half, I distinctly remember saying with a minute and a half to go, he's going to have to do something here, Charles Oliveira, to get something out of this. And, well, he did. But, yeah, he was well down. So that is something Dariush really is going to have to go and watch back, really think about, how did I not see that round out? All I needed to do was just stay out the way, really. Stay out the way, get on my bike. He was so far ahead that if he had have just stayed out the way, not engaged, and just seen that round out, that should have been round 1 in the bag for him. Now, granted, round 2 might not have gone his way, round 3 might not have gone his way. We don't know how the rest of the fight would have gone, but I do think that's definitely something he's going to have a little think about. But, as we said, no disrespect, great fighter, and someone that hopefully will come again. But that is in the past. We're going to talk about the future now, and the future is Amanda Nunes against Irene Aldana. Nunes, 15-2 in the UFC, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo black belt, 8th title defense. Looked really good in her Pena rematch. Good grappling, good wrestling. She's going to be faster. She's quite scary when she gets on top. She's very aggressive. This should be straightforward if she is going to get her wrestling going. Aldana is a boxer. She is a striker. She's got KO power. She's a boxer. She's a kickboxer. She's got well-rounded striking. She's got poor takedown defense. Really poor takedown defense. And give me one sec. I just got a little thing on screen that says, is that one after all? I had a thing pop up on screen. It was like, this TV is going to turn off in 30, 29, 28. I was like, So I thought, oh no, I need to change the thing. The problem is our cable box is actually around the corner at the top of the stairs. So I can't sit here and like press the button and it work. I have to get up. But anyway. So yes, if Amanda Nunes can get Aldana down, she will get the victory here. Aldana's got a rubbish takedown defense. She is good lateral movement. She does have 25 minutes cardio. She is got knockout power. She's got good boxing, good striking. She's very confident, but I just don't think she's got the skill set to get the win. I mean, unless Nunes is going to stand and exchange again like she did with Pena in the first fight, which she surely has learnt from now, I can't see how Aldana's going to pick up the victory here. We need the rematch or Charles Makhachev Volkanovski triple threats. Right, here we go. Aldana making her way down. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're on 740. We're 260 short of the thousands. Don't expect us to get to that, but I mean, to be honest, getting into the 800s, maybe the 900s. Do we dare to dream? Yeah, any likes are greatly appreciated. It is main event time. We have been streaming just over 6 hours this evening, which is, honestly, I could go another 6 hours. I feel like we've just been, like, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours into this now. I can't believe it's been 6 hours. But, yeah, here we go. Irene Aldana making her way down. Nugzula said 1,300 watching. Let's get to 1,000. Well, it'd be nice if we could do it, but I'm not going to put that sort of pressure on, to be honest. This is a quieter pay-per-view compared to some of the other UFC pay-per-views that we've done recently, which have been big. I mean, there's been some really good shows recently, and actually the rest of the year for UFC looks really good. You know, we might get Conor. We should get Conor this year. We should get John Jones and Stipe as well. So there's plenty of great cards coming up. You know, the one next month looks really good for International Fight Week as well, of course. HDH says, if Nunes loses, I'm going to cry. I've got 4 winners going on her. And an accumulator. Oof. Good luck. Tiafimo still have it. I don't know. Where are we? Is that fight happened? Are we underway with that fight? Is Josh Taylor, Tiafimo Lopez took place yet? That is tonight, isn't it? We was talking about that earlier. I was leaning Tiafimo in that, but I think he was the underdog. Let's have a little look. I don't have any info on it. Has it happened? Taylor Lopez. We are witnessing the takeover. Tio just jumped on Taylor to close the 4th. Let's go Nunes. Okay, so Aldana is in there. Taylor holds on to get the final bell. No doubt who won this fight. Lopez, 118, 110, according to the unofficial scorecards. Tio wins. Man, I definitely should have put money on Teofimo Lopez and Charles Oliveira and Amanda Nunes, but You wouldn't really get much if you added an Amanda Nunes to a parlay, would you, in all fairness? Right. Okay, here we go then. Amanda Nunes making her way down to the octagon. So Irene Aldana already inside. California Love says, some viewers must be new to MMA. They don't know that there are MMA fighters in their 40s. Arlovsky is 44 and still doing the damn thing. Yeah, I think both of these, according to the stats on screen, both 35. Here's Amanda Nunes, regarded as the greatest female fighter of all time. If you are someone that hates Ronda Rousey, because actually a lot of pro wrestling fans hate Ronda Rousey, you'd love to know that this woman absolutely battered her. So here is Amanda Nunes. She's got headphones on. She's looking very focused. One of 3 female Brazilian champions in UFC history. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Appreciate it. I'm a little bit gutted, actually. I did think Teofimo Lopez would win, but I wanted Josh Taylor to win, to be honest. It's not who I wanted to win. Okay, so here is Nunes, and those headphones have got Lioness written on them, so I don't know if they're her own headphones or if she is just got like some sort of an agreement with someone. But certainly they are branded for her, and she's made her way down. Takes the headphones off and gives them over to Nina. And obviously they're expecting their second child as well. So obviously many congrats to them. Most finishes in UFC women's history with 10. She is the UFC bantamweight and featherweight champion. Tied for the most wins in UFC women's history with 15. Main event time coming up. Days, I've changed my name as you requested. Trini, insert funny name here. Yes. Trini, shout out to you. Nice. I just felt like you'd had the other one for a while. So that's nice. The best women's fighter. Belbita beats Nunes, says Cheesy Balls. Nunes to win by knockout is plus 120. Nunes to win by submission is plus 400. Nunes to win by decision is plus 275. So Nunes is just loosening up at the moment. Both women are inside the cage. Nunes obviously having to be really focused here, because even though this feels like it should be straightforward, it's still that UFC Bantamweight Championship that's on the line. Amanda Nunes definitely doesn't want to be seeing that slip away again, so she's got to be very clever about how she goes about her work here. Here's Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things. Valentina is definitely in the category, says AB Jobson. Sean said Nunes is the GOAT. Sean said, I've been watching the pay-per-view stream shares. I've noticed when you get louder, the audio cuts out, but the video continues, said Sean. Yeah, to be honest, that never used to happen with the old microphone. I had an old microphone, and I could scream, and it would pick it up, and it would be great. Since we changed to this microphone, if ever I do make a certain amount of noise, it does seem to clip and cut off, which is a problem, to be honest. So it's only been since we've had this one, really. And then we've had a added little bonus ball tonight where I think the cable might have gone. So it's just been randomly cutting out as well. But thankfully, touch wood, we haven't had that for a little while tonight. It's gone a little while since it did it. They'll probably do it during the main event. And I probably won't be able to rescue it. We'll just lose audio. But, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is annoying. But I I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I've had a few people that have told me, like, go in your settings, do this, do that. I did try and do what had been recommended, and it didn't fix it. I think I'm just cursed. Nunes is going to lose within 30 seconds, says Aryan Lily. Horrible division. It's stacked, but 1, 2, 3 are clearly much better, says Valhalla. That guy Jensen said your voice is way too powerful. I think that's the problem, to be honest. I'm not a very powerful person, and I think all my power is in my voice. So, but isn't that the way, hey? They say that that's one of the most powerful things we have. Our voices, yeah. Right, here we go. Nunes getting an introduction, minus 330. Did you just say lay a cable? I didn't, but that's not really a problem. I don't have a problem in that department. Thanks for checking, though. But no, it's my audio cable that's problematic. Can't really go to the doctors for that one. Bruce Buffer is just going mental, going hyper for Amanda Nunes. She's thriving off it. She loves it. Let's go. The Lioness inside the octagon. And here, both women face to face. Aldana just that little bit taller. 5'8", 5'9", not much in it. Time for our main event. Championship on the line. Women's Bantamweight. 5 rounds if needed. There's levels to this game, though. There's levels to this game. We are underway. I'm sure Aldana, though, has got a plan. She will be very aware of Nunes's strengths and weaknesses. Nunes in the center. Aldana in the center. Jab to the body by Nunes. Aldana edging forwards. So both fighters in the center. Kick coming into the body there. Outside leg kick coming in by Amanda Nunes. Jab coming in there by Aldana. We got the numbers on screen at the moment. And if you are just joining us, first round win, stoppage, TKO for Dubronx, Charles Oliveira. We are settling down on this one. We're not seeing a hive of activity yet. Kick just misses there. Head kick. Kick coming into the body just falls short. At the moment, 3 significant strikes to 0 for Amanda Nunes. And Aldana is keeping things tight at the moment. If she can get in range to get her boxing going, then things will get interesting. But she just can't get close enough at the moment. So she's keeping things tight. Nunes backing up a little bit. Nunes looks to be in fantastic shape. Kick coming in, straight down the middle. She really does look like she's been putting the work in here. And again, backing up as she looks for a takedown. She grabs single leg. Aldana goes down, but she's right back on her feet. Inside leg kick coming in there by Aldana. And we've got Nunes edging forward. 1-2, straight down the middle. And again, we've got Nunes having a little look. As hook shot comes in by Aldana. Jab coming in there by Nunes. Nunes again, patiently having a little look. Jabbing away. Jabbing away at Aldana. Edging forward. Kick coming in straight down the middle there by Nunes. And we've got Aldana. It's quite nervy. Aldana has thrown 9 significant shots. Landed nothing in the first couple of minutes of this fight. And we've got shots being exchanged back and forth. Kick coming in straight down the middle there by Nunes. 9-0. 9-0. 11-0. So far, so good for Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes in no kind of trouble whatsoever, but she can't get complacent because at the moment she's doing a really good job of neutralizing Irene Aldana. And Irene Aldana, though, if she can get into range, nice spin kick and a spinning back fist there by Amanda Nunes. Aldana keeping things tight, keeping her hands up. but she can't get close enough to throw anything. And we are seeing a lot go to the body by Amanda Nunes. And Nunes, again, just edging forward, throwing out a jab, constantly throwing out things just to make sure that Aldana doesn't get in close enough. Nice kick to the body by Amanda Nunes. And again, we've got Aldana covering up. Again, she's trying to jab to the body. Again, she looks for a single leg takedown there, Amanda Nunes. Can't get it, though. Can't get it. She hasn't managed to get any takedowns. That was a lovely little shot by Nunes, though. That connected. That connected. There's a jab that comes back by Aldana. Hook shot comes in. It's a lovely hook shot by Amanda Nunes. Big swinging hooks, driving Aldana back, but still no joy. And kick straight down the middle there by Amanda Nunes. Jab coming in by Amanda Nunes. Aldana staying on the outside. 23 significant strikes to 5. It is very one-sided at the moment. Very one-sided. Aldana just cannot find a way into this fight. Nunes just needs to keep things tight. She'll obviously want the finish. Don't know that she's going to find the finish. But right now, 23-5 on significant strikes. 28 seconds left to go. A.B. Jobson says Nunes looking good. Nunes' stamina will be an issue, said Rivi. And A.B. Jobson said Nunes talks trash but backs it up in the cage. Yep, at the moment, these two just standing in the center. Irene Aldana really does need to take a bit of a gamble if she's going to get anything out of this, but it's too little, too late, and that is the end of the round. And that is easily an Amanda Nunes round. I mean, I don't know what Aldana's game plan is. I don't know if she's just looking to keep it tight in the first round or to take it into the deep waters and then maybe get a little bit more expressive, a little bit more adventurous. But if her plan is to do that for 5 rounds, she ain't winning this fight because Amanda Nunes is winning this fight at range, at this distance. Irene Aldana has to get in closer. There's a lovely little hook shot, though, that she does land on Amanda Nunes when Amanda Nunes does get in close. When Amanda Nunes gets in close, there was a little hook shot that Aldana landed, which just gave Nunes something to think about. But first round, Amanda Nunes, and we're about to get underway with round number 2. Round number 2 coming up then, as both women step into the center. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We are on 8-11. 8-11, we're 189 away from 1,000. That's all. 189 away from 1,000. And we are underway with round number 2. And we've got Amanda Nunes right in the center of the octagon again. It's more of the same at the moment. Very cagey. Neither fighter seemingly changing up their game plan here. There's no need really for Amanda Nunes to change hers. And Aldana on the outsides. Again, leg kick coming in, and as soon as Aldana gets a little bit tangled up, she is pounced on by Nunes, who follows in with a few heavy shots. Leg is grabbed there by Nunes. And Aldana in the middle, kick down the middle there by Nunes. Aldana with a heavy kick on the outsides. Nunes edging forward at the moment. Aldana on the outside, staying on the outsides, trying to find a way of closing that gap where she can really do some damage. But all the time that she's trying to do that, she's just being picked away at by Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes now throwing in what looks to be a few oblique kicks. So far in this round, it is 11 significant strikes to 1 in favor of Amanda Nunes. So Nunes exactly the same as round 1. It's a carbon copy right now of Aldana keeping her hands up, edging forwards. Nunes just slightly out of range, throwing in some kicks, throwing in kicks to the legs, throwing in kicks to the body, and getting success as a result. Right now, it is 12 significant strikes to 2. We've got 3 minutes left to go. It's not the most exciting fight in the world. Couple of hook shots, heavy leg kick. It's all Nunes at the moment. And leg kick comes in by Aldana, but doesn't really do a great deal. Again, we're seeing some nasty kicks come back there by Nunes. Aldana, again, keeping things quite tight, trying to edge forwards. Switching of stances by Amanda Nunes. Nunes just edging forwards. Charges forwards with what looked to be an elbow there. And now looking to grab the leg, looking for a takedown. Aldana is very aware she cannot afford to go down to the ground, because that really would be big, big trouble if she went down to the ground. She's got very little in the way of grappling down on the ground. And Nunes could just really go to town down there. Heavy leg kick. We're seeing some damage on the legs of Aldana. Amanda Nunes really just chipping away. And we're starting to see some marks. Oh, big knee strike coming in by Amanda Nunes. Nunes with a knee. She's got Aldana backed up a little bit. Aldana keeping things tight, trying to reset. It really feels like the fight is there for Nunes to do pretty much whatever she wants to do. She's keeping things quite clean, quite tidy, chipping away, winning rounds. But if she was to turn up the aggression, yeah, she would run the risk of getting countered. But equally, I think that she has just got such an advantage here that she could probably find the finish. She has been looking for the takedowns. Aldana's done a good job of defending those. Lovely hook shot comes in there by Amanda Nunes. 24 significant strikes to 6 in this round so far for Amanda Nunes. We've got Aldana edging forward. Inside leg kick there by Aldana. And 40-odd seconds left to go. This can go 5 rounds if needed. And it might do if Nunes just sticks to this game plan. But significant strike accuracy, Nunes 45% and 47%. Aldana 24%, 25%. The bottom line is there's levels to this game. And there is nothing that we have seen from Aldana at the moment to suggest she is anywhere near this level. Takedown for Amanda Nunes. Nunes gets the takedown. She backs away and lets Aldana get up. Throws in some kicks. She's just toying with her, man. She's just toying with her. Jab coming in. And that is the end of the round. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be disheartening for Irene Aldana. I don't know if she's going to be happy that she's seeing a third round, or if she just knows that she is just not this level. I don't know. I really don't know what's going through her head right now. But all I can tell you is that we are starting to see some marks appear on her face, on her legs, as these leg kicks. She's taking some deep breaths as well. But these leg kicks, these shots are definitely starting to show on Irene Aldana. And, 3 more rounds to go. This could be a real tough night at the office for her. So far, it is 56 significant strikes to 14. And we've had 2 rounds. So the gap, as you can see, is fairly wide. Zugi said this is fight of the year. This is fight of the year. Right, here we go. Round number 3. Round number 3. First 2 rounds comfortably for Amanda Nunes. It's not even close. And let's see if Irene Aldana can find something juicy to make this fight a fight. Or are we just going to see 3 more rounds, 15 more minutes of what we've already seen, which is Amanda Nunes using the volume and really unloading on Irene Aldana. She seemed to be turning up the intensity there, Amanda Nunes. She seemed to be really pouring it on. There was a couple of shots that really got through. Aldana was backing up. Nunes was looking to capitalize, but she didn't fully commit. And as a result, Aldana is a little bit let off the hook. But both women in the center right now. It's more of the same at the moment, with Amanda Nunes jabbing away and throwing in those body kicks, throwing in those shots. And again, very little coming back from Aldana. Very little coming back. Big hook shot coming in. Significant body shots, 16-0. So far in this round, it's 8-1. Significant shots for Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes backing up. It's Irene Aldana that's on the front foot. But right now, Nunes feinting, throwing a few things, and jab coming in. I think there's a bit of blood on the nose, of Amanda Nunes. I think she has actually been clipped with something, which has caused a bit of damage. So that's interesting. Still backing up, still winning this fight. Head kick coming in there by Aldana, but it falls well short. Nunes looking for a takedown, desperately trying for it. Drives Aldana back against the cage, looking to pick her up, takes her down, gets the takedown. Aldana definitely, desperately trying to get back to her feet, but can't do it. Amanda Nunes passes Sarah McMahon for the most takedowns in UFC Bantamweight history. She has managed to get 28 takedowns, and right now she is in half guard. She's got Aldana down. Aldana is working hard to get back up. She knows that she cannot afford to be in this position, and Amanda Nunes is all over Aldana at the moment. Time is ticking away. Nunes was winning this round. She's won the 2 previous rounds. She's got Aldana down, and Aldana is trying to find a way of getting back to her feet. But so far, it is all Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes all over Aldana. And Aldana doing a good job, though, of getting back to the feet. But Nunes trips her. She goes right back down again, Aldana. She's right back down again after working so hard to get back up. Nunes all over Aldana. She backs away. She's allowing Aldana to get back to her feet, but only so that she can grab her, drive her against the cage. Aldana up against the side of the cage. Nunes looking for another little trip. Round the back. This could be the beginning of the end. Nunes trying to take the back. It's a big moment in the fight here. Aldana down on her knees. Nunes trying to find some sort of rear naked choke. She's a bit high. She's looking for the arm. Nunes. She's trying to grab a hold of the arm. It slips out. Aldana has got a great opportunity because she finds herself now in range, but she threw it away. She threw it away for a moment there. She was standing over Nunes in range where she could afford to let the hands go, but that opportunity very, very quickly goes away. We're right back in the center of the cage right now. It is 16-17 significant strikes to 5. Amanda Nunes has managed to get 3 takedowns in this round, and it's going to be another round for Amanda Nunes. And once we're done with this round, I think we are at the point where Aldana is going to need a finish. She's going to need a finish because it's a 5-round fight. Heavy shots coming in by Amanda Nunes. Big right hands coming in. Great left hand jab. And some lovely, lovely striking at the end of that round by Amanda Nunes. And Irene Aldana's night has gone from bad to worse. But she is still in there. She might not want to be, but she's still in there. And she's got 2 rounds to try and find a win. She's got 2 rounds to try and find a way of getting out of this. So, yes, we are seeing a dominant performance by dominant champion. Wrestle with Andy said this has got Trilogy written all over it. She is killing her right now, said AB Jobson. Trilogy, yeah, I think we definitely do need to see this fight. Hopefully, this could be another Figueiredo, Brandon Moreno, where I think we had four times they went against each other. It probably feels like that for Irene Aldana at the moment. So here we go. We're about to get underway. Round number 4. Irene Aldana's trying to get the crowd going. She's trying to get the crowd on her side. We are going into the championship rounds. But Aldana in the center with Amanda Nunes. Aldana letting her hands go here. Nice kick coming in by Nunes. Nunes backing up a little bit as Irene Aldana throws in a leg kick. Nunes again standing her ground in the center. Irene Aldana edging forward. Outside leg kick there by Irene Aldana. Whatever she's got, she really needs to bring it out. She's only got 10 minutes. Potentially. She might not even get that, obviously. But at the moment, Nunes winning this, dominating this. What can Irene Aldana do? Round number 4. As Nunes continues to move forwards. Obviously, I mean, we saw Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman. I mean, Usman was winning that fight. And then Leon Edwards with the head kick that put Usman away right at the end of the 5th. So, I mean, if you're still in the fight, you're still in the fight. So, we can't totally count her out, but it is looking very good for Amanda Nunes. Right now, in this round number 4, it is 15 significant strikes to 4. She has dominated every single round. It's 97-27 significant strikes overall. And again, look, we got Nunes looking for a takedown. She can't quite get it. She drives Irene Aldana back, but they both stay on the feet at the moment. And we've got an uppercut that just falls short there by Amanda Nunes. We got Irene Aldana trying to find a way forward. Jab coming in as she's moving forward, but she just cannot land anything. It's 18 significant strikes to 4. Dig deep, Aldana, said Steve. And right, we've got Aldana. Oh, heavy shots there by Nunes. Cracks Aldana. And lots of damage on the face of Aldana now. Lots of damage. Jabs coming in there by Amanda Nunes. Aldana is edging forwards. Nunes backing up a little bit. She's not really taking many gambles here, Amanda Nunes. I sort of feel like if this was the old Amanda Nunes, this fight would be done. But I don't know if she's just being a little bit more cautious. Now she's getting a bit older. And obviously what happened with Pena. I don't know if she's just being a little bit more, calculated, cautious. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I mean, a win is a win. You got to do what you got to do. But I think the old Amanda Nunes would have put Aldana away by now. Aldana has really offered very, very little. And right now they're just battling away as Nunes was looking for takedowns. Couldn't get it. She has managed to get one takedown in this round, though, but couldn't keep her down. 28-8 in this round for Amanda Nunes. And we've got Aldana covering up, blood coming down the nose of Aldana. And we've got Aldana edging forwards. Jab coming in there by Aldana. We've got a right hand coming in by Nunes. Nunes continuing to edge forward. That's great work by Amanda Nunes. Nunes has got Aldana. Knee strike coming in there by Nunes. And again, she was looking to grab Aldana. Looking for a takedown. No joy. Swinging away. Aldana again trying to throw a counter shot, but no joy. 65% significant strike accuracy in this round for Amanda Nunes. She is just getting better as the fight is going on. 39 significant strikes to 11 in this round. Aldana's face is really busted. You can see the damage on the legs as well. 40-odd seconds left to go. Feels like we're going to go to a 5th round. Jab coming in. Nunes, occasionally with a little smile, will come across her face. I think she's really enjoying it. This is the widest round so far. It's absolutely brilliant performance by Nunes. Very, very composed, very calculated. And she really has been keeping things tidy, really tidy, not reckless in the slightest. And she's just been doing a really great job. Back elbow connects by Nunes. Back elbow connects. Aldana would have felt that. She got rocked a little bit, but stayed on the feet as it was right at the end of the round. One more round to go. One more round to go. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're almost getting to the 900 range. So 883 likes is where we are. 883 likes. Might as well end the poll that we've got going as well. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. You can see the numbers 131 to 35. And incredible numbers for Amanda Nunes. Incredible numbers for Amanda Nunes. Irene Aldana, what can she do? Can she find a big kill shot, a big moment to win that title? She's got 5 minutes. Big final round of UFC 289. Amanda Nunes just getting better and better and better as this fight goes on. What have they got in store for this 5th and final round? Here we go. Here we go. Irene Aldana in the middle with Nunes. Aldana edging forward. Kick coming in by Nunes. Aldana edging forward. Nunes backing up. She doesn't have to do anything, Nunes. I mean, it would be a bit silly to change the game plan because it's been working so well. But, ooh, big knee by Aldana there. Nunes seemed to feel that, but she manages to get a takedown. And this is exactly when she needed that takedown. She's got Aldana down. If she can keep Aldana down, she's trying to get on top of her, but Aldana is doing whatever she can to keep Nunes off. Nunes crashes into the guards. Into the guards. So right now, she has got Aldana down over against the side of the cage. And hopefully now Nunes can just see out the clock because we got just under 4 minutes. Aldana is down on the ground. Nunes is on top of her. She's going to just throw in some big, heavy shots. And that might be it. That might be all she wrote. We are 65 likes away from 1,000. If you are watching and you've not left a like, I know we've banged on about it all night, but we are really staring 1,000 in her face right now. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like as we may get to 1,000 after all. We are certainly in the neighborhood. We've got 3 minutes 20 left of round number 5. Galactic Conqueror said, we've got to get to 1,000 likes. I know, man. I didn't think that would get anywhere near, to be honest. We were so far away earlier. I think when this card was like getting into the second fight of this main card, we were at like 500 and something. But we are now 38 away, 33 away. Nunes has got Aldana down. Aldana is still down over by the side of the cage. There is no late drama in this one, seemingly. Oh, but there is drama with the likes. A big, big thank you to everyone that left a like. That is amazing. That is amazing. That might be one of the best kind of like performances we've ever had. I no way expected us to get 1,000 likes tonight. And certainly when we was on about 500 and we were in the second fight on the main cards. So, yeah, massive thank you to everyone that left a like. They just showed Juliana Pena in the crowds. I wonder if they'll put Juliana Pena in the octagon afterwards. But right now we got 1 minute 50 odds. Aldana is still down on her back. Amanda Nunes on top. And this has just been dominance. Dominance. Perfect final round from Amanda Nunes. Keeping Aldana down. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Heavy shots raining down by Amanda Nunes. She's fully mounted Aldana. 1 minute 30 left to go. Juliana Pena was in the crowd. She said 1-1. It's 1-1. Juliana Pena wants that third fight. Nunes, significant strikes. This is now her personal best. 140 significant strikes to 38. She is all over Aldana with 1 minute to go. There is nothing Irene Aldana can do. She has been a sacrificial lamb. She has been sacrificed. She has been battered. This is so one-sided. Irene Aldana, it's like she partakes in a completely different sport, because Amanda Nunes, for 5 rounds, has dominated her. She has dominated her. And with 30-odd seconds left to go, there doesn't look like there's going to be a crazy upset here, because Amanda Nunes is keeping this fight grounded. She's throwing in some shots. She's constantly working so that it doesn't get stood back up. We got 15 seconds left to go. 183 total shots. 143 significant strikes. All 5 rounds for Amanda Nunes. Surely, as she's raining down ground and pounds, as we get to the end of the fight, and heartbreak for Irene Aldana, Amanda Nunes, who for some reason was only minus 345 favorite, doesn't make any sense to me. Felt like she should have been a much bigger favorite. And listen, if you'd have put money on Amanda Nunes at minus 345, I don't think that would have been a bad bet. Because even though you've got to risk a lot to win a lot, she could not have looked more dominant tonight. Short of finishing in the first round, I don't think she could have looked much more dominant. We know that Juliana Pena is in the crowds. So the question isn't who's won this fight. The question is, are they going to bring her in the octagon? Are we going to get a face-to-face? Are we going to get a face-to-face? Aldana needs to quit. I think Aldana did quit. She should have been at least minus 600, says Vicky May. Yeah. Amanda Nunes kisses Dana White's bald head on the outside of the octagon. So, again, a massive thank you to everybody that left a like. That was such an amazing moment. Really, really did not expect us to hit that 1,000. And it is really cool and it is really appreciated. And I hope everyone has enjoyed UFC 289 tonight. I think it's been a really fun show. It might not be a show that's like a classic, that's like fondly remembered for the rest of time. But as something to watch and enjoy on a Saturday night, I think it's been really good. We've had some fun fights. We've had some big moments. Charles Oliveira winning in the first round was a big moment. Mike Malott as well, winning in Canada, picking up that finish in the second round. There's been some really fun fights. Dan Ige, that was a real fun fight. There's some good stuff on the prelims as well. Who's she calling? I don't know who she's gesturing to there, Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes was just gesturing to someone. But imagine if they give it to Irene Aldana now. Who's got it? Ooh, which way's it gonna go? So about to get the decision. Amanda versus Oliveira. Winner faces Makachev. Steve, shout out to you. Mike said the card was trash. The card was not the strongest, but I think, as I said, the show was entertaining. It's absolutely flown for me. Here we go. So Amanda Nunes is victorious, of course. Winner by unanimous decision. $50-44, 50-44, 50-43. So not only did she win every round, she was getting 10-8 rounds as well. That's how one-sided it was. She didn't just win every round. She 10-8'd them. What's this? I don't know what we're doing here. What are we doing? Is she retiring? The belts are being laid down. I don't know what we're doing here. She wants scissors. Today. Tonight is the perfect night to retire. Wow, she has. She has. Right now, the belts are in the octagon. Wow. The belts are laid down. The gloves are put down. She says tonight is the right time to retire. There's your big breaking news. We said this show just lacked maybe something significant, maybe something that we would go back to and talk about. Well, it just arrived. Amanda Nunes, who said she loves the competition. She was born to do this. Has retired, walks away from the sport as the greatest female fighter that we have ever seen. Daniel Cormier said, I can honestly say this is one of the greatest careers I have ever seen in the octagon. Amanda Nunes, 23-5, is retiring from professional MMA. That changes everything. There are now 2 belts available. I want to be with my family. I left my family in Brazil. I wonder if Dana knew. Do you think Dana knew? I'd be interested to know if Dana knew. Wow. Pena changed her forever. It's a bit sad because it's great to go out on top. I think she would beat Pena. I don't really have too much doubt that she'd beat Pena. I would like to have seen her and Shevchenko one more time. So obviously they're giving her as long as she wants to talk. Thanks, the fans. Cormier said it was a great honor to watch your career all the way from Strikeforce to UFC. Cormier says, one more for the greatest fighter of all time, Amanda Nunes. There we go. Wow. Rivy said, thank you, Amanda. You changed the game. Mr. Quake said, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I got asked earlier on the stream if I thought she'd retire. And I said, nah, I think she will. Like, I don't think it's too far off, but I don't think she'll retire yet because she said at the press conference, and clearly I just put too much stock into that, but she said that she was really enjoying facing the different competition, really enjoying like facing different competition, and she just seemed to be in a really happy place, really good place. So I didn't think that she would wrap it up just yet. I thought she might want to do the Pena fight, maybe do Shevchenko, and then go, I didn't think it would be too much longer. There is the second kid on the way. I mean, you did. I didn't really think about it, but you know, you could see her walking away once that second kid had arrived. You know, and then like, you know, you've got the baby, you got her other daughter or whatever, and like, you know, as a family, that's it, we're done. So I didn't think it would be this one. I wondered if UFC might do something in Brazil for her. You never know. Like, did I think it was going to end now in Canada? You know, having beat Aldana, like I didn't, but it has. I am surprised. I didn't think it would be tonight. She's got a beer. She's drinking a beer inside the octagon. Dominant performance. It's disappointing because look at what she just did against Irene Aldana. Such a great showing. Such a great performance. She's still got so much to give. So much to give. It's smart to retire on a win, not a loser, and regret, says Vicky May. That's true. I didn't have Valentina in the destroyed category because she went down to another weight class, but should have specified I did think Valentina won. Very cute kids, says Mitchell. Wow. Most wins in UFC women's history, 16. She passes Jessica Andrade. 23 wins, 5 defeats. There's look at this. There's a kid dancing. The kid's dancing. Nunes is dancing. There's loads of people dancing around, bouncing around inside the octagon. He's having a great time. The kid's loving it. Nunes is dancing away. It's great scenes. You know, I'd like to have seen it continue, but listen, it's her decision, her choice. I mean, it's easy, isn't it, to sit here and watch the fights. You don't have to see the early mornings that she has to get up, the not being there for her daughter as she goes off and, you know, does what she has to do to get into this sort of shape, you know. She's still got fights left. Her retiring is going to be strategic. People need a break. You have to give them that. She can come back refreshed. That's a really good point, actually, DJ Cal. That's a really good point. Just because she's retiring now doesn't mean we won't see her again. I mean, look at Henry Cejudo, and, you know, there's been plenty of people that have called it quits only to come back. But, yeah, I don't know. The only thing I would say is that if she does go away and then come back, I mean, is she going to come back as good as what we've just seen her? Because what we've just seen has been very impressive. Like, is she going to come back as good as that? That's big news, isn't it, though? That is big news. I really wasn't expecting that tonight. Amanda Nunes retires, calls it quits. Fantastic performances by Nunes over the years. Some that, great showings, but against opponents that you would expect her to beat. But, her against Cyborg, her against Ronda. Like, those will live long in the memory. Her against Shevchenko. Controversial, of course. Plenty of people thinking Shevchenko won at least one of those. But I think it's undeniable that she is the best we've seen. There might be some people that have that argument that it could be Shevchenko, in truth, but I think Amanda Nunes just edges it for me. I don't really have any disagreement when people say she's the best. I don't find myself disagreeing with that. But, wow, yeah. Said that tonight just missed like a big moment. And there it was, right after all the fights had ended. We just missed a bit of history while it arrived. But it's a really good point. I think she could walk away and then end up coming back a little bit further down the road. But does she come back the same? Does she come back the same? She talked about wanting to enjoy being a mom and enjoying her family, said California Love. We're about to see what WWE UFC can do together, said Bryson. Do you know what? I mean, it's going to be great for women's MMA, actually, because she was such a dominant force at the top. Now there's going to be a real scramble. Who is going to take those belts? Two divisions now don't have champions. And there's going to be big gaping holes at the top of the card now. So as much as I'm disappointed that the legit best of those divisions is now walking away, it really... I mean, if you're Juliana Pena right now, I don't know how sad you are. If you're Juliana Pena right now, you can sit there and say 1-1, yeah? And you don't need to worry about a third fight. And now there's a belt available, and she might be the best that's outside of Nunes that division has got to offer. There's a few, actually. Santos comes to mind as well. Interesting. Can't wait. Can't wait. Big news then. Amanda Nunes has retired, shocks the world, and walks away. And I can't wait to see what this means for the future of women's MMA and UFC, because that is fascinating. Let's just get a few more comments and then we'll look to wrap this up. Again, a massive thank you to everyone that joined us. Really hope you enjoyed the evening or got out of it what you could, because I thought it was a really fun show. And for Nunes to retire at the end, it will be a show we remember as a result. Crowd were great as well. Yeah. California Love, shout out to you. Brian said, I don't think she'll come back at all. WWE is now UFC retirement plan, says Ogmulgi. I wonder if we could see Nunes do something in WWE. I really would not be down on that. I really wouldn't be down on that. Did you know that Amanda won against Ronda and Shayna? Yep. Gio, shout out to you. Takashi, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. I'm just so pleased that my microphone didn't give out. We was having such trouble at the start of the stream, but it survived. So my plan is to get a new cable, get an interface, so that we've got a plan B in the future, and so we don't have those issues again. But yeah, I appreciate people weathering that storm with us as well. Please go to bed, said Cody. I feel really good, bud. I feel really good. Honestly, I can see myself being up for a good few hours yet, so no real rush this end. But to be honest, just going to get a few more thoughts and then wrap it up. Bryson, see you around next time, buds. Intoxicated said it was amazing. Little show. Intoxicated, shout out to you, buds. John said, I feel like Oliveira might face the Whitaker effect. Whitaker is an awesome fighter, and he's beaten top competition. He just can't beat Izzy. Good point. Really good point. Yeah, I think Oliveira might be the gatekeeper to get to Makhachev. I think Oliveira might get that Makhachev fight, but I can't see him winning it. Can't see him winning it. AB Jobson said, I'm not crying, you are. Nunes did a Stone Cold, and that's the bottom line, said Tony. What? Aldana would punch Pena, says Lonnie. I'd be interested in seeing that fight. MMA math doesn't work, does it? But Pena against Aldana. I mean, I'd be leaning Pena, but who knows? Who knows? Rivi, shout out to you. Colby is cringe and annoying, but could have headlined better. I don't know, man. I think, especially considering she just retired, I think, listen, I don't think anyone's arguing that if Amanda Nunes is retiring, she main events that show after what she's done for MMA. So I've got no issue with her main eventing tonight. Certainly not now that she's retired. I think had she not have retired, I would have agreed that we probably could have had a better main event. I mean, it was so one-sided as well. But I'm pleased that she main evented and got the opportunity to close the show, pick up the win, and then retire and dance away in the octagon without being, ushered out of the octagon because we got to get to the next fight. So, yeah. I'm cool with that. She was talking trash even on her way out of the octagon. What do you think of Izzy and his ex-girlfriends? I haven't seen, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the latest is on any of that. Have a little look. She sold information about the UFC, and that immediately signaled the beginning of the end of their courtship. Izzy's ex-girlfriend thinks she's entitled to half. Lol. Izzy goes off on his ex. Izzy responds to his ex-girlfriends. Is his ex-girlfriend taking him to courts in search of half his wealth? Good luck with that. There's no legal precedent considering they weren't even married. I mean, honestly, it looks like a joke, doesn't it? It looks like a joke. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she helped him. I'm sure she did a lot. And I'm sure she feels that she's entitled to some sort of compensation. And to be honest, I mean, like, I haven't read through this, but I don't know how long she was with him for, but if she was with him for a while and she was really helping him, like driving him places or, really like supporting him. And, I mean, if she was just his partner at the time, then, well, but if she was like really helping him, I could understand that. I could understand why she would feel not entitled to half the wealth. I mean, come on. She hadn't done half the work. But I could understand her feeling that she's entitled to some sort of compensation. I could understand that. And I think that if she had done stuff for him that had helped him, really made a difference, rather than just the companionship side, I would like to think that he would, compensate her in some way. But I don't know, man. It's not a good look, is it? She took Izzy to court to get half his wealth because they dated for too long. Izzy never married, doesn't have any children, but she's believed she is entitled because she dated him for so long. I don't know. I don't know how long they were together for. I don't think that case is going to go anywhere. don't think it's going to go anywhere at all. But I don't know how long they were together for. But if it was a case that, as I said, she'd done some really significant stuff for him, you know, maybe he didn't have a car, she was like driving him to practice, and if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have had his start and like wouldn't have be where he is. Then I would be like, yeah, man. I mean, she played a part in it. She probably does deserve a little something. Not half. Not half. She didn't put in half the work, has she? So it's not something I see going anywhere. But apparently he kicked off at her, which is understandable. Right. Anyway, we're done. We're done. Really, really appreciate the support. I hope you had a fantastic time. I did. It was an absolute pleasure watching this show with you guys. And don't forget, we will be back for future UFC shows as well. So have a great evening wherever you are in the world. Have a great weekend wherever you are in the world. And hopefully, my friends, I will see you again next time. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. Bye for now.